Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, what a strange day of Test cricket that was yesterday. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I am here with Tony Bishop and Messi Jez to bring you Day 3 live from the Oval. Now, yesterday, I found it really hard to get into the cricket that was going on out there, because England played baseball at its worst in the first session, and then perhaps because of the criticism of the day before when they went off for bad light for such a long time, England decided to stay on, having taken a bunch of Sri Lankan wickets quite quickly, and it was all getting a little bit pointless. I mean, really, when you're having to bowl Dan Lawrence, who's not a frontline bowler, along with your off spinner, when you really want your pacemen on, and that's what the conditions are appear good for. It kind of took away from the spectacle. It means that Sri Lanka are now just 115 runs behind, with half their team still to bat. Maybe not the best half, but we do have probably their two best batsmen out there, certainly as far as this series goes. Now, Messi Jez has escaped the mob of kangaroos that have been trying to kidnap him in his Western Australian back garden. You got similar feelings about this yesterday, Messi?
Absolutely. I labelled it as the most mediocre day of Test cricket I can ever recall watching. It was just, there was no energy about anybody, and I think it's a shame, but I think it was also ridiculous to keep on as long as they did. The fact that there was that catch dropped by Josh Hull probably encouraged England to stay on longer than they would have.
Not so much more like Rod Hull than Josh Hull. There you go. But I say that, but I didn't see it. I'm only going on what Tony told me.
It was an absolute dolly.
Tony's been running around like a blue-arsed bear
Blue-arsed bishop.
this morning, trying to sort things out, because, of course, we are bearless. We are bare naked today, which is a horrible thought, isn't it? But, Tony, I know you've got a fantastic stat about this particular sixth wicket partnership that's going on now, which I'm not going to steal your thunder. I'm going to allow you to bring it up. But you seemed a little bit pessimistic about England this morning.
Well, I think Sri Lanka providing these two. The pitch wasn't doing that much yesterday, and these two look very comfortable now. You have to weigh that against the fact that, Chris Wokes had to interrupt himself halfway through and over and bowl half-track pies at which we daren't call off spin.
No.
And it might be different when the seamers have had a night's sleep and can go at it. But so they're only just a shade over 100 with 5 wickets in hand behind. So Sri Lanka England have essentially, I think, through a combination of factors, one being possibly overconfident or a little bit lackadaisical in the way they went for their quick runs.
Yep.
And possibly staying on too long with the bowlers that were never going to get there and dropping catches. They've effectively let Sri Lanka right back into a game that they probably shouldn't have been in. Possibly that's good. I mean, it could set up now 3 very interesting final days of a test match. So I'm suspecting we'll get better play today. The other interesting thing, the stat you referred to is just that the 6-wicket record stand, I think at the Oval is 215. So they're only 97 shy of that. But if they were to equal that, then of course they'd be ahead of England.
Well, also there were great men involved in that stand.
That was Len Hutton and the wonderfully named Carry On film character Mr. Hardstaff.
As played by Peter Butterworth.
As played in your mind by Peter Butterworth.
Or Kenneth Connor.
He was actually played for Nottinghamshire. He was discovered originally, or recommended to Notts, by oh my God,
Harold Larwood.
Harold Larwood, yes, thank you. Oh dear, my mind these days.
Trying to think of the most famous Nottinghamshire player that I could have that era.
Right. Anyway, that record is in sight. The Sri Lankan 6-wicket record is a million miles out of sight, because that's about 300 and something, involving Kumar Sangakkara from recollection.
Right.
But the ground record partnership is, I think, the way these two have played, well within their capabilities. And we have blue skies, and we have quite light fluffy clouds, and we can see plenty of sunshine.
Yeah, which is kind of in opposition to what Messi Jez was telling us from the weather cave in the middle of the night. Yeah, weird.
Who'd have thought looking out the window would be more reliable than
than journeying 10,000 miles to get your weather information? Yeah, funny that.
The Met Office forecast has these clouds circling around, I may say, Claygate for the whole of England. But
well, you think I'm the epicenter of all the bad weather?
Yes,
there's a mother and father of all thunderstorms this morning, Messrs. Crikey Moses, it was loud.
Well, we're going to come back to those various subjects, but opening the bowling this morning, first thing, and interestingly enough, is none other than Josh Hull. Let's jingle him up.
Well, now, isn't that the most McCullum thing to do?
Who the hell is he?
We'll go with the short version.
That is a very, very short jingle. Jason has arrived.
Yes.
He's going to take over from me, actually, in
a few minutes.
Any minute now. Possibly let the first ball be bowled.
Well, he's managed to find his way via 17 different buses.
Oh, yeah.
In comes Hull. 3 slips, no gully. Bowls. Looking to swing it. Very full. Ends up being on leg stump. Nothing much there going on in the air. And it's pushed by Kamindu to mid-wicket. And we are having a discussion about Josh Hull and his bowling technique on the way in. I don't know how many people caught that sort of analysis by Nasser and Stuart Broad during the tea interval yesterday. It kind of struck me as if that was a little bit rushed, and no one really knew, without having looked at him for an extended period, quite quite what was going on biomechanically, as he's in again. He bowls, and onto the back foot goes Kamindu, and pushes into the offside. And I think Hull, despite his huge frame, having to bend down to pick that up himself. And we welcome Jason. Good morning, Jason.
Morning.
Morning.
Jason.
It looks a lot better than it did yesterday.
Oh, you were there, weren't
Yeah.
you?
I was.
You watched one of the most mediocre days of Test cricket, according to messages.
Well, it wasn't great for England. Ollie Pope's innings apart, and even that was a bit scratchy.
That was weird, wasn't it? I'm so struggling to know what to make of Ollie Pope. Hull in again, foolish, and chipped away through mid-on. Chris Wokes is in pursuit. They should really get two there. Surely they're going to get two there. They do ultimately, but it seemed as if Kamindu Mendes paused at the non-striker's end to see whether his partner Dhananjaya De Silva would actually come back for the second. But
He's been a real find for Sri Lanka Kamindu.
yeah,
No, I can't see him batting at 6 or 7 for very long. He's going to bat higher, clearly, because every time he goes in, he scores runs.
well, the other thing is, I mean, how much
And
more?
he's not really a spinner.
Oh, he's not a spinner, no. How many more Test matches is he going to play in the next year? This is the thing with Sri Lanka. Hull again. He's coming in from the pavilion end, left arm over. Oh, now that's a better ball. A little bit shorter in length, but still testing. And a good leave by Kamindu, just outside off stump.
Nipped back very slightly. He was a lot closer than something I think Kamindu thought it was going to be.
I don't know about you, but just watching Hull, it always seems to me as if he kind of pauses just as he gets into his delivery stride.
Yeah, he's got a very definite gather, and what I said yesterday when we're having this chat was that I think he doesn't brace his front foot enough, so there's a more pace to come out of that if he did brace it a bit more.
Yes.
Well, I'll
Ricky
come back.
Ponting made it. Sorry.
Well, I'll come back to that in a moment. Full, and he finds a thick outside edge that's going to go down towards a wideish third man, or perhaps a deep backward point. They'll get a single. The sun is bathing the oval for the time being, although it seems to have got a little bit darker here in Sydenham, which is only 6 or 8 miles from said oval. Now this takes me back to the analysis that Nasser and Stuart Broad were doing yesterday. And they looked at him front on, they looked at him side on, and from side on it looked like he was bracing perfectly well, although they only showed one example, so I'm wondering, is it something that he isn't doing regularly or consistently enough?
Well, I compare...
Well, the point that Ricky Ponting made was that he has a huge delivery stride, which takes out the height advantage to a certain extent. If he had a shorter delivery stride, he'd stay higher and be in a better position to deliver from all that height.
Hull in again. Oh, now he gets that to maybe nibble across the right-handed Dhananjaya, facing his first ball of the morning, and it goes through the keeper. De Silva 64, Kamindu 57. Sri Lanka have moved on by 3. They trail by 111. They're 214 for 5. And it's time to say hello to people joining us on social media.
Leah says, morning all. Jay up. Jay Grover says, hey up, the boogers. Jonathan Shawland says, evening all. Stephen Kelk says, hello all. Kat Martin says, greetings from the Sydenham refugees now occupying Las Vegas. Stephen Kelk says, I am Rod Hull. He says there was a comedy show in the 90s, Fist of Fun, in which there was an obvious imposter claiming to be Rod Hull, always obsessed by jelly. He would often shout, I am Rod Hull. Kate Eleanor says, morning all, looking forward to today. Michael Bedford says, to Stephen Kelk, you trying to emulate him. And Chris Sequire says, Sydenham may only be 6 to 8 miles from the Oval, but it feels like it's in a different world. Good morning. Good morning, Chris.
Indeed so. Now we have a sub-fielder on. I have no idea who it is.
I do.
Who is it?
It is Ollie Sykes. They did show
Sykes.
on the Surrey feed, Instagram feed, the 3 sub-fielders that they'd selected for this match, and he's the one I definitely know. Actually, the 2 other, Tommy Elam and Nathan Barnwell. Ollie Sykes is the former England Schools Cricketer of the Year. Outside
the off stump, first ball of the morning from Chris Wokes, who we will jingle up. He's bowling his 10th over.
Chris Wokes, where have you gone?
Where has Chris Wokes gone? He's
There
probably
he
gone
is.
to bowl some off spin.
He's on Instagram. And he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour. Not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Coming into the left-handed Mendes, who leaves this outside the off stumps where it goes to Smith. So Ollie Sykes is another off the Surrey conveyor belt.
He is. He's played in the 50-over competition this year. He had a couple of games towards the end of it when Surrey clearly weren't going to go anywhere. And he smashed a 75 at Essex, which every time he heard the ball being hit off his bat, it sounded like a gunshot. They were just flying everywhere.
So he's another Ollie with gingery hair. They breed them in Surrey, tucked away into the onside by Mendes. There is no run. He has 57. De Silva has 64. The GPL presumably is open. If anyone's opened it, does anyone know how to open it? In the absence of the bear,
Check it. It should be at £141.
£141.
I thought it opened automatically at the start of play.
No, Bear has to set it every night.
Well,
Do you know
depending on how much the bear enjoyed himself yesterday.
Was he not a happy man yesterday?
I don't know.
It is open. It is
Wokes
open.
in bowls. Oh, hits him on the pad, a bit high perhaps. Interest from behind the stumps in the slip cordon, but it's muted interest, put it that way.
Yeah. Just going back to that Chris Wokes bowling spin yesterday, that was a farcical 10 minutes of play.
Awful.
Because they forced him to bowl spin because there was a new batsman and the over wasn't complete. And then they immediately allowed full pace Gus Atkinson at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, did the light noticeably improve in those
It did
four
improve,
balls?
but I didn't think it was that bad to start with.
Okay. Wokes in bowls. Oh, now that starts wide and it swings wider, and Smith has to go across in front of first slip to take that one. And so Wokes just not quite warmed up yet. That was only about 78, 79 miles an hour. He's got one ball of this over to go. There was just a hint yesterday, wasn't there, that he had a little bit of discomfort in his groin, I think.
Yeah.
Had a little word with Ollie Pope at one stage.
Yeah, I mean, all this stuff about light was all predicated on the reading they took on the first day, which
Yep.
was
Yes.
which has ruined it for the rest of the match, pretty much.
That's a better ball. That's probing around his middle and off stump. It's of a good length, and it brings Kamindo forward. There is no run. 245. The GPL is open. You estimate how many runs you think there will be in the day. You pay us £1 for the privilege, and if you get it on the nose, you get all the money that's in the pot. The pot is starting at 141 quid. The more of you that take part today, the higher that pot grows, and you could, for a £1 input, you could get yourself a nice little earner. Go to our website, gorillacricket.com, and follow the links to competition.
And it is open until the end of the first session.
Indeed it is.
Or in fact,
No,
1
sorry,
o'clock.
correction. It's open to 1 o'clock because the first session will end at 1:50.
Okay, 1 o'clock. Hull starts a new over. 3 slips. Oh, he's played a very strange shot there. It was almost an afterthought. It was quite wide, but he's controlled it very well indeed in the end, De Silva. And it's gone down without due alarm to third man for one of these.
Now my aim is going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
It's almost as if it was wide and he was thinking about leaving, and then he thought, hang on, there's no one down at third man, there's no gully. If I just...
He's watched Joe Root and Ollie Pope do that little dab all of the first day, pretty much.
That's brilliant. That's a brilliant shot, actually, from
Pope
De Silva.
scored so many runs down there in that first day.
He did. He does like the back cut. Hull in again. Better ball, but he's going to get more runs. Is there another? The third man still not there. Oh no, he comes around from deep backward point, and I think they just settle for the 1 on this occasion. And Sri Lanka moved to 219 for 5. Certainly, as I said yesterday, I kind of fell asleep most of the afternoon. I was half watching. I basically woke up whenever there was a wicket, which was quite regularly in the afternoon session, because Sri Lanka lost those 5 wickets in getting
You were the lucky
97.
one, Hender.
Well, you say quite regularly. They had a 60-run partnership, and then they were 93 for 5, and then they had a 100-run partnership thereafter. So
well, no, I felt I kept waking up quite regularly until they got to 97 for 5. Then I was kind of awake, which was the wrong time to be awake, really. Hull again into Kamindu. That's a better ball. Bit of swing. Comes off a thick outside edge. They'll jog through for a single as it rolls slowly in the direction of Shoaib down at deep backward point.
If he's going to bowl that length and get swing, he really needs a gully.
Yes, it does seem that way, doesn't it? And England almost always have a gully, and it seems odd that they wouldn't have. So I'm not really sure about the setting of the field at the moment.
I've not been in. Well, I think Ollie Pope is A, over attacking to some extent, and B, not necessarily putting the right field for the strategy they're trying to employ.
Well, I suppose the thing is, Ollie Pope won't have seen much of Josh Hull, will he?
Well, nobody has, to be fair.
The gully is now in, and this climbs, but really after it's gone past the bat. It was left alone by De Silva, and Smith was quite surprised to have to reach up for that one, I think.
It's a good job he's 6 foot and a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the general feeling about Hull was that there's plenty to work with, and perhaps a lot to work with. And Tony and I were discussing, well, how do you work with that over the next few months? What exactly will they do with him? Hull then in again from the pavilion end. 3 slips waiting. He's pulled it. It's gone up in the air. Is someone going to get underneath that? They might do. They do, and they've taken the catch. It's Shoaib, and Hull has struck, and De Silva is going to be very annoyed with himself. He's top edged the pull, and Josh Hull has a second Test wicket. Shoaib, it has to be said, almost made a mess of that because he's not got close to it.
Sudden lurch to the left just at the last minute.
Well, not just that, but he was trying to take it in the Australian manner, wasn't he, with his fingers pointing up, and that is not easy. But he has hung on to it, unlike Josh Hull, who of course put one down for Shoaib, didn't he?
Absolute goober.
But the thing about that is that Shoaib might have thought, no, I'm not going to let you steal my thunder. I'll put this one down. But no, he didn't. He took it very well, and England have got an early breakthrough, and Josh Hull is the man. Short ball, maybe just climbed on him more than he expected.
Well, I'll be interested to see whether or not he's actually stayed more upright in that sense of getting more similar
with
to
that particular
Reece Topley.
delivery.
Yeah, I think it was on to him quicker than he expected, to be honest. I think
well, I'm just wondering, going back to that ball before, where it climbed into the gloves of Jamie Smith more than you would have expected, and surprised him as well. I just wonder whether there was a little bit more in that delivery. Anyway, De Silva's gone. The 6th wicket partnership at the Oval in Test cricket is not going to be broken. Len Hutton can rest easily in his grave, and Sri Lanka are 220 for 6. Out to the middle comes a man who's done a pretty good job since he made his debut at the beginning of this series. He's averaging 36. He's got a 50. It's Milan Rathnayaka.
Hello, Mr. Milan Ratnayaka, teach us the world of cricket from Sri Lanka. Not a superpower, but maybe one day they will be.
Kind of feel that was a bit of a bonus wicket for England, don't you?
Was a gift in the same way that England gifted a load of wickets to Sri Lanka yesterday.
That's very true. That was horrible to watch, wasn't it? It was Bazball at its worst. He's in again, bowls to Rathnayaka, and Rathnayaka is a very good player through the offside this time, especially driving on the front foot, but he's onto the back foot here, forcing out to Shoaib again. That is the end of the over, a successful one for Hull. Sri Lanka are 221 for 6.
Stephen Kelk says, sorry, blimey, how many Ollies can there be in one England set?
Exactly.
Pope, Stone, Sykes, Robinson. Richard Purvis says, I'm in an affluent audience as we are pronouncing our H in Ul.
Leah says, Josh Ull.
Yeah. Leah says, here's to Sri Lanka getting a first innings lead, mostly due to their tail being not as bad as England. And Jay says, posh gingers are taking over the world.
Yeah.
Have been for years, Jay, you know that. Kate says, please, sir, can I have more? Lockie6 says, I just hope that none of the batsmen get smashed in the groin and collapses writhing in agony. I think we all hope that. And Mog says, what the heck? This game is still going and it's not affected by the light. Oh.
Outrageous, isn't it? It went darker and now it's brightened again. Mendes facing up. Is it? No, it's Rathnayaka as Woke starts a new over. They're going to get a run down in the direction of long leg. It's going to be a leg by.
Yeah, we've got 2 lefties now, so it's a bit easier for the bowlers to set their lines and set their tactics.
Sri Lanka are on double Nelson, 222 for 6 TTT, as has sometimes been said by one or two commentators.
And we'll just have to work out which one the tall one is and which one the short one is when they're batting.
That's very true. It's the short one. It's Kamindu who's going to face...
I didn't realise until I saw him yesterday that how small Nisanka is.
Onto the front foot comes Kamindu, plays defensively up towards mid-off, 81 miles an hour from Woke, so just hint that rhythm is returning.
He's a teeny tiny man.
The Sri Lankan Test team has always had quite short batsmen, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I can't think of many tall batsmen for Rathnayaka is unusual in that respect. Wokes again in bowls, pushing or probing around off stump, and it's met with the full face of the bat. They're going to get one. They're thinking about a second. And Ollie Pope has gathered it.
And 2 ollies.
Turned. 2 ollies in pursuit. 223 for 6. Kamindu on to 59. Rathnayaka has a single to his name. GPL is open. Don't forget, estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day. You give us £1 for doing so, and you get it on the money. You get whatever's in the pot, and in the pot to start with is 141 quid. The more people that take part, and the more goes you have, the more the pot rises. Wokes in bowls. Oh, he's got that to swing a long way. Has he got an edge to that? No. One of those where it's gone so far, you almost instinctively think he must have got some bat on that, but no. Now, is that the special Wokes ball that he bowls, where he keeps it really tight in his hand?
That's the conventional in swinger to a right-hander, but it's gone late. He's been moving the ball in to the left-handers for the whole of the spell so far, and that one has gone away sharply.
But that was a big swinging delivery. I wonder whether it's got something of that in it. Brings this one back into Rathnayaka, who plays it comfortably enough on the back foot into square to Sykes, and there is no run. He's got this ball that he seems to bowl to the left-hander from round the wicket, which he holds deep in his hand, or is in, and it's a slower ball. Now, the worrying thing is that the ground staff are all getting their max on, as are some in the crowd.
And are being deployed round the edge of the field.
Yeah, there's definitely rain falling. You can see it on the screen now. Whether it's just a passing shower, I suspect it might be. Wokes bowls, and he gets that one to go across. It was closer to the off stump this time. Rathnayaka was drawn into playing, but again beaten. It's just a case of how long do they stay?
We are off, I think. Yep.
Are they? Well, they're not moving.
Was that the end of the over?
No. Yes, it is the end of the over.
I'll do some messages while they're making up their minds. Stephen Kelk says the logical conclusion is that at some point everyone's first name will be Ollie and everyone's surname will rhyme with Oaks.
Good point.
Yes. Chris Acquire says, looking at pictures of the Great North Run, it must have been in danger of being called off due to bad light. Cat Martin says, yippee. Stephen Kelk says, yes, I am Josh Hull, and the jelly is mine. The J Thang says, morning gents, enjoying the commentary and banter here in the early hours north of Seattle on your bike, mate. And Andrew White says, is Messages wearing a West Coast Eagles polo shirt? No, I don't actually own a West Coast Eagles polo shirt. They're ridiculously expensive. I'm just in blue today. And Leah says, fuck, that was unearned. Well, you could say that about an awful lot of wickets too. It wasn't a dreadfully bad ball, and it lifted and had a bit of pace. and they're definitely going off now.
Oh, they've gone. They've gone.
Yeah. Yes.
The big sheet is coming on. I don't think this is going to last because it's not raining here in Sydenham.
It's quite windy.
Well, actually, now look at the moment. Looking at the trees outside, there's not much movement. Actually, this looks like quite heavy rain, but it does look like it's just an isolated big dark cloud over the pitch. Basically,
we did see an oval rarity there, which is Big Lee running in his shorts with pulling the matting onto the pitch.
What's his name? Lee
Fortis.
He's the groundsman. I'm not up with oval groundsman since Paul Brind. Was it Brind?
Harry Brind.
Well, no, there was Harry Brind and Paul Brind, wasn't there? Paul Brind. Who was first?
Harry was first,
and then Paul was his son, wasn't
it?
Yeah.
But yeah.
The radar shows very sparse, but sometimes quite dense clouds. So I think you're right. I think it could just be a couple of minutes before it actually stops, and we could get back on almost at once.
Well, they put one big flat square out that's covering the pitch in one side of it. They normally put another one out on the other side, and then they wait to see whether they need to cover the thing any more. Yes.
Well, we can talk about all sorts of things that have been happening in the cricket world, can't we?
Indeed.
Moeen Ali has seen the writing on the wall and said,
it was written quite large. I think.
He kind of got pushed before he retired. He's now retired from all forms of international cricket, hasn't he? Is he still going to be playing? Has he retired from county cricket? I mean, I know he plays.
I don't think so. Although I don't think he's played much because he had an England contract.
That's true. I wonder whether he'll. He wasn't one of those that was given a 3-year contract, was he?
2-year, I think.
Okay, so he may be financially
that may be removed from him as well.
I'm just trying to think your most memorable Moeen moments. I don't know why, but one thing that sticks out for me is that partnership he shared with Stuart Broad.
The one where he scored 155.
I'm not sure. No, I don't think it was as many of that. It was in the 2015 Ashes, I think. And England were in a little bit of trouble. Was it the game? I don't know whether it was the game before Broad took 8 for. Someone will have to check that for me because my memory is completely shot. But I do remember him and Broad having a very good partnership, maybe for the 7th or 8th wicket, something like that. Maybe 9th, 8th. 9th? I don't know. Anyway, someone can look that up for me.
Talking about Broad and Moeen, they both have England Test hat tricks, but for very different ones. I mean, Moeen was last ball to win a match, and Stuart Broad, it was almost as an inconsequence because it was like 2 balls and 1 over and
first ball of another one.
Yeah, and nobody really noticed. And Broad didn't know it had happened until he was told.
I mean, the thing about Moeen is one of the most elegant batsmen you'll ever see. But sometimes you felt that he didn't make the most of what he had.
No, what you felt is he had the Gower gene.
He had the Gower gene, but not enough of it.
No, he was elegant. He was he had all the shots, but no, there's this implication that maybe he didn't apply himself as much as he should have done.
Yes,
and Gower.
Similar.
Has always had that reputation, even though he says I work flipping hard.
Well, yeah. Although we know he wasn't a big one.
But he enjoyed his life as well.
But he wasn't a big one for nets, was he? Really? No. He wasn't he wasn't a Gucci in that respect. So, people could argue with that. But
he's one of only 5 England players to ever take 200 wickets and make 3,000 runs. So that's not a bad.
And also, and played in all formats as well. So
yes. Yeah.
But when I suppose there was that 100 he made against Sri Lanka when England lost off the last ball. Was it Headingley?
2014.
That was a really good knock. And was as you say the South Africa the hat trick, I think it was it against South Africa? It was, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when he first came in, or when he was first bowling, people would say, well, he's not a complete all-rounder because, his average as a bowler isn't that great. But actually, when you looked at it, I remember thinking he always took wickets at crucial times.
Yeah, and once he'd had a word with was it Sakleen Mustak or to tell him to grip his pants and rip the ball down with his other hand.
I don't know. There's just but when I look back on Moeen Ali, I'm not going to quite think of him as a. He's certainly not great. Is he? He's very good. Is he very good?
Yeah.
I suppose he is because he's played in all these different forms of the game.
I'll tell you
and
what
done
my
reasonably
favourite
well.
memory of him, and it's not actually him by himself, it's him in South Africa in 2015-16, and the Barmy Army and the South African equivalents having a chant off between Moeen and Hashim Amla.
Oh well, yes, of course, and we had we still probably have a wonderful T-shirt which has Moeen and Hashim Amla.
Feared to be and revered.
Feared to be revered and feared.
Yes.
Yes. So if you want to, go to redbubble.com and have a look at our merchandise. That's another way that you can help Guerrilla Cricket. We are going to talk a little bit about Patreon and how desperately we need your help regarding giving us a sort of monthly pledge if you possibly can, because that's the only way we're going to be able to keep going. We have to move from this flat stroke studio, and we have to find another studio, which is probably going to cost us more money. And we don't make any money really anyway, so that would only just about be covering our costs if we can push people up to help out on Patreon. Go and have a look at Patreon. I mean, you can talk about it a bit, Messi, if you want to as well. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. You can pledge a monthly amount. Anything you can possibly spare would be gratefully received. And tell us a little bit about what you get if you become a Patreon, Messi.
So there are several tiers. The first tier is $5 a month, which gives you access to our Patreons only Discord lounge to hang out, chat, or rant with us and your fellow patrons. I sent a reminder to patrons today about that. The next level is $10 a month, which is the GC Studio Foundation and Shoutout. That's which gives you unfettered access to our archive. Now, I think our archive may be underappreciated. It's got well over 2,500 jingles in it, plus every recording of pretty much every day we've ever broadcast over the last 8 years. So there's an awful lot of stuff there if you want to dig deep into it. You get a priority delivery of the Bishop and Bear each week before it goes public. And your name in lights. You get onto the honor roll across the bottom of the screen that you can see on YouTube all the time. Then, at $20 a month, not only do you get all those things, you also get a Guerrilla Cricket mug sent to you after you've been doing it for 3 months. At $50 a month, we have several members at that level. Your logo can be displayed on the screen. You can get some sales messaging and links to your business on our YouTube and other channels, and you'll be prominently featured on our partners page, plus some other things. And then there's at $100 a month, we do have some members at this level. You're a Guerrilla Studios superstar.
What does that mean? What does that mean in practical terms?
Well, it means you get regular promotional messaging from out of the comms team with your desired call to action during selected matches, to be agreed, but we're flexible to help, as well as everything else from our other levels. And the thing that you get most of all at that level is a sense of massive superiority and generosity. And how can you buy something like that anywhere else?
You'd feel really good about yourself, wouldn't you? If you really want to feel good about yourself, that's the thing to do. Become a Patreon for Guerrilla Cricket. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, 1R, 2Ls. That's the way we spell Guerrilla. And we like it, even if you don't. 2:23 for 6. Rain has stopped play. We're looking for the time being at the photographer. I think
Phil Brown.
Phil Brown for is it Reuters that he works for?
I don't know.
The last time I saw him, he was rather reluctantly giving me a lift to a station in Penge.
I saw his doppelganger last night.
Did you? Who was that?
A very well-known left-arm former quick bowler.
Bernard Ridey.
No.
Is it Bernard Ridey?
Bernard Reedy.
Reedy for Lancashire. He was more of a batsman.
No,
actually,
over the Pennines.
Left armour.
Yeah.
But over the Pennines, Yorkshire. But no, I can't think.
Ryan Sidebottom.
Do you think he looks like Ryan Sidebottom?
Well, the hair is very similar.
I've gone very squeaky. Yeah. I don't think
he was the life and soul of the Fenton.
You mean basically that he's got a curly hair, but he's. I would suggest Unless
I
Ryan
was-
Sidebottom has gone to seed.
I was surrounded by former Test match fast bowlers.
Last night
Yes.
in the Fenton Arms.
Yes.
Who was there?
Sidebottom was there, and then towering above our table, as we said thank you to our former colleague who's retiring, who used to manage our cricket matches for 25 years on midweek T20s,
Right.
was very own Stephen Finn.
Stephen Finn.
We have news.
We do.
have news. If Daz Reynolds has sent us a message on YouTube saying 11:50 restart,
Yep.
which is in just under 20 minutes.
Right. Well, okay. I suppose. I mean, we've been wibbling. Who are the next wibblers?
Steve and Tony, I think, are on
Yeah,
next.
Tony and Steve
With
can
Kat.
come and can take over. Is Kat in the waiting room, or
Cat,
is she?
I will let her in now. Open the door, let the cat in.
Let the cat in through the flap. Here she comes. Where is Kat? Do you know, Messi? I think one of the problems with the weather is that you're sitting in front of an oval which has the blackest cloud
It does.
that I've ever seen. I've never seen a cloud as
I think
black
that's
as that.
because that's in a day-night game, and when the sun goes down, it starts
Oh,
looking
is
very purple.
Is that what
Do
it
you
is?
think I'm manifesting the weather? Do you?
I think you are. I think you are in the weather cave. Perhaps you're one of those people who's seeding the weather. Are you?
Oh.
Are you one of those people?
Are you
that
one of
the,
those Arabian
I
type
could
of people?
not possibly. You may say that, but I could not possibly comment.
I think I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I think it's all down to Messi Jez in his weather cave. Anyway,
well,
There's a
have
few
we-
more comments
Oh,
on,
go on then.
YouTube, which, I'll go through them if you like. I think Kat should come in as well. Ray Liverpool says, good morning, watching from Guyana. England will win this one. Michael Bedford says, I gained my education in the edgerows of experience. How many overs would you give Hull, and who would you throw it to? Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. He's got a wicket now, so...
Two
you'd
wickets.
think so.
One yesterday
Yes.
and one today.
Yeah. And Cat Martin says that cloud has been centred on Elephant and Castle for 45 years, to my knowledge.
Oh God, yeah, Elephant and Castle is probably. I used to have to get the night bus home from there at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is
The
terrifying.
155 or the 133.
Yeah, the 155. Yes, indeed.
And Hattie the Baddie has an excellent idea. He said, someone nicked the umpire's light meters while they are off. Oh, and Joel's sunglasses too.
I think the bear needs to do some percussive maintenance on them.
Well, I did suggest the other day, I think, when they went off a bad light, that they should actually surely someone can hack into the umpires' light meters in this day and age. Surely we could get some Russians to hack in and play with the light meter. I think that would be quite fun.
And Daz Reynolds asked, how many overs till the new ball? 31 more overs to the new ball, Daz.
So we won't see it until...
I shall leave you. There's a couple of messages from Leah that somebody else can follow up on, and I'm going to get a cup of tea while I'm off.
Okay.
Well, you just do that. We're waiting for Tony. We're also waiting for Kat to unmute herself. Kat, if you can hear me,
Can you put your video on?
can you unmute yourself, if you get what I mean? Kat, mute, mew. No, all right, bad joke. Yeah, so there was Moeen Ali we were talking about. Moeen Ali. The other thing we could talk about is Flintoff becoming England Lions head coach. That's kind of part-time job, isn't it? Really? I mean, how many games do the Lions
It's a
play?
plan to, it's maybe 2 or 3 matches in the season, and the tour in the winter that they do. But I think it's more a developmental role. It's what he's doing with the young kids of
Field of Dreams, or whatever it's called.
in the Field of Dreams
yeah,
documentary.
yeah.
But trying to do that more with a professional setup, and
Should we explain
engage
what-
and inspire them.
Should we explain what Field of Dreams is to those who
Yes.
may not know around the world? I think it is a documentary in which, the initial one was Freddie Flintoff going around Lancashire finding kids who'd never played cricket, and
Disadvantaged kids.
disadvantaged kids who'd never played cricket, and using his
Saying-
personality to sort of
Say, give it a try.
give it a go, and that was quite fun. And there's a follow-up in which he takes this merry band to India. I haven't actually watched any of the new series yet. I do mean to get around to it at some point. But by all accounts, it's a very, very moving documentary.
So I think the word is heartwarming.
Heartwarming, even, yes. Freddie Flintoff is taking over as as the head coach of England
Yeah.
Lions.
I mean, he's building a CV to eventually be the white ball coach, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
But he's not in a position to be, in the frame now.
I think also because he has been coaching in one of the 100 teams, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been Northern Superchargers coach this year.
Yeah, definitely this year. And in fact, because he's after that awful crash he had filming Top Gear, he's only really sort of come back into cricket in recent months.
And to be fair, talking about his own family, he hasn't done a bad job of coaching those.
Oh, well, that's true. There's Rocky Flintoff, who's on his way up through the ranks. He's played a couple of first-class games of late, hasn't he?
I've seen him.
What did you make of him?
I thought he had lots of time to play the ball. He looked like he had a good eye, saw it early. He's a tall lad, much like his dad,
Right.
and plenty of time to play the ball and plenty of power when he hits it.
Well, that was good. I remember you. I remember seeing you talk on the WhatsApp group about how well he was batting the other day for Lancashire, and then he got out just before lunch, didn't he, or something?
Just after lunch.
Oh, just after lunch. Yeah, came back and
That didn't do him any favours, the lunch break, because he was going well, and then he came out and 2 overs after lunch he'd gone.
It's curious, isn't it? How many young players is it something to do with the fact that?
Is it something to do with 2005? Because they're all 18 or 19 now.
Well, but they're not. These two are younger, aren't they?
Well,
I was saying, I was going to bring Archie Vaughan into it as well.
Rocky is 16. His
16.
elder brother is 18, who's also in the Lancashire 2's setup.
So hang on, Rocky's kind of overtaken his elder brother. Is that right?
Yeah, well, there's this thing about younger siblings always overperforming their elder siblings.
Ah, right. Okay. So who's the?
There's
I don't
lots
know.
of documented evidence of that with Graham Swan and Alex Swan.
Right.
You could say the Hollyoaks. I'm trying to think of other ones that I know of. Those two are the ones that spring to mind immediately. Oh, Sam Curran.
Yes. That's it's a small sample. You'd have to go deeper into it, wouldn't you? But
Somebody has done it, and I've seen the paper on it somewhere.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I was unaware of the elder Flintoff. What's his first name?
Corey.
And is he a batsman or an all-rounder? Or
He's more an all-rounder than Rocky is. I think he bowls, hit the deck hard, fast, medium, possibly fast.
That's quite a nice thought, isn't it?
And he's a clean hitter, but he's not a batsman, I don't think.
So in the 2029 Ashes, and I put this question to Kat because I've seen that she's just moved into position. What do you feel about the prospect of coming up against double Flintoffs in the 2029 Ashes?
That would be fantastic.
Wouldn't that be incredible?
Is that really a possibility?
Well,
it's a
maybe
long way.
2033, if we're still here. If Australia hasn't
How
burnt
old
up.
are they now? How old are the little baby Flintoffs?
16 and 18 by all accounts.
Yep. Archie Vaughan is
okay.
also in the mix as well.
Yeah, there could be another Vaughan coming.
Although he's a spinner who bats a bit, I understand.
Are there any mini McGraths coming along? Mini wars perhaps in Australia?
Austin War was there, and there was also there's a baby McDermott who's actually not much of a baby.
Right.
Yes, I can't imagine
Who else
seeing his dad. You might grow in every dimension.
But he was a batsman. The new McDermott's a batsman, isn't he?
Well,
Am
Ben
I-
McDermott.
How many
Ben,
McDermotts
yep.
are there?
He's been playing the BBL.
Yeah,
Who
he's been
else
playing
have
for a
we got?
while.
Austin War was
I
there
saw
for
him
a
at
while.
Hampshire,
We
I
think he
think.
might have retired.
Well, Austin War's retired already.
Yeah, yeah, he doesn't seem to be around anymore. So maybe he's gone and got a regular job.
Okay, fair enough.
Who knows?
Um,
Someone in the background can be googling him because there's just rain around. So someone can Google Austin War.
Austin War. Is he Steve or Mark War's son?
Or Dean.
Steve Wars.
Steve Wars. Okay, fair enough. Now, Kat, since you're here, you can talk us through a little bit about this new white ball Australia team. There are some
That we'll see next week.
Yeah, we'll see next week. With one or two unfamiliar names, is there anyone that stands out for you that we and English audiences and around the world
I've
should be
got
aware
one
of?
name that I'll be interested
Yes,
to see.
indeed. Fraser McGurk.
That's the one I was
Is-
going to mention.
He's one of our favourites because he played for our BBL team, the Renegades. That's where we first saw him.
Mm-hmm.
And he played for the Renegades for a number of seasons. Spectacular batter, but his fielding is what really... He's like Maxwell in the field, and he's very performative as well. So he'll take a catch and he'll make it look good. Like, he'll really snatch it out of the air and then pose for
in
a photo.
Aussie terms, is he as good a fielder as Jordan Silk?
Oh, yeah, as good as anyone. Like, think of all of your favourite, like Ricky Ponte, all of your favourite fielders, although he's good on the boundary. He mainly fields in the outfield. So anyone you can think of that is the best fielder you've ever seen. And so he would be the dude you'd bring out, when someone goes off the ground and you want a fielder to come out as the 12th man or the 13th man. He'd always be that person, and now he's playing. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of talk about him. I don't think I've seen very much of him. He hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket, has he?
No, he's
he's kind of debuting. He did play something in Australia, but he's also go hard or go home. He's not one to go under 100 strike rate for any minute.
So you wouldn't see him as a potential longer form player for Australia.
I think he's a specialist short form, but you just never say never, I guess.
Well, if you take David Warner as an example, you would never say never, wouldn't you? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Didn't play first class before he got his one-day start.
That's right.
And then got on to do 100 tests, something tests.
Well, incredible career. Now, what is the time? It's 1:45. We're going to be starting again in about 7 minutes. I'm going to let Steve Jones come in. We're going to have a little bit of a change around. If Jason could just stay there till Tony gets there, and you can all have a little chat together.
Yeah. Well, my experience of Fraser McGurk is he did play some cricket in recreational leagues in the UK. And
he came to the UK? Yeah, that sounds
And my
familiar.
godson played against him.
Oh, lovely.
And he said no. He could have been bowling until next Christmas and still not got him out.
Okay, so here's some stats about Jake Fraser McGurk. In October 2023, he broke A.B. de Villiers' world record for the fastest list A century, scoring 100 off 29 balls against Tasmania in a Marsh Cup game.
Wow.
To beat the previous record by 2 deliveries. The following month, he made his first Sheffield Shield century against his old side, Victoria. So he's been playing longer form. He did come from Victoria originally. Don't know who he's playing for now. I think South Australia. And so he fastest century. So that's what you've got ahead of you. Breaking. So he's an A.B. de Villiers in the making, if he can stick around.
So
and do
360 degree shot making all around the ground.
Yeah. Yep.
Who else is on the tour that we might want to keep an eye out for as I get up and let Steve sit down?
We've been watching them play Scotland in the last couple of days. Apart from that, it's been it's been the Mitch Marsh show. It's been the Travis Head show against Scotland. They've just been very, very disrespectful of the poor Scottish bowlers. There was one poor dude, I can't remember his name, and he will be grateful that I can't remember his name. Someone will put it into the chat, I think, who just went for, 8 consecutive boundaries, lots of them sixes. It was brutal to watch. They were playing on a very small ground, of course. The Scottish players also made quite a lot of runs. But it's the usual suspects, the usual white ball suspects, I think, apart from that. And it happens in the middle of the night for us, so it's harder to watch.
It was a fairly brutal thrashing of Scotland, wasn't it, by Australia?
Yeah. And they've been playing sort of one game a night. I'm not sure if they have another one tonight, do they?
I didn't think so. No, because it's Wednesday they start off, don't they? I think against England.
Yeah. So now, that's right. Yeah. And so it's been Cameron Green, I think, has been batting up the order. So he's batting 4th, I think. I'm not sure whether that will come in. And Tim David is also someone you may not have seen a huge amount of. He's been playing a lot of white ball cricket in the BBL as well. And there's a new dude called Aaron Hardy, and I can't really tell you much about him. He's 25 years old. He comes... he's an all-rounder. Yeah, he's an all-rounder. I think he plays for Western Australia. I think he might have been born in England, actually.
Traitor.
Here we go. He's a useful right-arm medium pacer. He dismissed Root playing for Cricket Australia's 11 when he was a bit more of a junior, and he took a sensational catch off his bowling to get rid of Virat Kohli. Imagine that in your bio, just to have, here's the famous people I've dispatched.
by the time you're 25. Not bad.
Yeah. So he's doing all right. He's in the mix. I don't know if they're all going to be playing. Apart from that, it's the usual suspects: Marcus Stoinis, Adam Zampa, Sean Abbott. These are all people we've seen before mostly. There's also Cooper Connolly, and again, I couldn't tell you too much about him.
There's Pat Cummins in the T20 squad.
He's only 21, Cooper Connolly. I don't know if he'll get a go against England, but
we got the right
he's left arm spinner. So a number of these ones are from Western Australia. So that's what you've got ahead of you. It'll be really good fun. But if we want to watch, we've got to stay up until like 11 p.m. and then it starts, and it's sort of completely the opposite time zone. But we certainly watch the highlights.
Very good of you. I think that the players are sort of running around and warming up and making moves to actually get on the pitch, which is good to see.
So what about the England white ball side? Is there anyone new coming in?
There's been quite a changeover because Mott, who was the coach, has been removed, and one of England's sort of finer opening batsmen, Trescothick, who's part of the England setup, will be temporarily in charge ahead of McCullum, taking over in full from January. He'll do both the white ball and the red ball.
Okay. Also, he's having a break before he takes over. I don't think I was aware of that.
I think that. Well, I think the problem is that actually the diaries are so full. It'd be really 25. I think England's schedule is a little bit more generous. So Rob Key, the head of the ECB, has decided, right, let's get one coach and sort of unify the approach. So. He's, as a result of that, there's about 4 or 5 new guys in the squad, and typically, Moeen Ali not in the squad, and he's been a bit of a stalwart for quite a long time. So quite a few changes. Should be fun.
Yeah,
especially against the Aussies, it's always good fun.
Indeed.
How are you, Kat, anyway?
Apparently there's a tour of Pakistan. Is England touring Pakistan?
Pakistan and... where? New Zealand. Yeah.
New Zealand. That's right. We were toying with the idea of going over to New Zealand to watch that, but we can't now because I've got to have a medical procedure, cannot travel. But other than that, it's a wonderful place. We want everyone to go to New Zealand to watch that cricket.
Well, we wish you all the best with the medical procedure. Hope it goes well.
Yes. Indeed, that's not till November. And then we have the Australian summer kicking off as well. There's actually quite a bit of cricket in November, if you count the England tour of New Zealand, which I think goes through to December, doesn't it? Yeah. So
they're walking
India
out.
coming to Australia, of course. They're coming for that sort of November period. And then, the Women's T20 World Cup, which is in which month?
I don't know.
It's in the next 4 weeks or so.
October or September.
Yeah. So we have Women's Ashes coming up. Of course, there's an England tour of India a bit later.
Tony's just doing a little bit of technology here at the moment, trying to sort out the screens because we can't see you, Kat, at the moment.
Sorting out some screens. I'm just having a look ahead to the various.
Oh, there she is. Is that her?
Series.
You seem to be frozen on that one. Is Kat frozen?
This is scintillating commentary. We don't really have to commentate the technical side of things.
Go on then. They're out on the pitch.
Eyes on the pitch. My replays are going here, and we are getting ready to make a start, I think.
Yeah.
And are you ball by balling?
No, you are, Kat.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm told.
This first ball. Hull is bowling. He's resuming. I don't know if he's halfway through an over or not.
No, it's the beginning of a new over.
You've got the next half hour. You can relax. I've done the rotors to accommodate the longer morning session. Nobody gets robbed of their ball-by-ball time.
I didn't think I was on the ball-by-ball. I'm happy to do ball-by-ball at any time, then I don't have to think about any special comments. It's delightful. Anyway, we are resuming. The sky has cleared. The clouds are going away, and we have Kamindu still here in quite a commanding position. He's on 59 from 85, and he's on strike as Hull comes in, searching for his third wicket. There's 2 slips and a gully, and this one's straying onto the pads turns it around the corner, there's a short fine, and there's no run.
Hi, Hendo.
So who's been your player of the series for England? What do you reckon?
Oh, probably Root, I would think. Gus Atkinson, I suppose. He's had fifers and centuries. He will be in the mix.
Well, he's got a quad strain at the moment, which is what he's away being assessed.
Is
So
he?
that's another one broken.
They break so
They
easily.
did a little bit too much. Poor Atkinson. I'm sure he'll be back. This is shorts, and
wow.
it's popped up awkwardly by Kamindu. It's called a wide. He gets it over the head of the keeper, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4 wides.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, Jamie Smith had no chance with that. That took off.
Went over everyone's head.
Well, he seems to be sort of standing up a bit more, Hull. We were talking about his bowling action and how he collapses his back leg. So actually he's not releasing the ball from that great a height, given how tall he already is. But he certainly put his back into that one.
Yes, we have Rathnaiker at the other end. He's on 1. This one's full on swinging away, and it's logged at by Kamindu, and he's getting all the way down to the 3rd boundary. It's another 4 runs, this time off the bat.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Fabulous work too on the production here with our jingles coming at exactly the right time. Who's on the panel? I can't even see. There's Tony.
Tony's with me, yep.
No, I'm not doing the jingles though. Steve's doing the jingles.
Oh,
if it was
good
me,
work,
they'd either
Steve.
be late or early, Cat. You know that. Come on.
Well, it's very competent, whoever's doing it. It's great work.
It's my favourite bit, the jingles.
You got to pick the right one, because you actually picked the one where I hit the bat, and
Oh,
the
right.
previous one, of course, wasn't. Again, it's full
Oh, he's-
from
ooh.
Hull, and this one's straight to the fielder in the covers.
It's Pope there, I
Kamindu
think.
remains
yeah.
on 63.
Yeah, he's batted well, hasn't he? They could should have had him last night. Was he the one who was dropped badly, Kamindu?
Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, someone was. I quite like these full balls. It is tempting Kamindu, and he's getting it off the edge some of the time, so not always looking the most comfortable. Ball.
Fourth
Full
slip
again,
would have had
Hull.
it, but there's only the 3
Only-
slips
only
and
3.
no gully
Yeah.
at the moment, which maybe being a little bit more defensive for Hull.
Anyway, they're trailing only by 93 at the moment. This one's more back of a length, and it crashes into the legs of
Yep.
Kamindu. The score is 232 for 6 in the first innings, and the chase is on, trying to get to England's score.
Actually, it's 2 slips and a gully, so
Well,
England,
I think
England
he's a full,
are
I think
a
he's,
little
I
bit
think
more
Duck is
cautious
more
now.
of a fourth slip, don't you?
Yeah, possibly. So, and it went between the gap between 2nd and 4th. So a 3rd slip
Would have worked.
would have should have taken the catch. No
A
guarantees
third
of that,
slip
of course.
actually at third slip, as opposed to a third slip at 4th. But anyway, yeah, it's a nice sunny afternoon now. Yeah, just about.
Yeah,
Nearly.
Clouds are being chased away. Another ball just seaming away from Kamindu. He pokes at it, and it goes very nicely along the carpet all the way to point. That's a single taken, and the score 233 for 6 at the end of Hull's over.
Right, a few messages. I'm not quite sure where we got to. Cat Martin. Cat Martin says I could listen to Cat. So Cat Martin is spelled K-A-T. And Cat Martin says I could listen to Cat with a C all day. Well, I don't think you've got her
I
all
would
day.
run out of voice, but
'cause
thank
it's-
you, Kat. That's
It
very
is.
kind.
It is running. It would be running quite late in Melbourne. Leah says one of the computers used for the streaming broke. Yes, it certainly did. Cat Martin says, as we cats say, to err is human, to purr feline. Oh, very good.
very
I like
good.
that.
Yes, very good, very good.
Is this a replay we're watching now?
I-
Yeah, we're
I
watching
hope
his
so.
action. Yeah, it is.
Yes, I don't
Daz
think
Reynolds,
Hull was
what's the
lining up for
field,
another over.
please? We will try and tell you the field when we get a view of it. We don't always get the panoramic view that enables us to do that.
But anyway,
don't
it's
worry,
Wokes
we
back
will tell
into
you.
the attack. Okay,
Oh.
3 slips, a gully, What's that? Cover
Got a
pointish,
point,
yeah.
Point
short cover,
extra.
short mid wicket, mid off,
Oh,
mid on. I think
full start.
Pretty
maybe
much.
one of them. Maybe there wasn't a mid off. Now we've lost our view again.
Again, yes.
But Wokes is lining up. He's bowling his 12th over.
Mhm.
His figures are 1 for 42. This one's
And he's got
edged.
him!
That's gone to slip, and he is out. Kamindu's gone for 64.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Certainly
Poor old
is.
Hull almost deserved that one, didn't he? He
Hmm.
warmed up the batter beautifully, and the left hand has just poked at a ball that's gone straight through to first slip.
And Joe
And it's
Root.
taken beautifully by Root.
Root's closing in on a catching record, isn't he?
Is he?
So he'll be one step closer to whatever that catching record is. I'll have to look.
Another step closer to
Another record.
record.
Well,
God.
England's leading certainly a Test
Anyway.
match run scorer, I think. Certainly most centuries.
The man in Kamindu is now out, which is good news for England.
Well, that's both the overnight batsmen
Yeah.
gone, isn't it? Do you want to
Not
give him
great
a
for
farewell?
Sri Lanka. We were
I
hoping
did.
that they might
Oh,
make
okay.
more of a game this time, correct?
Yeah, well, it's certainly, I mean, the deficit under 100, it's sounding that way. Let me do a few messages very quickly. Daz Records, what's the field? Well, like I said, Daz will give you when we can. Pokey, look at that lightweight Aussie cat wearing a coat indoors. Must be 40 degrees C outside. Yay, says Leah, deficit below 100, woohoo, let's go. Muttley, woof, morning primates. Guess who ate all the leftover pasta late last night? Because they're a fatty fat. Love and sausages, thank you, Mutters. Always delighted to have you with us. I will keep an eye on Twitter, and if, by the way, you want to get to us on Blue Sky, I know some Blue Sky users have been grumbling in the background going, well, you never read them. I have Blue Sky on my knee. Tweet us on Blue Sky us. Sky us. Whatever you do on Blue Sky, anyway, it's right
Yes,
in front
what
of me
are
if
they
you want
called?
to.
We did think of that. Skeets or something.
Skeets.
Skies,
Are they?
skites.
There might be. Who knows?
Here's the new batsman.
Every delivery delivered by a manic fiend. That is what I want to see. Vishwa Fernando.
4 slips, a gully, a point, a mid-off to the new batsman. That's the offside.
How glorious. 4 slips. Here we go. 4 slips and a gully, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. I'm afraid, yeah.
So Wokes looking like
a
he
mid-wicket.
really... Actually, it looks like 5 slips to me. Wow. This next one's outside off and just harmlessly goes through to the keeper. Looks like 5 slips in a gully now. I think they just brought another one in.
Might have done.
I mean, the timing of that wicket was A, important for England, B, just after a break. Possibly the ball's doing a little bit more, even though the sun appears to have come out. Whatever the effects of the...
Wokesy got a ball to really jag away before the rain break, and so he's certainly doing things. You're right, 5 slips.
And this next ball bounces quite sharply outside off stump. He's certainly bowling to his field. And the batter cannot be tempted.
Yeah, squared him up
And
a
Root
little bit.
took quite a good catch there.
Yeah,
He's
low
taken
down.
it low, right down to his left. He's almost on his left knee as he's taking that catch. It was beautifully watched into the hands, and not an easy slip catch. I mean, not too difficult, but he's done well. This next ball is
beauty.
ball seaming away again, and this one he's poking at. The batter's trying to edge it to slips, but again, it goes through to the keeper. But there would have been a lot of sledging, I imagine, for that one. What do you reckon?
Well, I don't know. I mean, this appears to be one of the most good-natured games I think I've ever watched.
When they talk, they're sort of having a nice conversation, aren't they?
There's Sri
Lots of
Lankans are
smiling,
sort of
right?
happily
Yeah.
smiling away. England are smiling.
Yeah.
There's, they were very quick to congratulate Ollie Pope with the Sri Lankans.
Yeah.
Oh,
This one's way down leg side, angling across, and the keeper cannot get even a hand within a metre of it. It's gone for 4 byes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, Dhananjaya De Silva and Kamindu Mendis yesterday, just about every ball when they got beaten, just smiled and laughed, and everyone had a good joke about it. It just seems to be the friendly series I don't suppose it's going to be like that when the Ashes rolls around, but just everyone at the moment seems to be. It just we described it as a bit of end of term feel, Cat, yesterday.
Yeah. So we still have 5 slips and a gully, which is wonderful. This one's short, and Fernando's fending at this. He should have left it alone, and it's gone harmlessly into the onside, just behind square. They don't take a run, so Fernando remains on 0 at the end of that over. Rathnika's on 1, and the score is 237 for 7.
Well, Diana Patterson is just saying hi from blue sky. So there we go. Not pie in the sky, Diana in the sky, or the blue sky. Farong over on Twitter, Sunday greetings to all. Hope everyone's well. We are, Farong. Thank you so much for joining us as ever. We're reminded by a Mr. Henderson of the Jeremy shape. They're called blueies, apparently.
Oh, blueies, all right.
I thought that was like an Australian name for a marsupial. Sounds like it should be.
It's a TV show too.
Oh, is it? Bluey?
Not coppers.
Well, it sounds like it should be. What's the Bluey TV show then?
It's a cartoon dog, I think, and it's a blue heeler, and it's
Got it.
very funny, and everyone loves it. Hull is bowling to Rathnika, full Yorker length. He's driven it past mid-on, and they're getting 1 run, so that will put Fernando back on strike.
They were down to 3 slips for that first ball, a gully, a sort of a leg slip as well.
The other thing we were nattering about this morning, Kat, was Josh Hull, 6'7", size 15 feet.
Is he really 6'7"?
He's 6'7" with size 15 plates of meat.
Yeah.
But watch how much his back leg seems to crumple in the delivery stride. And it means that his actual release point is only less than 5 centimetres above his actual standing height, which seems to lose a lot of the benefit of being 6'7", which is one of the main reasons. I mean, the reasons he's in the side are, 1, pace and bounce that might be useful in Australia, but you're negating some of that by doing that. And 2, very helpful to an off spinner if you've got 15 giant canoe feet that are roughing up the bowling area for Bashir.
Bowls to Fernando, who's defending back down the pitch. He doesn't seem to have a lot of speed through the crease, does he?
They brought in a short square leg, actually, to a bit late after the last over, but anyway. 3 slips, a gully. It's the only part of the field I can see. So.
You've got to be quick. When it's there, you've just got to say it, even if you're halfway through making another point, because it'll just disappear again.
But he fended off that last ball in the last over from Wokes not very well. There's been a short leg there that has snaffled it up, so they've brought someone in.
I mean, we wondered initially about opening with Hull this morning, which is what England did. Sorry, Cat, away to you.
Here we go with Hull bowling. Back of a length, it's just turned around the corner to short square and no run. And I did love Hull's short ball in the previous over. I think that was good. I liked
that.
So that's obviously coming from a much greater height.
If somebody works with him in the England setup to heighten that release point a bit, I'm sure everyone would be happier. But we got quite excited and said, well, that's so Brendan McCullum. That's, he dropped that catch yesterday. He'd gone for a few, but taken his first Test match wicket. Toss him the ball first up this morning to show confidence in him. But having subsequently learnt that Atkinson's got a potentially quite serious problem, it might actually explain it a bit more.
This one's full. It's edged through. It's
LB,
gone onto the pads. And that one is being given out. He's LBW. Beautiful fuller delivery there from Hull. And looked like it had squirted off the edge, but in fact crashed into his pads. He's reviewed it, I imagine, and they're just sticking around waiting for the review.
I can see why we thought that was an edge. I mean, it could have been either, couldn't it? It was quite high up on the pad.
Let's hope it wasn't, because it wasn't caught.
But he doesn't get that much. What he does, he's also quite square on when he bowls. If you look. As well as a low release point, so he's got real in swing there.
Yeah, there's no inside edge.
I think that,
that's
to me,
plumb.
if that's given, that looks pretty plumb.
Yeah, he's missed it by a long way from the bat, so no ultra edge at all.
That's middle and leg, isn't it?
Yeah, to me that looks middle and leg, and even if it continues to swing, it's going to be smack into leg.
It's not outside.
I don't think it's even going to be.
No.
Yeah, splat.
I think what we can do is do that.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Well.
Decision to review it. They had to review it, I guess. They're 8 wickets down. Doesn't matter if they lose one at this point. But 8 wickets down and they're still trailing by 87. Come on, Sri Lanka. You can get a bit closer than that.
Well, you'd like to think, well, damn, what's he on now? 4, is it? 4 for Hull? I mean, wow.
1, 2, certainly 3.
Well, he could have a 5 for on his debut. Who knows? Can be done. Right. Blue sky. From now on. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Actually, that's not true, because obviously I won't ignore other things. A Mr. Just Fuck Off, who is, I believe, also goes by other pseudonyms such as Bowel Hacker and Mr. Handjob, says, calling them blueies is stupid and I will not do so. Diana Patterson, who as ever is the voice of reason, says, I did look this up. Officially, this communication is called a message. Well, that's blindingly original, but there we go.
I love that.
There we go. Right, what else? Quite a few things. Blue sky on my lap has got me thinking zippity doodah, says Chris the choir. Right. Jeremy Henderson, a.k.a. Messers. It seems almost inevitable that the England fast bowling selection criteria will require a minimum height of 6'6", wickets taken not relevant. And a few more, but I'll hold fire on them.
So Hull is bowling to the new batter. This time 3 slips and a gully and a short leg. And this one's full. Squirts out to point.
Here is Lahiru Kumara's jingle.
Test debut, aged only 19. Tons of pace when he burst on the scene. Lahiru's clocking around 93.
Real swing there, wasn't it?
Lahiru's clocking in metric 150. Lahiru Kumara.
And you could argue that's the first wicket he's sort of genuinely deserved, catchings in the deep and the like before then.
This one's turned around the corner, backward a square. They're getting a single as it goes out into the deep and is fielded out there. And I think Hull's getting his hat back and everyone's clapping. And that is 238 for 8.
Okay, right, those other messages on YouTube, I can get you to those. Matt near the Gabba says, a Bluey cricket episode is essential viewing for absolutely everyone who even has a passing interest in cricket. Okay, and there's obviously, I'm assuming you're from Brisbane, Matt, near the Gabba. Otherwise, why would you ever call yourself that? He also says, and the best part is that it is set near the Gabba.
Oh, right.
Which I presume is where Matt is.
Your presumptions are getting
he is
carried away here, Tony.
You can't pull the wool over my eyes. He does call himself Matt near the Gabba. Leah, I don't even know if they show Bluey on German TV because I don't have any children. Is that? Well, you can still watch it. You can watch children's TV without having your own children, I suspect.
Put in Bluey cricket episode into Google. I haven't seen that one either, and I need to look for it. This one's full, and it's swinging away from Rathnayaka. Swinging away from the left-hander, but straight through to the keeper. Wokes is getting some movement, I reckon, through the air here.
That's his hull.
Yeah, I mean, the difference almost from before they went off for the rain and came back in terms of the amount of movement that the ball seems to be making, so in the air particularly, not so much off the pitch but definitely in the air, is quite pronounced.
It is, isn't it?
Also an older ball, of course.
So Wokes over the wicket. This one dies a bit through the crease, wide outside the off stump to Rathnayaka, and the score remains the same, 238 for 8. I like Hull's look. He doesn't. Sometimes these cricketers, I mean, the Australian cricketers all look the same, the England cricketers all look the same. Hull has a bit of a different look about him too. He's got more of an androgynous kind of thing going on.
Well, he's only 20.
Easy to spot.
He's a young'un.
Yeah. Wokes tries to bowl short in line with leg stump. It's defended. No run.
Lives
so
on a farm.
He's only 20, is it? 20 or 21?
No, I think he's 20. He lives on a farm. His
not Clarkson's farm.
Not Clarkson's farm. No. His family created in a barn a net during COVID that he could practice in. So they converted one of their barns into a cricket practice
Into
area.
a cricket.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So there's 4 slips now. This one's a little bit fuller. Again, through to the keeper. No interest from the batter. Just
The other-
biding their time, these 2 new batters. Watchfully waiting for the ball for them to see what's happening with this swinging ball.
Atkinson has got something on his
Looks
foot there,
very
hasn't
strapped,
he?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that doesn't have the look of a man who's going to be jogging out to do anything anytime now. Whether he'll bat, I don't know, but I think England may well be a bowler down.
He may not be needed to bat or bowl. Anyway,
good
this
ball.
next ball is squaring up Rathnayaka. Comes off his edge. And there's no run again.
Well, I mean, the other really interesting little bit of interplay or sort of backstory this morning was, I think it was Bashir who bowled yesterday, and was it Mendes who slapped it, or De Silva who slapped it straight to poor old Josh Hull?
Who dropped a sitter.
And it was an absolute sitter. He dropped, admittedly, in not perfect light. And then this morning, when Hull dropped one short, the pull down to long leg, who should be underneath it? Well, obviously Bashir, and he made no mistake.
Oh, great catch.
This one, Rathnayaka's hanging his
Oh,
bat out, and
stop.
one of these offside fielders has got
no.
that on the bounce and prevented a run. That's
Yeah.
the end of Woke's over. That must have been a maiden, surely. And they trail by 87.
Right, quite right. What is it? 2:38 for 8. Okay, a lot of discussion here and there about blueies. Blueies were speed pills when I was a kid, says M. So there we go. Right, yes. Anyone in Australia can see the Bluey cricket episode on ABC iView. It is excellent. It did more to promote cricket in the USA than the ICC has ever done.
Well done, Blueies.
Well done, Bluey.
Good work. And we already have Hull coming in again to bowl this next over. He's keen. 3 slips in a gully, short leg, and he bowls short. And Kamara ducks underneath it. Kamara's still on the blob. He's faced 3 deliveries on 0. And we found out that Root's catch, his catch at slip, has just pushed him up to 3rd on the all-time list of catches. He's just ahead of Callis now.
Yeah, so I think he's England's leading catch taker. I wonder who else is in those.
Who's
Well, I'm gonna-
one and two then?
I shall be looking at those
Let
right
me look
now.
at the others. So we have Dravid in the first place.
Mr. Gooch is
Jai
in the
Wardener in second place.
So
and
Jai-
Root in 3rd place.
Root 3rd, Jaya Warden 2nd, and Callis 1st. Is that what?
No, he was just past
Dravid,
Callis.
Dravid, Jai Wardener, Root,
Ah.
and then Callis.
Got it,
And then
okay.
Ponting. And then Steve Smith. So the left-hander faces up. He has a think about whether he's going to poke that into the offside. He doesn't put his bat anywhere near it. And they smile and laugh and have a little jolly time of it out there in the middle.
There's been a lot of that going on, isn't there?
Well, there has. And it's nice. I'm enjoying
I'm
it.
quite
It's
enjoying
good.
it,
But as I say, I don't think you'd expect this in every test series.
I mean, the Oval is basked in sunshine now. Everyone's putting their hands out, got sunglasses on.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
you could changeable.
Yes, I'm looking at actually it's sun shining outside here. So South London Bay.
There's been a fair bit of discussion about how many of these Sri Lankans are going to be retiring in the near future. I think there's a few of them. Anyway, it's Kamara facing up to Hull. It's full. This time he has a poke at it with a straight bat. Doesn't edge it through. Goes to the keeper.
Didn't quite carry though either, did it? So
Well, he didn't get any
Died
lift.
in the
He
pitch.
absolutely died, and
Yeah.
84 miles an
Bounced
hour.
on the way
so
through, I think.
Did,
Yeah.
lively
yeah.
enough. So he's got that in-swinger working beautifully. Well, I suppose you could argue it's an away swinger to a left-hander.
To a
but-
lefty,
yeah, but
yes.
an in-swinger to a right-hander.
Yeah.
He less confident with the one the other way, but I suspect that is because he does get quite square
Although
on
it
in his
got in the
delivery
wicket,
stride.
though, the other one.
It did. It did.
So you think he's going to edge it? Is that what's going to happen here? Kamara's faced 5 deliveries. There's a million slips and gullies in place. This one, though, goes down leg. And he just fends at it foolishly. He probably should have let it go. And it just drops at his feet. So no run taken yet by Kamara.
A fair lack of footwork there, wasn't it, by Kamara? He was absolutely
Yeah.
sort of rooted to the spot, trying to get out of the way and couldn't. So.
He's not looking super confident, but I guess that's
No.
what happens when you're a tail ender or middle to late water.
number
Rathnaika,
10.
Quite
remember?
into the tail, right?
Yeah, well, Rathnaika, remember, has made plenty of runs this series and held up England for a long time at Lords.
So now we have a
Short.
leg slip, it's almost a fly leg slip and a short leg. So they think Kamara's going to send one popping into the leg side. This is full leg stump. It's gone into the air. And it's been dropped out there at backwards square.
What a drop.
Oh my goodness. Who's that who's dropped it?
Stone.
It's Ollie Stone. And he went with fingers up to a ball probably he shouldn't have done because it had dropped quite dramatically. So he was going fingers up at knee height basically, and that is really
Do we have a
not
drop
easy
catch
to do.
jingle?
Yeah, we've got
Loads.
a plethora of them.
It was wonderful bowling actually from Hull. I don't know if it was an accident. I presume it was. You don't always bowl a full toss on leg. We're just seeing a replay now of the catch. It was fingers up. He probably had the sun in his eyes. Give him the benefit of the doubt. He had a lot of space in between his fingers, but he'll be given catching practice for the next few weeks, I imagine. This one's short and it's guided out past point. This is going all the way out to the boundary, and that's 4 runs to Rathnaika.
Ollie Stone looking at his injured finger.
You mean the
You're not
not
going to get any
really injured
sympathy.
finger?
Yeah, precisely.
You
He
gotta
just
blame
here
someone.
now
Yeah,
it dies on him, and that just seemed he got. I mean, that
The
was
fingers
such an
should-
awful angle to try and take a catch like that. Were it above his head or coming
Yeah,
head height,
absolutely.
absolutely. But look, he thinks it's coming head height, then all of a sudden he has
Actually,
to drop him about.
He never really got
half a
his hands on
foot.
it. It went straight
No.
through, didn't it?
It was a mess of an attempted catch, alas. Might make Josh Hull feel a bit better. Can have-
Probably not off his
Yeah.
own bowling. I
He
don't
might
think.
he might be able to at least say, well, at least when I did it, it was practically darkness, whereas Ollie Stone hasn't got quite the same excuse.
Talking of whom,
He's going to have a bowl. So Ollie Stone has figures of 2 for 28. He's had 5 overs so far.
and here's his jingle.
Great jingle there. Kamara has a very open stance. He faces the first ball from Ollie Stone, 4 slips and a gully, and just defends it away. The score, we're trailing, Sri Lanka are trailing by 82.
It gets worse and worse watching that replay drop catch, doesn't it?
there's a right old mess of it.
That's right. The
Everyone
host
holding their
broadcaster,
head in the back.
loads of replays of that terrible drop. Anyway, Stone bowls a Yorker length ball defended competently by Kamara, who's on 1. Rathnaika's on 6, and the score is 243 for 8.
72 he made at Old Trafford, didn't he, Milan Rathnaika, not at Lords. He made 72 and then 10, if I remember. Lords, what did he do with about 19 and 43? So he's got a
some
70
runs,
and a
yeah.
40 something
Yeah, he's got some runs.
in two innings out of 4. So he can certainly bat, and they're going to need him to really, because they'll want that. If they can, if they can get the lead to under 50, you'd say that's not quite even, but close as.
Evener.
Close as.
Got a very wide mid off and a wide mid on, 4 slips and a leg slip. Open stance. This ball is guided almost into the hands of 4th slips. I think it just bounced in front of him.
Yeah, it bounced there. Says his mate, tapping it with his toe.
Yeah. Saying, look at my dirty pants. I went down on my knees.
Look at my dirty pants.
Well, yeah.
He's got mud all over
Oh,
his
the
trousers.
trousers is what we'd say. But
She's
yeah,
got Kate
yeah.
Cat's gone all sort of American on us.
That's- yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Cricket pants, cricket trousers. I don't think we call them cricket trousers in Australia. This next ball a little bit shorter, and Kamara just sways away harmlessly from it. Although it was at 135 kilometres an hour, whatever that is in miles.
80ish.
Seemed to have plenty of time to sway away, so I guess he's seeing them well, Kamara. Maybe he'll start hitting them in a minute. He's faced 11 deliveries.
He was the one who was dropped,
least-
wasn't he, by Stone? Kamara.
Yeah, at least he's off the mark. Now Stone has a chance to get his own back. And he just bowls back of a length, turned into inside, no run.
He's not
There
giving
must
out
be
any.
loads of holes in the outfield here, lots of potential if Kamara could just get it out of the way of those slips.
Kamara's not looking very confident, is he? So he's sort of stepping away to leg almost every single ball.
He has plenty batting-wise to be not particularly confident about.
Stone is certainly peppering the stumps, though, isn't he? He's bowled well. Come on, Ollie, get a wicket.
And those slips are all pretty nervous. They're all expecting a catch at this point. Again, very open stance from Kamara. He pushes a ball to the short mid-off, and end of Stone's over. The score remains 243.
We are due a little shuffle around. I'm just going to quickly say hello to Milford Pie, who says, morning from a sunnier Future Ventura, enjoying the dulcet tones of Cat this morning. Well, so are we. The dulcet tones of Cat are going to move on to summarising. Steve's going to take over on ball by ball, and Hendo should be joining us to take over your social messages.
Well, they just showed us 3 replays of all the horrible drops, actually, including holes from last night, a Sri Lankan drop from the England innings. So the quality of fielding hasn't really been quite test standard, I don't think. Are you doing socials, Kat, did he say?
It's not. I'm not on the socials.
You're on
I'm
summarising,
pretty
okay.
incompetent at socials.
Oh,
It's
right.
someone else. I think it was Hendo. Wasn't it?
Hendo's coming in, so he hasn't arrived yet. So
So
anyway,
send all your messages in as fast as possible.
so Hull is going to continue getting into his 11th over, 3 wickets so far. This is a good ball aimed at off stump. Rathnayake just pads it back into the offside. No run. 243.
We're just
for
seeing
8.
some vision in the stands of someone sitting in the second row, a partnership, a woman and a man, 2 tiny babies. I think they brought their newborn twins to the cricket. So full credit to
Well
that
done.
couple.
Good way to start them off.
Amazing.
Yeah, Ollie Stone is having a bit of plaster put around the finger. He obviously injured in dropping the catch.
And then they made him bold.
Yeah,
I totally
Rathnayake
approve.
has moved to 6 off 14. Hull is in again. Rathnayake tries to get this away over the wicketkeeper's head. It actually bounced over anyway. Has gone to the boundary for one of these.
Now my engine's going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, we just watched the replay and he didn't get a touch on that, so that's gone for byes. And I think also the umpire has signalled that's 2 for the over. So yeah, he just got a fingertip to it, did Smith. But it ended up going all the way to the sponge. Hendo has now joined us, I'm pleased to say. He'll be taking over on socials for us.
I will do. I'm just going to spray my mic.
Keep that COVID away, hey Hendo.
Disinfecting the mic, huh?
This one is slapped away by Rathnayake and it's out through cover. Bashir comes in from the boundary, restricts them just to the 1. The England lead is down to 77. 2 more wickets to secure the first innings lead. A few more.
So yeah, Rathnayake is really chasing these shorter balls. He's trying to play the ball on the up. It's a very dangerous stroke. He should be just leaving them well alone. But I guess Hull has clocked him, and I think Hull's going to get his measure in a minute.
Keep saying it, Cat, it'll happen. He's in. Left arm over. This one swerves away from the left-handed Kamara. He sort of angles the bat at it. Doesn't get contact on it. It goes through to Smith behind the stumps. Another dot ball. He's working up a bit of speed, this boy, isn't he?
Yeah, I think.
And I love his variation. It's fantastic. That was a beautiful Yorker length delivery. And Kamara played it, 5 minutes after it had gone past the stumps. Very late.
He's certainly got it to swing, hasn't he? And he's got a little bit of bounce today as well.
Yeah, the variation's fabulous. He's just mixing it up completely.
I think what they call he's in his rhythm. He's in again. Again, this one is actually not such a good ball. It's fairly wide of off stump, and Kamara just hangs the bat out, doesn't really play at it. Dot ball. Yeah, Hull, 3 for
Gorgeous.
53.
Aggressive field as well. It's brilliant. They're just bringing all of the fielders in. There's someone under the lid at a sort of silly square, short square.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried. I mean, on the basis that we're down to 3 seamers because Atkinson's got this injury, not to over bowl Hull here, even if that means getting
We'll
some
lose another
spin
one.
out there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's in again. Oh, this is a full banger, which he's got a bat on. He's poked it away to mid-on, and the fielder has just jogged around. The batsman decided not to bother with the run. I think there was plenty of chance to get one, but they didn't go for it. Rathnayake obviously wanted to keep the strike. So 248 for 8. The lead is still 77. Any socials?
I'm not 100% sure whether these have been read already.
We'll tell you if they have.
Milford Pie, B Sky Social, says morning from a sunny Fuerteventura. Have we had that one?
No, we haven't.
He or she says enjoying the dulcet tones of Cat this morning. Aren't we all? On YouTube, Chris Walker says sat on the beach in the Maldives. Have we had that one?
No.
People around the world. The Maldives, Fuerteventura. You lucky bastards. With a very unhappy wife who isn't giving me a hard time for tuning in because her cricket nuts brother is with us. Could life get any better? Not sure about that. And Chris the Choir says, hope they haven't had to pay 145 quid for those twins. Reminds me of the W.G. Grace story. Twins call me when their temperatures reach.
Oh, look, I hope the babies get in for free.
I missed that discussion.
Ollie Stone is in to bowl to Rathnayake, and a couple of the inside edge ends up at sort of short mid-on, and actually Hull's now walking around bending and stretching his muscles. A bit ominous. Now he's actually signing things. That's okay.
He might injure his wrist.
Yes. And it's his left wrist. We don't want that.
No, we don't want that. We don't want that. Absolutely, you've got to wrap them in. I think you've got to wrap all fast bowlers in England in cotton wool till next November, and then bring them out of storage.
Stone in again this fall, outside off stump. Rathmark has a flash at it. It just misses the edge, goes through to Smith behind the stumps.
So what's the story about twins? I missed that.
There's Cat picked up on the fact that there are twins sitting in the. A couple have brought their two babies.
A couple there with what must have been almost newborn babies.
Oh.
Two people sitting next to each other, 2 little babies. So I presume newborn twins. Imagine being confident enough to come to the cricket with newborn twins.
Well,
massive credit to that. It will get more expensive as they get older.
Oh, that's gone right up in the air and has dropped before Smith got to it. So that was a good ball. It's right on his hip from Stone, and Rathnayake didn't really know what to do with that.
Yeah, that was.
Do you reckon it's given him a cherry on his hip? I think it might have hit him, did it?
I think. I was wondering whether there was glove involved.
Oh, no, it was on his arm guard.
Arm guard,
yeah. That really cramped him for room, didn't it?
I think Stone said, "Are you all right?" And he said, "Yes."
Yeah,
right. An Aussie wouldn't have said that.
Yes, it's probably true.
Yeah.
A full start from
I'm sure
Stone.
Pat Cummins would have asked him.
Yeah.
We've got one nice bowler.
Good
Maybe we've got more than one. Who knows?
Good cricketer Cummins, isn't he?
Tremendous. Yeah. One of the best.
Stone is in again. And that one's flown up at him and is jagged away off the outside edge of the bat. Third slit's jogged round. Ball's going nowhere near a fielder, unfortunately, but there's a bit
No, it's kind of bounced in front of a 5th slip or gully. Well, not quite to gully, but, if we had 1,000 slips in, it still would have bounced in front of them, I think.
Yes.
But only by luck, not by design from the batter there.
Yeah, it's come off the gloves. That's why it didn't carry as fast as I thought it would do. So it's a good ball from Stone. He's got Rathnayake all over the place here.
He certainly wants to make up for that drop. I think it's a great idea. After anyone who drops the ball should immediately bowl an over or 2.
It's been a good morning. I've enjoyed this.
Well, it's been way more exciting than yesterday.
Yesterday,
but you slept through most of it.
Well, I did. Yeah.
I heard, so.
Yeah, but it was a weird day.
Yes.
Very weird.
Stone in, outside off, and he has another slash at it, and again misses it. And that is the. No, he has touched it. I
he's got it?
apologise. He's got an edge to it.
He has.
There was no appeal, no shouting, but he's definitely making the long walk back to the pavilion. Here we go.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
A very thin edge indeed. No one really picked up on that. It must have been so obvious though, because as you said, there wasn't really much of an appeal.
Joe Root just smiled.
Poor camera work. We are reliant on the cameraman, but the camera operator did not show us the bowler appealing and celebrating. It didn't show us anyone else as well. So that's why it looked like he'd missed it.
Absolutely. Muttley Von Erich says, so would twins be a brace of babies? I suppose it would. Linux Leah says, listening to the gorillas, enjoying a nice glass of kimchi juice. This is the life. What is kimchi juice?
And where are you?
And in stark contrast to those listening to us in Fuerteventura and the Maldives, Jay Grover says, I'm sat in my parents' tiny spare room, surrounded by stair rods of rain in darkest Sheffield. Thou can shove thy bloody Jesse Maldives. Baby freeloaders, says Pokey Bumfinger, are a big problem at the Oval. They don't spend money in the bar. They expect their food mashed up, and they don't catch it on the boundary. Absolutely, I'm against all babies at sporting events.
She's probably breastfeeding them, not mashed up food yet.
Blimey, do you? I mean, I haven't got kids, so I've never had this sort of thing to think about. But I'm amazed at how young that babies are when people take them to sporting events. I find it quite. I mean, as if it's not hard enough.
I took a baby to a sporting event, but I'll tell you the story in one of the breaks.
Okay.
We're just about ready, I think, for the new batter to be completely bowled by someone at this point. The new batter's nearly ready to.
Well, here's his jingle
line
anyway.
It won't be long.
And that includes a seatham. And everybody's in cricket. It doesn't matter who you are. There are stars in every city, in every house, in every street.
That was the new batsman standing away from the ball from Stone, and the end of the over, 2:48 for 9, still trailed by 77. England need just the one more wicket. Socials?
Cat Martin, another cat, says babies do tend to be young. Yep. And Linux Lear says kimchi juice is the liquid that comes when you squeeze freshly made kimchi after about the first day of fermentation. I have to say, I don't really know what kimchi is. Do you?
No, I've got no
idea.
I presume it's a fruit.
Oh, kimchi is a special kind of pickles that's sort of a Korean mixture. It's very hot. And it's also, the juice is almost like vinegar, so I cannot believe. I guess, that kind of vinegary kind of drink is very healthy, so maybe it's in fashion to drink that kind of thing, but I don't think I would like it. It tastes like vinegar, surely. Tell us what it tastes like. Is it like chili?
Acquired taste, it sounds to me. Change of bowling, interestingly enough.
Which I wasn't expecting, I must admit. If I could find him on here, I would play the jingle.
You got to find Shoaib Bashir. You got him?
No, not yet.
He's there somewhere.
He is, because I've heard the jingle.
It's amazing how you can't find the jingle you want,
isn't it? It would probably help if I put my glasses on. I'll do that.
That might have something to do with it.
I was trying not to.
Well, while you do that, I'll do the ball while you're waiting. It's Kumara. He's been out there for 16 balls. He's got 1, and he slashes at this one. It did turn, but I presume he's going to take a single here as it goes out to deep point.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
Thank you for covering, Hendo.
That's all right. It's an absolute pleasure.
So Bashir's first ball has been smacked away. It did go for a single because they've reduced the arrears by 1 to 76. Fernando into face, not off the one ball he's faced. Comes forward, jabs it away onto the leg side. The man at very, very stupid square leg fields. No chance of a wicket though.
And we've got a leg slip in as well.
Bashir. He goes for the rather awkward sweep. It wasn't really that sweepable, I don't think. Hits his pad. I think it was going down, so no great appeal and no decision to look anywhere else.
Doesn't look like sweeping is his thing. Maybe nothing is his thing.
No. This is floated up. Right. Batsman plays right over the top of it. Ball hits Smith, balloons up. And I think Dan Lawrence ends up fielding it. He's the man at under the lid.
There's a ridiculous half appeal there as well, wasn't there, for a catch?
Bashir in again. Oh, this is down the leg side. Not a very good ball. Nicely taken by Smith. About a yard wide of the leg stump. Yeah, there was a bit of turn there, but the ball was short. Ball was not on the right line. Not really
and I think if I was
effective.
Bashir, I'd be trying to tempt him to sweep again because he clearly can't do it. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball with that attempt.
That's a much better ball. That's walloped into his thigh. I don't think it was going to hit the stumps. No appeal. That is the end of Bashir's 10th over. 0 for 30. Sri Lanka 249 for 9.
Tweets, well, not tweets, more YouTube contributions. Jay Grover, shock news. Hendo, amazed at how young babies are. I don't think I said that. I'm amazed at how young babies are when they're taken to cricket. Yeah, babies are less trouble, says Messi Jez, at sporting events when they are less than 2 months old. They're going to keep you awake anyway, so you might as well be at the cricket. That said, how many games of cricket are played during the night when they keep people awake? Kimchi doesn't stop fermenting and can explode, says Cat Martin, and the source for that is their kitchen. It doesn't taste vinegary, it tastes like cabbage, rather sweet and hot from the chilies, says Linux Lear. And there's a lot of talk about kimchi. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Stone that commence his 8th over. This one's outside off stump, and Kamara sort of watches it go past, doesn't try to play it. Dot ball.
I think that deliberate leave was Kamara trying to teach Fernando what to do with the ball. I'm not convinced Fernando will know if it's a ball to leave or a ball to hit, but he hasn't made contact once, and Fernando's just glorious. I want him back on strike because he looks fabulous. It's fun to watch.
They do have a genuinely 3 number 11s, it seems to me.
Stone in again. This one's much more at the stumps, and Fernando takes a swipe, hits it back towards Stone. Didn't middle it in any sort of way, shape or form, and the ball jags away to the cover, the mid-wicket area, and it's fielded. No run. You're going to carry on, Hendo?
I will. Chris Quire says, my wife made kimchi once. Stinks the fridge out. One can go off it far quicker than it goes off. And Cat Martin says, true Linux Lear, it's a key ingredient in martini, what I invented. Gin, Pernod, lemon juice and kimchi juice.
Oh, right. Stone in again, outside off stump. There's a waft at this one. I'm just waiting. No, he didn't touch this one. Smith did gather it quite down by his toes, but Lawrence has wandered away from short leg, and I presume for a conversation.
Muttley
it does
says,
feel like these two batters are not quite competent enough to edge it through to anybody.
It is that. Yeah, they're miles away from it, aren't they?
But their airstrokes are fantastic.
Yeah, they're definitely playing down the Elizabethan, aren't they?
They're getting lots of experience anyway. They've faced a few deliveries between them.
He's actually hit this, and Lawrence jogs away from square leg to field. I think they've taken a run. Yes, they have. All very exciting as the scoreboard ticks over, and that is the 250 for Sri Lanka. 9 wickets down. Watching a replay because he hit it, I think. Yeah.
Actually, it's quite impressive from side on because he does take a deep step back into the towards his stumps, which is what a lot of really good batsmen do. And then he saw rather shanked a pull into the onside, didn't he?
It went agricultural after that, but the first step was good.
Absolutely, absolutely.
A proper batsman that would have gone like a tracer bullet to the boundary instead of just dribbled
Exciting
to
now,
mid-wicket.
Fernando's on strike.
Oh yes. Stone is in, steps away, the ball goes over middle stump, and he flaps the bat at it, does Fernando, but doesn't get a touch on it.
Fernando bats a bit like me. I'm a definite tail ender when I number 11. I don't think there's any point Fernando even having a bat out there.
We just get down on his knees and head it.
I think he'd be safer. I think he'd be less dangerous.
He'd go
without
through
the
an
bat.
awful lot of helmets, though, wouldn't he?
He would go through a lot of helmets, yeah. And just think how long it would take. We'd be here till 9 o'clock tonight.
Stone runs in past the umpire. Oh, takes a.
Oh!
He's actually connected this one. Hit it straight back over Stone's head. And very surprisingly, I've got to do this.
The thing is, Kat, do you often play that sort of shot?
Is that your trademark,
I've
Kat?
never connected with a cricket. Never connected with a cricket ball apart from to edge it.
Oh,
So
really?
That one was just glorious. A beautiful, again, very agricultural shot. 3 or 4 steps, made very good contact, and over the top of Long Off's head.
Yeah, and Stone followed him as he stepped away to leg.
But it was still a
He
great
just
shot, wasn't it?
Swung the bat through the line.
That really annoys me. Tailenders can be so bad, and then they can play a shot like that, which I could never play.
So will Bashir be continuing? Yes. So
Well, all these runs are useful for Sri Lanka, aren't they? If they, anything they can eke out here, I mean, it's been a disappointing morning for them because they would have hoped to get close to parity with England, and they're still trailing by 71.
long conversations going on in the field. Fernando's
It looks
moved
like
on
the
to 4.
scoreboard hasn't ticked over. Scoreboard ticked over.
Yeah, 254. Yeah,
Fernando's
yeah.
gone from
yeah.
0 to 4.
Yeah.
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 Off
Yep.
the mark with a glorious drive back over the bowler's head. You should try it, Kat, next time you play.
Yeah.
So Bashir is in, bowling round the wicket. This is a very full, tossed up, almost Yorks Kumara. He tries to play it away on the leg side, misses it. Smith ambles round from behind the stumps to field it about 2 yards in front of him.
And I'm very pleased I'm not on my ball for this. These balls are almost impossible to describe doing impossible things.
He's in again. Gain loops this one, and Gain swish from Kumara. There's no elegance in these strokes, is there?
But England have
Lots of
got
shoulder power.
England have gone much more on the defensive.
Yes.
Or, you know, suddenly
Yeah.
they're
There's only one slipping at the
yeah,
moment.
yeah.
A sort of a close-in fine leg. He floats this one up, chops this away. Fielder behind point dives and stops it. Who's that?
Brook. Yeah.
Restricts them to the one. They're only trailing by 70. Watching the replay, it was well floated up. It was a good shot.
Yeah, I think they've kind of
played it late.
I think they've got the idea that these two are not going to generally play shots like that. They're going to more likely heave it into the outfield, and so they've got catchers away from the bat as opposed to close to the bat.
So Fernando on strike. Bashir is in. He goes for the reverse sweep, and not surprisingly, completely misses it. The ball rattles into his pads, but again, there's no appeal. I think that was sort of over the top, and I'm not sure it was going down, but anyway.
He's renewed.
I love it. He cannot hit a single stroke, and that's another one he can't do.
Bashir is in again. He repeats the process again. I think actually he might have got a bottom edge on that one.
I love this. Fernando is just batting like an absolute star. If you can get to a screen, you need to watch this.
The ball actually ended up being fielded by the slip, and the ball had dribbled to him to get there. So
Another reverse.
Yes.
Come on, Fernando.
Go on. It dances down the track. He gets hit this one up and over. Oh! And it's almost gone for 6. It pulls up. Duckett has pulled it up within the sponge. I suspect they've gone through for 2 there. But
Yes.
Yeah, well, this is proper tail end cricket,
Yeah,
isn't
it
it?
is, isn't
It's a guy who can't
it's
really
glorious.
bat, but he's playing some shots anyway.
Messages anyway.
Yes, some messages getting a little bit, well, not that far behind. An interesting question that maybe we could consider throughout the day. Who would win between an all-time England and Sri Lanka 11? I think that's an interesting question because Sri
Lanka's
Lanka
great.
have had some brilliant players over
Sangakkara
the years. It might depend where you played. You know, if you obviously
Sri Lanka are definitely winning at home.
yeah. Well, also Muralitharan. You get Muralitharan, you got Malinga, and then you've got the batting-
Malinga the Slinger.
Malinga the Slinger. Then you've got the
I
great
reckon my money's
batsman.
on Sri Lanka.
Yeah, do you know?
In Sri Lanka, I would do. Yeah.
I think.
Anyway, Stone is continuing, and he's bowling to Kumara, who pads this away, and Pope in the gully fields it. Again, it falls short. I'll give Kamara the respect it deserved. I think he played that down.
Yeah, he did. It wasn't that far short, though, I don't
No.
think, of... he's opened the face a little bit,
Yeah.
hasn't he? Ooh, it's only just
that's
short.
only inches short of...
Yeah.
On the bounce into his hands.
We're not quite in the territory where this is frustrating yet for England because there's a chance every second ball.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
It's just fun for everyone, I think.
Absolutely. Oh, hang on.
Oh, no, they're going to look at
Watching
it.
reviewed.
I don't think it did. I thought it bounced. So, and Pope, I would have thought, would have appealed.
That's very strange if he's actually still... If he's claiming that. Surely not.
No, I don't think he is. No.
No, I think
I
the
don't-
umpires almost went upstairs
I
and
don't
Pope
think
go,
they've
nah,
just-
nah,
no,
bounced
yeah.
in front of me.
Well,
They're
right, because they signalled the screen, didn't they? They did the...
Oh, no, they
I
are
think it was
doing
an
it.
umpire signal and Pope's gone, don't bother, mate,
Don't
it
bother.
bounced.
I mean, if
That's not a very good
if a
angle.
fielder doesn't claim it or
No.
isn't sure, then to my mind, that's not out.
There's
End of
nothing. There's
story.
nothing there to change the decision, is
No.
there? I don't think. This is the better angle.
No,
Yeah, bounced.
definitely
Yeah,
not.
Yeah.
Clearly grassed. It might have even bounced 2 or 3 times.
No, only
As it
once,
went into his
Cat.
hands.
Only once.
That's
All right,
that's daft, isn't
That's
it? That's
just
daft.
That's just dotting I's and crossing T's. there,
That's
isn't it?
really weird that they would appeal that.
Yes.
But there
in
you go.
a minute we're going to go off for bad light if we're not careful.
He's got the light meter around his. Either that or his number counter.
Oh, now we're waiting to
For the
be
not
told that
out.
it's not out. Oh, God's sake.
Come on, boys.
I'm surprised Stone hadn't wound up and started to bowl before that came up.
He's off now. Pass the umpire, and this is a short one, which Kamara that plays quite nicely. Actually, just ducks underneath it, goes through to Smith behind the stumps.
So for the first time in about 5 overs, Kamara looked like a batter there. He ducked underneath it.
I think he's got his feet moving at long last. It's taken him 20 odd balls to do it, but he's.
Well, I mean, part of it is about survival. If you're just trying to eke out a few more runs, and time is not a problem to anyone here, really.
Well,
bat as long
the
as you
weather
can.
might change.
Oh,
that, but
well, I suppose that's potentially.
Stone in, and he plays this down the leg side and follows Kamara, who's taken a big step to the left, and he somehow or other got some part of the bat or his glove or something on it, and the ball's just dribbled into the leg side. The fielders come round. They've taken a run. Obviously didn't. Yeah.
No, they did.
Kamara's got 5.
Yeah,
They have credit. He did. As I thought, some part of the bat or glove actually was involved there, but rather than his chest.
I should say that we've got 13 minutes to get on the GPL till 1 o'clock. Predict how many runs you think will be scored in the day. Pay us £1 and get 141 quid plus however many people take part in the competition today. Go to the website gorillacricket.com, follow competitions.
So no one guessed 315 yesterday now.
I think Messi missed out by 2 runs.
Oh, really? Bad luck, Messi. Again, he steps away to leg, and Stone again follows the batsman, and there's a shot in the stumps. It's all going on. The result of it is that Fernando has moved on to 6. The score's moved on to 259 for 9, and they trail by 66.
Cat Martin's...
These 2 batters could be hitting for double figures here.
Each, yeah.
Well, that would be fun. I mean, I'd like... I'm enjoying this. I'm all for Sri Lanka getting another 20-25 runs here. It'd be a good watch, as they say.
Stone sets off. This one, did he touch
The
it?
shoulder, I think.
I don't think got anything on
there
that,
was
to
a
be honest.
deflection, I thought, but are they going to review?
I think they might do.
They're going to review this, I think.
It hit something. We're
It
not
hit
sure
something,
if it was a
yeah.
glove or a forearm or
Yeah,
a
they
shoulder.
are
I thought it was
reviewing,
a
yeah,
shoulder, but they've
yeah.
reviewed it.
There was
They just will
definite
review it. They
deflection
got
as it went
3.
past him. Hendo thought it sort of glanced his substantial stomach, but here we go.
What are they saving their reviews for? They may as well review.
I've got to say, if they
every
got 3, there's no point not.
No, indeed, makes sense. I'll do some.
Yeah.
I'll do some.
Oh, here we go.
Oh wait, hang on. Let's have another look.
So, Stone bowls. Good length.
No, shoulder.
Oh, shoulder.
Yeah.
Shoulder.
Well through the shot.
And well underneath it, in fact. As
Yeah.
well. Ultra edge, just to confirm, absolutely flat as a pancake until it hits his shoulder. Yeah, okay, let's carry on. Hendo?
Oh, messages. I'm enjoying the fact that during this 9-4 we're entering the food realm, reminiscent of Brian Johnson receiving a chocolate cake from Ethel Blissmere of Stroud. I wonder if there really is an Ethel Bliss Morris Stroud. It would be great
Well,
if she
probably
could get
was.
in
I don't
touch.
think she is.
Not too many Ethels around
No.
these days.
Stone in this one. He guides that. Well, no, he didn't. He got underneath it. I thought he'd flick that, but it went straight to the wicketkeeper. He's trying all sorts of things here, but not succeeding. End of the over.
Chris Quire says this is in reference to a Sri Lankan all-time 11 against an England all-time 11. Depends where in Sri Lanka. On some grounds, there no one wins. See 952 for 6. That, of course, was when India
See
were
you, Kat.
visiting. Kate Eleanor says my 6-4 bet for Sri Lanka for 256 has come in on an outside chance, to be honest, but we've gone past that now, so it's a little bit past it. I don't fancy Kimchi, says Muttley. The sauce or sauces a failed attempt at a joke. Yeah, we have a lot of failed attempts at jokes in guerrilla cricket. I'm happy to share a super chat as thanks. Is Kat able to read from a book? I don't know what. I don't quite understand that. What would your combined all-time England 11 be? Goodness me, we'll have to have a sit down and think about that. That's another question.
We'll have to wait for the next rain delay before we can work that one out. But if someone wants me to read something, it'll have to be quick because I think I'm supposed to go off. But let me know what you want to read, and I can always come back on and do that.
Am I still on, by the way, chaps, or not?
No, Hendo, you will be back on. I'll let you know right now. You'll be back on at 1:20. Fantastic. Steve's lost
Having
something.
a change?
We are, Kat. Thank you very much. I think, given time differences, you are given time off for good behaviour for today.
I'm off.
And
but
very
if
good
someone wants
behaviour
to,
it was.
If someone's going to pay you money for me to read something, I'll stick around for a minute. So you've got
Yes.
a little bit. I'll stick around for 10 minutes or so.
Well,
and just
okay.
call me.
Messrs, we will shout for
Back
you.
if you need
Messrs
me.
can find that message, and yeah, we will get you to do whatever is required in just a moment. Right, well then, it's been a funny old morning again, hasn't it? All sorts of crazy stuff going on. 211.
Sorry, do you want me or do you not want me, Tony?
Well, no, I think we still want you, Messrs.
Okay.
We always want you, Messrs.
You are still very much on social, but Kat will be sitting, waiting in the background because there is a message pertaining to a super chat if she reads something from a book, and Hendo seemed all a bit confused. So we will call Kat back to do her Jackanory session if it is required to make us money, basically. I think I've explained that as best as I possibly can.
Round window, is it?
That was Play School, but yes,
Yeah.
right era, wrong show. But I know what you mean. Where were we? We're 211 for 5 at the start of play, weren't we?
Yeah, we're about 260 for 9.
So things
259 for 9.
It is 259 for 9 I've got here, but that might be out of date.
No, we are not having any play at
Yes.
the moment. They're having drinks and they're just about to restart.
Well, other news. Well, we're going to be watching Shoaib Bashir, who has a leg slip, and of course a forward short leg, which I suspect is Dan Lawrence. That's launched meatily, mightily, massively. I think all the way over long on. 5'8" giant Ben Duckett has skipped over the rope, but it bounced before it got to the rope and will be 4 runs. Very dark cloud looming next to the gas holder. Reverse sweep up in the air, taken. Bashir has his man. Fernando's reviewing. Now that looked to me, and indeed to all of us, as though it was
off the glove or the back of the bat.
Glove, as you rightly say. We think Sri Lanka should be all out after trailing by 62 for 263.
When you got a review left and it's the last
well,
wicket,
it is
go
your
for it.
I think it might well be a question of as simple as that. Who knows? There might be some miracle. Let's have a look. Third umpire is Paul Rifle. It was a reverse sweep. Actually, no, it's the shoulder. I don't think there is any bat, and I think we will have to move on. It popped up. Jamie Smith said thank you very much, but I don't think that is going to be out. And is that our old friend Joel? I suspect it is.
It's Paul Rifle. You said Paul Rifle.
Oh no, but it was Joel who gave it out. Paul Rifle, yeah, it was Joel. who is waiting.
It just hit the inside of the forearm.
Well, it's hit the
first.
ground, which
Yeah,
is
he
a big
hits-
sound. Now, what's it hit there?
Oh, it's hit glove. It has hit the glove. Look at that. As it
Yeah.
grazes the glove. So there was a grazing along the ground. Joel, I'm gonna have to apologise to you. You were absolutely right. Look at that. He's got a big, impish little grin on his happy little face. Joel Wilson.
Told you.
Joel Wilson's going, "Don't you ever doubt me." And he's got it is
Oh, yeah.
done and dusted. It is getting a little dark there, by the way.
Yeah.
263, Sri Lanka all out. Messers, before we do that, can you very quickly locate the message that wanted Kat to do her Jackanory, and then we'll go to the roundup.
Kate Eleanor has sent us £2. Says, "Thank you, Kat. Any book, thank you." So, Kat, if you would like to pick a book of your choice and give us a brief reading from it, everybody will be happy, and maybe we'll get some more.
If you can pop back on and do that, Kat, there she is.
I'm just going to go off and get one of Dan's books, and then I'll come back.
Good idea.
All right,
yes.
okay.
Well, sadly, Josh Hull doesn't get a 5-4 on debut, but he did bowl very well this morning.
Yeah, he did bowl much, much better. What I did notice, Jace, was he was getting a lot of in-swing.
Yeah.
He got one to move away, but predominantly quite square on, low release point, too low a release point for someone who's 6'7", but that's another story. But he was getting quite a lot of in-swing, and he's getting a lot of... I think that's Freddie Flintoff, who's just smacked him on the arse as he got up into the dressing room, and England's new Lions coach celebrates a fine performance from the young man by a smack on the bum.
Yeah, well.
Right. Well, we better take you through then while we wait for Kat to reappear for her book reading. What we can tell you is that in the end, Sri Lanka were all out for 263, so a lead for England of 62 runs. They have lost the two players who possibly could have steered them to anything like a competitive score. They were on a partnership of 115 overnight.
Yep.
Dananjaya de Silva.
They both got 50 by the time
Yeah.
we had stumps yesterday.
They did. Dananjaya de Silva was caught by Shoaib Bashir off Hull for 69. A pull down to deep fine leg, and Shoaib Bashir judged it beautifully, unlike Josh Hull had done yesterday.
Well, you say beautifully, no.
Well, he
Gary
caught it.
Naylor in the ground thought he'd never had a chance of missing it. We weren't so sure in the green room.
Well, Kamindu Mendis, who's been full of runs for Sri Lanka generally and has been doing well in this series. He was caught at slip by Joe Root off one that just did nip away by Chris Wokes. Mr. Milano didn't last very long. 7 off 21. He was caught behind off the bowling of Ollie Stone. Vishvar Fernando, 8 balls but for no reward. LBW to one that did swing back in and smack him in front from Josh Hull. The pick of Josh Hull's wicket-taking deliveries, I think, by far. Asita Fernando, 11 off 14. He was caught behind off the bowling there of Shoaib Bashir. Off the glove. After a review, Joel Wilson, we have to say, got that one right, and the not-out batsman was Lahiru Kamara. Wokes 2 for 42. Gus Atkinson, who's injured, and we're not sure if we're going to see again in this match. None for 46. 3 for 53 for Josh Hull. Well done him. 3 for 35, Ollie Stone.
Very
off
well
his
done,
9,
him.
which was very, very well done. 1 for 37 off 11.2 for Shoaib Bashir, who bowled very well throughout. And a bit of off-spinning all sorcery Bertie Bassett stuff from Dan Lawrence, number 29, Joe Root, number 11. So there we stand. Has Kat returned to the fold?
Yes,
She
I'm looking
has.
through the rectangular window.
What have you got for us,
Kat
Jackanory
has brought
Kat?
a book for us.
I have got a book to read, and this is a book that is available. I'm not sure how much it costs, but it's called The Instant Cricket Library and I can't actually even show it because of my background. Here we go. Ugh, can't show it because of my background. It's flicking in and out. This is tantalising. Here we go. The Instant Cricket Library by Dan Lukey. I'm going to read you a little excerpt from 5 Are Dismissed Without Scoring, which is a famous 5 parody by Enid Blyton. Well, it's not by Enid Blyton, it's by Dan Libke, but anyway. Remember the time Enid Blyton's beloved children's heroes were selected to make their Test debut? Of course you do. So 5 are dismissed without scoring. Here's the picture. There is a picture that goes with 5 are dismissed without scoring.
Mm-hmm.
And there they are, the famous 5 with their pads on. Dick looked through the window. He could see Julian had made his way through the hidden tunnel and emerged onto the ground. "He looks so peculiar in that helmet," said George. Dick laughed. "He sure does," he said. All the padding Julian was wearing on his legs and hands and chest were comical enough. He'd even shoved what appeared to be a turtle down his trousers. But on his head he wore something that looked like a miner's helmet without the light. Dick smiled at the thought. Imagine Julian labouring down the mines in the dark like a working-class boy, rather than spending the summer holidays making his Test debut for England. Ha! Suddenly Anne pointed and shrieked. "Is that a pirate?" she exclaimed. Timmy growled fiercely. "Don't be so daft, Anne," said Dick. "There are no pirates at Lord's." Although, as he looked closer, he had to admit that the man did look very much like a freebooting
I might
corsair
take issue with that. Have you seen the price of a pint at Lord's?
Well,
with his beastly moustache
the
and
oval for that
cold,
matter.
merciless eyes. "He's something far worse than the pirate," revealed George grimly. "That's an Australian fast bowler."
Beautiful. Now, if you would like a regular series of Cat reads book
the
extracts.
story continues, so you've got to pay more if you want the continuation.
Well, you've read my mind,
that's
Kat.
perfect.
You've read my mind. You know how to... we can't just summon her up in the middle of her night, just out of nowhere.
No.
But assuming she's already on air and there are breaks in play, then bear in mind, Kat reads extracts from any book you like. Well, any book she can lay a hand on. It's available for a fee.
I'll be around for another half an hour or so.
Well, as indeed we hope, will be the 2 teams fairly soon.
And we got another £2 from Pirate Badshaw.
Oh, what does Pirate Badshaw want?
I've yet to make my Lord's debut.
Have we already got £2?
I wasn't allowed to read the famous 5 as a kid. I was stuck on the stupendous 7 or whatever it was.
Secret 7.
Wasn't there famous 5 sort of lashings of ginger beer and all that?
It was,
kind of,
yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
It's also
Enid Blyton. Was it Enid Blyton originally?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
of course it was.
And it is
Of course it was.
famously parodied by the comic strip.
That was right. Yes.
5 Go Mad in Dorset.
That was it. And that was where I think lashings of ginger beer came from.
Yeah. With Dawn French,
Indeed.
Jennifer
Well, call me
Saunders
back if you need another one.
Well, any time, day or night.
You'll have to send me
24/7 service.
a message because I'll probably have to put you on mute shortly. But send me a message if you need another reading, and I'll come back.
Okay.
Thanks, Kat.
Right.
We will definitely
See
let
you
you know
later.
that. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Right, Messrs. Who else is there with us now?
Steve Bruce says, messages. Do you want me? Oh, Messi, we all do. We love you. Thank you so much, Steve. He's also asking where the bear is today. The bear has Sundays off to deal with family duties, although he's still available remotely. And Jay says, isn't reading from one of Dan's book a bit limiting competitively? Oh, no.
I don't think
Kate
it's-
Ellis says,
it's very
"Thank you, Kat.
smart
So
self-promotion."
amusing and beautifully read.
It was beautifully read, I have to say. Yeah. Maybe we could get, as a double act, we should get Kate, Annie, maybe Shelley, have them all do readings, book readings.
Woman's Hour.
Oh, the place would descend in laughter. You wouldn't hear a single word.
It'd be like, what's that lunchtime? Loose Women.
Loose Women.
Loose Women, yeah. Not
No.
that I'm suggesting in any way, shape or form that, but yeah.
You may
no.
want to pull your foot out of your mouth now, Tony.
Either that or just hand me a shovel, I'll keep digging.
Chris Quire says the 5 go mad on mescaline.
Yeah, that's it. That's the follow-up one.
Right, anyway, England's openers. Well, I think Dan
Openers.
Lawrence, last chance saloon. He's past the last chance
He's
saloon.
playing for a tour place here, basically.
But let's see how he goes. It will be, of course, a brand new ball. He's leading the trot down the steps with Ben Duckett just behind him. Incredibly positive they were. I mean, Lawrence in the first innings, if I recall, Jason got himself into a right tangle trying to work
He
a ball to
did. The
leg
ball
and
a short ball just got slightly too big on him, and he's in an awful position to play it.
And it was a pretty ugly looking dismissal. But he's got 20s and 30s. He's got starts. In fact, I think the oval was probably his worst effort, wasn't it? It was about 6 or 7 from memory.
We're just seeing a montage of his dismissals.
Yeah.
They're all pretty much the same. They're all sort of nicking off when
the last
groping
one was
outside off stump.
Yeah,
whereas the last one was trying to pull a shot and it went straight up in the air.
It was the last one was the one that stood out as being different because he was trying to pull a shot that was too close to him to do that, or just cramped him for room. Probably the wrong shot, wrong time, but then they always are if they get you out. Duckett, on the other hand, was a very interesting dismissal, of course. He got himself into the 80s, eyeing up a ton, but he got quite a few of those runs as he led a real England charge by reverse ramping. He reverse ramped, went to that reverse ramp well one too many times, and just spooned it into the gloves of Chandimal. Let's jingle up the Duckster. All 5'8" of him. Here he is. It's Asitha Fernando, who will be bowling to him. He was just going through his warm-up routine first of all. Best of 6 for 51 for him. Decent average too. Average in the mid-20s. That must be a similar height actually, I think, aren't they? Duckett and Fernando.
No, Fernando will be taller, I would have thought.
Not by a lot.
I don't know.
Not by a lot,
He's
I
not
don't
huge.
think. He's certainly broad. Well, I would say, would he be broader? He probably is.
When they modelled him, they probably
He's a solid model.
They spent a lot of the time on the arse area. Let's just put it like that. As we. Here he comes anyway, over the wicket. The 2 slips are down, and immediately he's cut away through point by Ben Duckett, and he will be off and running with a pretty easy 2.
Yeah, not surprisingly, they deployed a backward point on the boundary, and a third man on the boundary for Duckett because so many runs of his come through that area. No, a point up in the 1 would have saved that.
I'm just going to find my various information about the fisherman Asitha Fernando, 27 years old, from Catunieria, nearish to Colombo, but a fishing village. He had to move to, paid for by his parents, I think, to get him into regular cricket. That was steered out towards extra cover by Duckett, and they'll take a single. So he's about his work, sharpish as you might expect, and would you say the under pressure Dan Lawrence, Jace? Would you say that?
I think he's playing for a tour place here.
Well, I'd say that's a fair amount of pressure.
Not necessarily an opener, because hopefully Crawley will be fit again.
There's of course the tour where they don't actually know where they're going yet, but I mean they know they're playing Pakistan. The question is where.
We think they're going to be Rawalpindi, Multan, and probably UAE.
But which order?
Yeah.
That's the thing we don't know. Let's have a look. 2 slips and a gully are in place. Oh, Lawrence steps across and whips him around the corner from really off the top of middle stump. Down to fine leg, takes a single, and it doesn't take a single because Joel Wilson says, nope, got that wrong tone. It was a leg by, and he pats his thigh in quite emphatic style.
That was in fact somewhat outside off stump, and probably wouldn't have hit the off stump when he played that round the corner.
Indeed. So brings Ben Duckett back onto strike. Let's have a look. I thought that still looked, for all the world, like that was off the bat to me. But anyway, it wasn't, according to Joel.
Joel Wilson is never wrong.
Joel Wilson, said nobody ever, as that one swung down leg, flicked out by Duckett, taken on the tumble to his right by Chandimal.
Gives the ball
no run.
Angry swish after
it was an angry swish, wasn't it?
No, as he missed out on an easy freebie down the leg side.
Like flotting a spy. I nearly said flotting a spy. I don't mean that, do I?
No.
I meant swatting a fly is what I was attempting to say. Not flotting a spy sounds like
that sounds very unpleasant.
Yes.
How do you flot a spy?
I don't think you want to know. And you certainly don't want to be the spy that's being flotted. Right, in comes Fernando. Right arm over, up onto his toes goes Duckett, defends to mid-off, and there is no run. 81 miles an hour from Al Asitha. Yeah, he's an interesting character, is Asitha Fernando. He's 27, so he came comparatively late to the game, I think. Started out playing softball cricket. For a long time, never really got his hands on a new ball because his school couldn't afford to provide them. So there you go. That was where he went to school. Not a cricketing hotbed by any manner of means in Sri Lanka. And he comes. Again, he makes Duckett honest and plays to mid-off once more, and there is no run. His breakthrough came in the Under-19 World Cup in Bangladesh in 2016, when he finished as Sri Lanka's leading bowler. Guess who one of his victims was in that particular tournament?
27. Dan Lawrence.
Toothy Gape. Jason, you are on the money.
Dan Lawrence
as ever
would have been about
exactly
18 or 17 at that point.
So they've got previous. They've got previous. These two. Has he got
I can tell you that he's either 5'6" or 5'11", depending on who you believe.
What? That's quite a discrepancy.
It is, isn't it?
I could, I thought you were going to go 5'6", 5'7", somewhere in between, but that's a massive difference. Right. Oh, here we go. Here is the wonderful Milan Ratnayaka.
Mr. Milan Ratnayaka, who teaches the world of cricket from Sri Lanka. Not a superpower, but maybe he one day.
Two slips, a gully, a back point, cover mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, and defended by Lawrence towards mid-on, and there is no run. Now, he is 28, is our friend Milano. He's from Kurinagala, he's played for Gaul, Kandy Falcons, Moors, all familiar names in the world of Sri Lankan first class cricket. He's 6 foot tall, he is. Quite whippy.
Yep. He reminds me of, who's the Indian bowler with his action? Ajit Agarkar.
Ah, yeah, I can see why you would say that. The two slips go down. That's down leg. It's flicked at by Lawrence. It's through to Chandimal. No run. What news, Messers?
The Pakistan series is going to go ahead in Pakistan, Multan and Rawalpindi.
So which one? Are they playing Rawalpindi twice?
Yeah, I think they are.
Yes.
Because one of the issues that they were facing was that Rawalpindi, the sort of the race to get the stadiums all developed in times for the Champions Trophy, taking a full 10 days and therefore probably 12, because you've got to allow before and after days, and so probably 14 days, was one of the reasons they wanted to move one of the tests from Rawalpindi. But they obviously haven't. Right, in comes Ratnayaka, defended out towards mid-on by Lawrence. Bit inside edgy, I thought, perhaps, Jason.
Bit very lucky, managed to get a bat on that, otherwise it could have been a very big shout indeed.
You're very down on your boy, aren't you? He's your Surrey boy now. Mind you, I know everyone ends up at Surrey if he's any good. The Manchester City of cricket.
We don't.
Oh, well, there's one who might be good. Buy him.
Surrey or Yorkshire, isn't it?
It's mainly Surrey.
No,
Yorkshire. No, the old pot to piss in, lad.
The poachers are Nottinghamshire.
Ah, well, true. Right, Ratnayaka down the track comes Lawrence. Lofts this up and over, extra cover. He's going to be positive. He wants to be on that plane to Pakistan, and he's going to play positively to try and prove his point. 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, a skip down the track, gave himself room, lofted up over the field that's primarily inset, and terrific shot, Jason, by your boy.
Of course. I'm only going to say one thing about Surrey, and I would compare our youth development programme to anyone in the country.
I will give you that, and I'm joking. I'm, joshing you a little bit, as that's nicely worked off his hip by Lawrence past Joel, who I think is at square leg. Field it deep back of square. They should, I would imagine, come back for 3. Yes, they have. So Lawrence is finding his range. He'll want to keep finding his range. There's not. I mean, the only challenge or pressure time-wise, we're only before lunch on day 3.
There's no time pressure at all,
so
unless
in theory,
the light intervenes.
Well, that is always going to be the issue. 11 without loss England. They've extended that lead that
But
was
even in the
62 back up to 73.
Even the 4-day yesterday, we got 75 overs in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the forecast for the next 2 days isn't too bad either.
Indeed it was. By the way, if you happen to like me, I'll tell you in a moment. As the left-handed Duckett is going to face Rathnayaka. Duckett pulls high again. There's no one out at deep mid-wicket. That's going to go for 4 more. And don't you worry, England aren't going to change the way they're playing. Ben Stokes with his feet up with a massive smile on his face.
They want a day off on Monday, don't they? They're trying to get runs quickly so they can bowl them out again.
You often think that is the case. It's the end of the over. 15 without loss, England motoring terribly nicely indeed, and we can go back to Messers.
Pokey says Swallows and Amazons was my favourite posh children's book category. Arthur Ransom
was,
ruled
Arthur
that
Ransom.
camping adventure genre. Yeah, indeed he did. A couple of decent movies or TV series that came out of that as well. He also says
certainly did.
UAE, fuck the UAE, I hate cricket there. And Stephen Kelk says in a meeting discussing very difficult non-cricket things with Guerrilla Cricket on screen quietly and the chat rolling by, I know which world I prefer. It is Sunday.
Well,
Come
but,
on,
but I
Stephen.
think isn't Stephen isn't
An
Sunday a
academic.
working day for him? That's a good ball, bounces, and Lawrence just tucks the bat inside of it as it goes past him into Chandimal's gloves. Good ball that.
Yeah,
From the
not
fisherman.
a great shot from Lawrence. He was trying to work something, and it's not there to work really.
I was going to tell you about that jingle because I won't get many more opportunities in this series. The jingle for the fabulous Milan Rathnayaka. Well, I'm going to wait till after this ball now because it's going to be bowled by Fernando. Two slips down the track that squares Lawrence up. It's very edgy, but it's way through gully down to deep backward point, where it's fielded by I think Lahiru Kamara, and he will get 2. He'll move on to 9. England move on to 17. Right. The Milano jingle. It's from a song called Emme Come Milano by a gentleman called Memmo Remigi. It was in 1974. He was a singer, songwriter and TV personality, originally something of a heartthrob, although he's 86 now, so not so hearty and not so throbby anymore.
This is very interesting.
Just to think I could have gone to my grave not knowing that. Tony.
Well,
thank you so
I
much.
would hate to have thought of that. Full! Again, rather outside edgy, but it beats the man at, not really gully, more sort of 5th slip. Got 2 slips and then a 5th slip, and once again Lahira Kamara has to gallop round to 3rd man this time. Put in the throw, and it's 2 more for Lawrence, who moves on to 11 and England on to 19, but both rather edgy, those last 4, Chase.
Well, Lawrence has got a plan going here, which I think is to move outside off stump and try and whip everything to the leg side, where he's quite strong, and occasionally the ball is swinging away and taking the outside edge here, but at least he's got a plan. He's got a plan of how to combat
He has
this
a
corridor of
plan.
uncertainty that he's been getting out in by making it essentially a leg side shot.
Indeed. Right, little message to the green room is that Steve and Hendo should be joining us at the end of this over. As Fernando's in, that swung away, dropped deep, no, well not dropped, but dropped short of the man, set very deep at deep backward square, and he'll take a single and bring Duckett back onto strike. Well, the message here is really clear, Jason, isn't
It's
it?
very
We're not going to
aggressive.
get bogged down. Let's
Very
crack on.
aggressive, yeah.
Lead now 82, 20 without loss England. We're only in the 3rd over, am I right?
I think so.
And yes, it is the 3rd over. 2nd to be bowled by Asitha Fernando.
Just to give you a weather update, there's some really quite heavy cloud and a bit of rain between London and Rochester, but very strangely it's rotating.
Fernando in.
Oh,
Pushed by Duckett out towards mid-wicket. No run. Sorry, Messers. Carry on.
almost precisely around the M25. So if you're inside the M25, there's very little of it. If you're outside, there's a whole lot of it, which is exactly the reverse of what happened on the first day when all the weather was inside the M25.
It's
I
the
don't know
urban
how the
island
roads are
effect.
doing it.
Well, there you go. Right. The last ball of Asitha Fernando's over is going to be bowled. It's going to be bowled to the very aggressive and front-footed Ben Duckett, who's launched him straight to mid-on and been taken, and Duckett has died by the sword once more, only about 80 runs short of where he was in the first innings. It was a shocking shot, frankly, straight down the throat of mid-on, and Asitha Fernando's second over concludes with a wicket for Sri Lanka, taken by Vishvar Fernando. It was a Fernando. He's got double Fernandoed.
Yeah.
Caught by Vishvar, bowled by Asitha. He can hear the drums, and they aren't beating a good tune for him. Ben Duckett, he, I'm afraid, has to go.
Not a good shot.
At which point I shall probably love you and leave you. Hendo's here with his big pillow, and I'm not talking about Steve.
Ooh. Okay, I'll catch you after lunch.
And whilst we reconfigure ourselves very slightly, and Hendo gets himself into a comfy position.
An attempt to get into a comfy position. Could you pass the spray?
Who misses. Ollie Pope is now up to the crease, the captain. Freshman's 150 in the first innings. Let's jingle him up before he gets the ball.
We got a Pope, take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope, it's Ollie Pope, take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
And I'm joined by Steve, Jones and Hendo. What do you think of
Good
that
afternoon.
over-aggressive start then?
Well, it is slightly over-aggressive. It's glorious sunshine at the moment, so it's not like the weather's looking like a problem right now.
Well,
I just mistimed that one, didn't
Yeah,
he?
he's clothed that one,
Yeah.
but as Rathnaya comes in, that's down the leg side, and Lawrence misses out on the shot on the leg side, which is what he's been trying to get all the time he's been playing out there, which is walking to the leg side, walking to the offside and trying to flick it through leg.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Duckett shot is kind of carrying, and the shot, of course, that Lawrence played, which was a good one over the top of extra cover. It's kind of carrying on where England left off yesterday with the bat, which wasn't really a very successful approach.
2 slips in a gully as with Rathnaya bowls. That's outside off stump, and Lawrence for once doesn't walk across and just leaves it to go aimlessly by.
I mean, I really want to see Lawrence get some runs. I think we've said it before, he's on a hiding to nothing in this position in this series. He's got to play in the manner of Zach Crawley, but opening the batting, which is something that he's not really used to doing.
He's not the same kind of driver through the offside as Zach Crawley is.
No, and
his strengths lie on the leg side.
but I think he has got the shots through the offside, but he's
Rathnaya, that's nicely worked into the leg side. That's just stood up a bit, and he's played it very neatly towards mid wicket and trotted through for single.
It's good to know he's got a whole bat. Didn't use the edge on that one.
Yes. He has had a couple of thick outside and inside edges to get runs in this innings
Well,
so far.
that leg side dominance means that he's kind of bringing the bat down from second slip towards wide mid on occasions.
Yeah,
Going across the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I like Lawrence, and I was just saying to Steve out there, I think I don't want to see him, if he fails again here, I don't want to see him cast into the wilderness, put it that way.
Yeah. Rathnaya and plays a shot trying to leave the ball there. Lawrence saw that it was angling away, tries to shoulder arms, and the rising ball hits the bottom of the bat on the way through. and that's fielded neatly in the gully.
Yeah, Pope does that quite a lot, actually. I think when he leaves the ball, he leaves it very late, which is not necessarily a bad thing, as long as he gets his bat out of the way. But he did it once or twice in the first innings. He's done it there with his first delivery. And you're not really in control at that point, are you? So
No, it could go anywhere. Good ball by Rathnaka, tempting. What's he going to do this time? That's on the stumps, and that's flicked around the corner very nicely by Pope to get off the mark. Asisa Fernando fields and chucks the ball in. That's the end of the over. England are 22 for 1.
Right. Well, I'm sort of been.
It's going to be a double job, is it?
It's going to be a kind of double job.
I've got nothing on Twitter, so.
That's B Sky. That's B Sky, isn't it? Or
Is
Blue
it?
Sky? Yeah, that's not actually
That's
Twitter.
Blue Sky.
Now, where did we get up to on YouTube? Who is that ridiculously short bloke who just hit a 4? Have we had that one? Are we going back a long way? Can we do a new Jaws-based jingle for Duckett? A short innings for Duckett, says Lockie V.
Well,
1.
short everything for Duckett.
Strangest thing in English opener going out cheaply and it not being Lawrence, says Lennox Lear under her pseudonym. Hattie the Batty says, I do love a corridor of uncertainty. And Lockie V1 says, this is a crucial half hour.
Fernando to continue as he bustles in. And that lifts very slightly on Pope, but he knocks it down back towards the ball, and it's fielded by mid-off.
He bowls quite a heavy ball, doesn't he?
There is no run, yeah. He puts a lot of effort into it. He definitely charges through the crease more than sort of glides through the crease.
Well, he's built like a tank, isn't he? This
Yeah, him and
if you think he's built like a tank, you should see Kumara.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're both very.
They've both got very much lungy Ngidi bowlers' arses.
Indeed.
As Fernando comes in again, that's Pope playing his little root dabble into the gully point area. Can't beat the man. There is no run.
Now, are we getting composed Pope, or are we getting frantic Pope? The first couple of shots have been slightly frantic, in my opinion.
Yes, I think so.
Which you would think he would be more relaxed based on the fact that he's got runs under his belt again.
150 of them as well.
Exactly.
Not
I mean,
little.
it was a funny innings. He looked much more composed at the beginning of it than he did towards the end of it, I would say.
Yeah. And that's a better ball, and it's knocked down in front of him with a backward defensive shot. But he's got enough pace on that for them to run through for a quick single, having had a bit of a negotiation in the middle of the wicket, shall we say?
Yeah. I mean, it was just a defensive prod, really, but it hit the middle of the bat.
Still took them about 30 seconds to field the ball. It was on the ground, on the floor.
Well, always the important question when that happens to me is where is Angelo Matthews? Is he the one having to chase it? Fernando again, that's short, and that's meat and drink for Pope.
That's not Pope, it's Lawrence.
Sorry, Lawrence. It's off the hip, and it flashes that down to deep square leg for a boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, there was a shot of utter conviction from Lawrence.
I hope he carries on because he started well, didn't he?
He has started well, yeah.
Good shots.
I'd say he got 2 30s. He's got going, and that's the worry, isn't it? He's got going a couple of times in this series, but he hasn't gone on.
The early signs are positive, as is most of his play.
Yeah, let's keep the commentator's curse at bay for the time.
Touching of wood is required, not Mark Wood.
God, no, he's not allowed to be touched, is he?
He's not allowed to be touched
Something
until
will break.
November 2025.
Yeah.
He's going to be cryogenically sealed until then, I think.
Yes.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? I'm just checking it for...
Pretty much every other England fast bowler is going to be put in cotton wool.
It's so difficult to plan for the Ashes because you don't know who's going to be fit. That's the thing about looking ahead to the Ashes 18 months away. It's certainly
or the India
the
series sort of 9-10 months away.
Well, there's that, yes. I mean, should be looking at both, really.
Have they ordered that a 6 or are they still a 4?
I don't know.
They've been watching it quite closely.
I think Steve Fernando is as confused
4,
as we are,
yeah.
but it is 4.
It is a shorter boundary that side, I think, isn't it?
Not by very much, though.
Is it not?
I don't think so.
It looks like it's to the right. If you're looking at the
I mean,
pavilion, it looks to the right of the pavilion.
The test wickets are pretty much on the right-hand edge of the pavilion, and that's knocked away by Lawrence into the offside and just ambles through for an easy single with the ball fielded at third man. So I think it is a matter of a couple of metres, 3 metres, because of course they can always move the rope in and out to make it as big or as small as they really want.
I always feel that ever since the Bedser stand's been built, it seems always a little bit as if the corner's been cut off a little bit.
Well, I find that with the OCS now Galladari stand.
Oh yeah, true.
That's wide and flashed at by Pope. That's that's the one where he goes a foot down the wicket, not across to the ball. Unfortunately, he's not got anything on that. And
I thought for a moment he had, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed to keep going, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's not got that near to it at all, actually. But it's not a good shot, really.
Bit of a cross batter, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, because he's trying to
Feeding
reach
for
for
it,
it so
yeah,
far. You
feeding
can't
for it,
really
yeah.
play with a straight bat when you're reaching that far. It's very difficult.
Yeah, his eyes lit up, don't they?
Yeah. I think we were talking about technique of him. They said he was going more down the ground rather than more across to it, and that was one where he didn't go across to it at all. Anyway, that was the end of the over. Rathnaka is going to continue. England are 28 for 1 with a quick start. Still going at nearly 5 and over. And
that's just
a complete and utter slog, really, from Lawrence. He's stepped away, tried to take advantage of the attacking field and hit it over the top. The ball swung away, and he's not really got that close to that.
This is reminding me of the Sri Lankan tailenders batting.
Yes.
Swish,
horrible.
swish.
I mean, also he's lifted his head there as well, hasn't
Horrible shot.
Yeah, it's dreadful. He's actually got. He's so bad. He's got nowhere
near that. Yeah. He's miles away. I mean, he's gone so early that the bowler's seen him and dragged his length back, so it's gone over the top of, comfortably over the top of the bat.
I think if he had got an edge, that would have flown, because he had all his energy into the swing.
Maybe I don't know if there's anyone down at third man that might have edged it to him.
That's a good ball by Rathnaka, and Lawrence comes to his senses somewhat and just leaves it.
Played with respect, that one, I think.
Yeah, I just feel as if there's a slightly scrambled brain at the moment going on in there. Is he supposed to be attacking, or is he supposed to be playing sensibly?
You do wonder whether he's playing dice cricket and
I've
rolled a 4. I'm going to have to attack now.
Yeah, you do. And I suspect that's something to do with the fact that he hasn't got a big score in this
and he
series.
And doesn't know what his best plan is.
No.
Rathnaka, that's on leg stump, on his hip. That's worked into the leg side.
See, if you wait long enough, they'll end up bowling to your strengths.
Yeah.
Even they'll get bored of just bowling it down the offside.
If you are chaotic, you induce chaos in other people as well, because they don't know how to respond.
I think there are times to force the issue, and it's worked well for England at times, but there's also, you have to realise when it isn't necessary to force the issue. We've got 15 minutes to go to lunch.
2 sessions in 2 days.
Game is far advanced,
Mm.
and they will give you enough bad balls, this Sri Lankan team, to take advantage of. So you don't really need to manufacture.
Anyway, here's Pope. That's much more to Pope's liking. That's on the stumps. He plays his whip round the front pad, but he can't beat the mid on. There is no run.
There's a better ball, actually, I think, also. I mean, it was more to his liking. He does like the ball there, but it was swinging a little bit, and it was straighter. It wasn't too wide.
There's a good breeze.
There is a bit of a breeze now.
above.
Doesn't look like there's one here, but definitely the flags high on the Oval Pavilion are blowing around.
Fluttering.
They're fluttering. A bit more than a flutter, I would say.
And Pope outside off stump by Rathnaka, 77 miles an hour, and that's rising and just left through to the keeper.
I mean, I think some of the technical deficiencies we see from English batsmen now, and batsmen in general, I think when you do come up against more consistent attacks,
You'll
they're not going to let you get away with
You'll be
this, are
found
they?
out, won't
Yeah,
you?
you will be found out. Really, the only technically proficient batsman England have got is Joe Root,
Joe Root,
and
yeah.
Ben Stokes when he's playing.
And when he's playing and when he's in the right frame of mind.
Well, yeah, if he's not, being silly.
Ratnaika, and again, dies a bit on Pope as he leaves it. That's the end of the over. England 29 for 1.
I've got nothing here.
It's all gone a little bit quiet, hasn't it? Let's see what we've got on. We've got Messi Jez basically on YouTube, and he says this is bullshit ball batting. Bullshit, not baseball, bullshit ball batting. I kind of agree with you. If it seems as if Zach Crawley's got a style, at least when he drives well, or he gets out.
And he's a tall man, he gets over the ball.
Lawrence is not that sort of player, and he's trying to become that sort of player because of the position they put him in, and I don't think it's right.
He's not playing to his strengths.
Not at all.
Fernando, that's on leg stump, and played nicely out to the deep square leg by Lawrence and trots through.
Yeah, that's 2 consecutive balls he's had on his pads, and he's just clipped them quite comfortably away for singles, isn't he?
Yeah, we're just seeing a little medley of dances down the wicket by Lawrence, and it's not pretty, to be honest.
Yeah, and the net result of that is the
2
contact points are all very different for Lawrence.
2 boundaries out of about 15, 16 shots there.
Fernando, that's
very
Root-like through mid-wicket.
Trademark Pope, that, isn't it?
As Pope sort of swivels on that and hits it with a straight bat through mid-wicket, all on the floor to the boundary.
I'm not. I mean, he hit it well enough in the end, but I'm not totally convinced by that shot. I thought
it always looks to me like he's late on it. He's
Yes.
picked it up late, but his hands and arms move so quickly he can actually get to the ball and whip it away. But
But it is that shot that Root plays as well, with a straight bat through mid-wicket.
yeah, I mean, Root plays it.
so well.
He's
More
slightly
attractively.
taller. Yeah. Slower ball on the stumps by Fernando, and Pope just covers up and bunts it back.
Yeah, there's a lot of frantic movement going on out there from the batsman, but in terms of the return of runs, it's not extraordinary, is it? 34 for 1. What are we into? Seventh over?
I think,
Yeah.
Up about their 5 and over rate.
That's just as you say, when you've got 2 sessions a day and then still 2 days to come. Why the rush? I mean, still score at a rate, but
And that's lifted a bit on Pope, and he's played that nicely into the leg side. There's no one there to really catch it.
Hit his
If
finger.
short leg had been there, that would have been possibly a different question. But that's dribbled out towards square leg, and easy single in the end.
Certainly jumped on it. He took his hand off the handle quite quick.
yes,
Yeah,
it's hit right at the top of the bat, hasn't it?
It's on the
where the
splice.
bat handle. Well, I think even higher than that, really.
Yeah, he's used his finger to just keep it under control. Actually, he got it down quite fast, didn't he? All
Yeah,
things
but I think
considered.
if the short leg had been there, that would have been close to carrying.
Yeah.
Fernando swinging away, but started wide. An early swing means that Lawrence could just ignore that.
Yes, again, Bazball when played well, I suppose like anything, it is great to watch. Bazball when played poorly, as I think we saw yesterday
Just
morning
sounds
and today,
it's like slogging.
it's just it's pointless and it's ugly.
As we watch a very pensive Josh Hull, I wonder how he's feeling after his 3 for.
He must be feeling pretty good, I would think.
Yeah.
He bowled well this morning.
That's another ball that lifts on Lawrence. Asitha is definitely getting something out of the pitch in the last 3 or 4 balls.
It's bowled well.
I just wonder whether it's because they expect him to skid on a little bit with him because he's
So
not
short,
tall,
yeah.
and then they're surprised when it does get up. I mean, it's not getting up hugely. I just wonder whether England's batsmen are just making it look harder than than it need be.
It's certainly right at the top of the bat, not quite as high as Pope's,
but I mean, it's
Lawrence
not,
is a bit taller, isn't he?
It's not like off a length from Jofra Archer or something, is it? It's it's considerably lesser in pace, and it's not leaping,
And we
past
have
your
our
chin.
first change of the bowling. It is going to be the other big man. It's
He is a
the
unit.
burly Lahiru Kumara to replace at the other end.
Test debut, aged only 19. Tons of pace when he burst on the scene, like he was clocking around 93.
And he's in, and the first ball is chopped down on by Pope defensively for no run. We've had a super chat, so I shall just get the jingle out.
Yeah, $50 Australian sent from Sajir, who I think is on later.
He is.
It says towards the new laptop. That's marvellous news. Thank you very much indeed.
That'll be in.
Thank you, Sagir.
Indeed.
Is he on today? I think he is.
He is, yeah.
After lunch.
Yeah.
Here we go. Kumara again. That's full. Driven, but with no real timing by Pope out to mid-off.
Richard Mountford says, Lawrence not an opener, simple as. He also goes on to say, we struggle for an opener. We struggle for a number 3. Really, that's the worry.
Yes, we did have a big debate, not yesterday, but Friday, about if you didn't have Lawrence, who would you come in to do the number 3 position?
Number 3 position or number 2 position?
Well, he's essentially got to be an opener as well, hasn't he? A top order batsman.
Not true.
That's on towards leg stump by Kumara and defended by Pope.
I mean, you do wonder whether that number 3 position might be taken up by Stokes as time goes on, especially if his bowling is, who knows what this latest injury is going to do to him. I certainly hope he can come back and bowl as well as he did earlier in this summer.
I always think of Stokesy as a really firm number 5. Actually,
Well, he is, but we've got too many number 5s really. That's the problem.
Kumara.
No!
It's chopped on.
Pope has chopped on, and everyone is running away. Congratulations, Kumara. Pope is left to rue his choices in life.
Not happy.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
I don't know, I think it's a technical deficiency you see in English batsmen the whole time. There's too much chopping on these days.
Yeah.
And I think it's where the angle of the bat.
And the angle of the bowler as well. I mean, Kumar is coming in and attacking towards the stumps with his balls most of the time, whereas Asita, who was on before him, and Ratnaka were trying to take the ball away.
I think they're going for lunch.
I think they're going for lunch, absolutely.
Yeah.
Lead at 97, England 35 for 2. Not a good start to England's innings, you have to say.
Frantic session, really.
Very frantic. I mean, actually, frantic from England as batting. They bowled well, England. Bowled very well. Josh Hull in particular, and Wokes as well. Stone. They all picked up wickets. They were shorn of Atkinson, who's got a slight injury problem, which in itself is slightly alarming.
The angle of the bat on that shot is just all over the place.
It's just horrible. I mean, you kind of think it's the kind of shot where he's trying to perhaps lay it down to third man, and the bat is at an angle, and I can understand
asking for trouble.
It's asking for trouble. I can understand. You get quite a few play-ons when the pitch is really slow, and that happens and doesn't come through as you expect it. But to lose your wicket in that way, when the ball seems to be coming onto bat reasonably nicely, it's just a technical deficiency. So Pope, 150 in the first innings, 7 in the second.
Well, the two men who've got big scores in the first innings are both gone now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, it gives Joe Root a chance to come and score another 100, doesn't it?
Good, Joe.
We shall see anyway. That's lunch. England 35-2. They've added to their lead.
So they lead by about 97.
90 something. Yeah.
So I guess it's time for something to take us through lunch.
Yep, we shall play.
And I shall see you guys soon.
The latest
Thanks, Steve. All the
podcast of the Bishop and Bear, which is featuring a Hendo, I do believe. Yeah.
One of the best.
And we'll see you in about 35 minutes.
Hello, thanks for listening to this great podcast that is part of the Sport Social Podcast Network. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to tell you about one of our partners for this episode, Tide, and their business savings account. Tide is a business financial platform designed to give time back to business owners and sole traders by managing all of their finances in one app. And right now you can earn 3.81% AER variable on business savings on up to 50k deposit. Open a Tide business savings account in your Tide app or by visiting tide.co/savings. Variable rates correct as of 15th of July 2024. Interest paid up to £50,000 of deposits. For full terms and conditions, visit tide.co/savings. Please note that Tide reserves its right to open a Tide account for you only after you have passed their client verification and onboarding checks as per the Tide T's and C's. Tide shall not be required to provide any reason or be held responsible that any applicant has not been approved for a Tide account. And now, I'll let you get back to the podcast.
I've just sold my car.
All right.
I got a quote in 30 seconds from We Buy Any Car. Drove to my local branch in 13 minutes. And cash is getting sent to my bank.
Oh, nice.
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car.
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car. To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com. Admin fee may apply. For more information, visit WeBuyAnyCar.com/info.
How do stop losses work on Kraken? Let's say I have a birthday party on Wednesday night, but an important meeting Thursday morning. So, sensible me pre-books a taxi for 10 p.m. with alerts. Voila! I won't be getting carried away and staying out till 2. That's stop loss orders on Kraken. An easy way to plan ahead. Go to kraken.com and see what crypto can be. Don't invest unless you're prepared to lose all the money you invest. This is a high-risk investment, and you should not expect to be protected if something goes wrong.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back again to the Bishop and Bear special one today. Is always a bit special. We've got Hendo on the bar stool of bravado. So we've got loads to chat about, which will undoubtedly include any or all of the following. Chat on the Sri Lanka series, a discussion about the crowd is only about 8,000, I think, the day 4, the pricing. News about Gus Atkinson, he's man of the match, but other news that's been appearing in the press. We've got the ODI series coming up after this next Oval Test. We've had a Kookaburra run frenzy once more in the championship, and we've had a record broken that has stood since 2 weeks after the death of Abraham Lincoln, which tickled me, and we'll probably talk about that as we go. But first of all, Hendo, what can we get you to drink?
Maybe I'll have some sort of coffee liqueur.
Ooh, a coffee liqueur. Ooh. Well, do you want to be a tad more precise on which particular type of coffee liqueur? I mean, Irish, Jamaican,
Irish will do. Irish will do.
Irish. Chuck in a Jameson's, and we're off and away.
Nice.
Other Irish whiskies are available.
That's my favourite, though.
That's very nice. You do good ones here in the Bishop and Bear.
We do indeed. We aim to please in the Bishop and Bear.
And you got it together very quickly.
Well, you know.
It's a good barman. Despite the landlord, the bar service is excellent.
The landlord's a fucking genius. I don't know what you're on about.
Right. Okay. Right then. Well, what do we make of? We're two tests into the Sri Lanka series. Yes, England have won them both pretty convincingly. I would say it's actually been Sri Lanka have always been in the game until they weren't. What have you chaps made of it?
Well, I think they've had opportunities, but I think that's true of a lot of Test matches in general. I mean, think of the times that we've said when we've been doing the Ashes, especially from Australia, and we said, well, England are in this day 3 or whatever, and then it suddenly all falls apart. I mean, obviously their biggest opportunity was when they had England 216 for 6 in the first innings. But I guess, they didn't know that Gus Atkinson was likely to come out and play like that. I mean, everyone knew that he could hold a bat, but no one knew that he could play shots quite as inventive and attractive as those over a sustained period. And Joe Root at the other end, but it was a really great knock, and I just think that Sri Lanka were probably as surprised as the rest of us.
Certainly surprised us. What do you make of the thought that, in a way, whilst the run rate's been healthy, England have been arguably a tad less Bazball-y in this series than they have been for a while, and they've gone back to not conservative and slow, but playing the circumstances of the match more than constantly trying to drive the match and thus giving away wickets?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think they started out trying to Bazball it while Duckett's there and the other opener. But Dan Lawrence isn't Crawley for a start. He's probably a little bit resistant to go all out from the top. And he's done all right. He's scored a couple of 30s here and there, looked okay, and then given it away. Pope's had a pretty poor series, so they haven't been able to really get off to a start. And then immediately you're kind of thinking, and without, it's funny to think that because Stokes is in the dressing room when they're batting, but he's not out there on the pitch. And I guess that just takes the little edge off it. He's the guy driving it all the time. And I guess he has to kind of leave Pope to it because he's captain on the day. And whilst they can give him a bit of chat in the back, does he take it all on board and does he go like that? And does everyone else therefore follow Pope in the same way that they follow instructions from Stokesy? I probably not. I mean, the whole premise of this is built on Stokes driving it, Stokes being the leader, Stokes being the man who gives kind of instructions and lets them get away with it. And maybe Stokes offers them a kind of shield in a way because it's his strategy and that's how he wants them to play. And without him actually on the field, there is a slight little bit, and they change the side. The other thing is you don't have Stokes obviously at 5 and Brook at 6 and then Jamie Smith at 7. If you have that top 7, it gives you a hell of a lot more depth. You've got a complete, not novice, but you've got Dan Lawrence who averages 30. It's not an opening. And then you've got currently Jamie Smith up at 6. So you've lost a batter and you haven't got an all-rounder. And then you've got a bunch of bowlers who are all reasonably okay with a bat. And you've got 4 of them in a row. So your tail feels quite deep, but it also feels it could be fragile. So I think the balance of the team is a bit out of whack to be totally Bazballian, I think.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think you miss the presence of Stokes, don't you, just in the field? Pope hasn't got that yet. I mean, I'm not saying you can't have it. I mean, I don't think anyone can have the kind of presence that Stokes has. He's unique in that respect, and so it is difficult. I think the Dan Lawrence point that the Bear makes is absolutely right as well, because. Dan Lawrence knows he's coming in for 3 tests, and that he will probably, go back to carrying the drinks again, however well he did. I mean, he would have to do exceptionally well in this series, and even then, it probably wouldn't be enough to force Zach Crawley out in the short term, anyway. And as you say, he's batting in an unfamiliar position. I mean, it's all right to go out there and say to him, go out and play your natural attacking game, and he is a natural attacking player, but he's not an opener. And Crawley's been given countless opportunities to fail, and I don't think Dan Lawrence has got that luxury, which makes it very much more difficult for him. I think he's batted reasonably well from what I've seen of him, but you're asking him to do an unfamiliar role, and it's very difficult.
He's done okay, but not enough to make a stamp that would make you think he really needs to be there even when Ben Stokes and Crawley are back. That's the
Well,
I think the
yeah, I
challenge,
mean,
isn't it?
you know, I think the problem with that is that there's no one that they're obviously going to leave out. I mean, the man under most pressure for his place in the batting lineup surely has to be Ollie Pope himself, and that's, you know, he's not going to be dropped right now anyway, is he? Because he's skipper. Yeah, I mean, Dan Lawrence knows that, you know, short of Zach Crawley having an extended loss of form and him doing very well in very limited opportunities, you know, he's just in there to fill the space for now, isn't he? And against, you know, teams that you would expect him to get a few runs against, if he's going to get runs against anyone.
I think it might have been Simon Hughes who's sort of doing his analysis of Pope and Root, actually, and the way he summarised it, and it sounds like something you've heard a million times before, but you know, it's quite pithy. Is that Root was treating every ball as an opportunity, Pope was treating every ball as a threat, and there does seem to be that kind of sort of difference in their mentality.
Fucking bollocks! What a load of shit to come out with.
I think that's quite clever.
Not really. Look, Pope looked to drive and he looked to attack, and what fucking nonsense! I never heard such shit like that.
I don't agree with you there, Bear. I mean, I think that one, I would never have promoted Ollie Pope to 3 in the first place. I think that was misguided in the sense that they wanted to show long-term confidence in him by saying you've got this position. But he doesn't bat it at 3 for anyone. He's really a number 5. You know, with England, the way that England play, he's more than likely to find himself within the first couple of overs. And we saw the difference. I made this point about when he got 100 and then a 50 at Lords against, I think it was at Lords against the West Indies.
Yeah.
That the 100 was a really scrappy 100, and he was fiddling around. He was looking like a little bit like a rabbit in the headlights, although he did play some good shots. But the second innings, having got those runs under his belt, he was altogether more relaxed, and he was playing some glorious shots and kind of reminding us of why we, or a lot of judges compared him to Ian Bell when he first came into the team. But I think he's just being given too much responsibility. He's done too much too young. You know, I feel like he's in a very difficult situation. I even said before this series started, when we knew that Ben Stokes wasn't going to play, that I would have moved Pope down the order, because if he's been out in the field for any length of time, he then has to come in, you know, possibly second ball of the innings if something terrible happens, or at least early in the innings. He hasn't had time to sort of get out of captaincy mode, to think he's into batting mode. And I just think that's, you know, this is one of the reasons, I think, wasn't it, that Root didn't want to bat 3. He wanted to bat 4 because he, you know, especially when he was captain, because, you know, he knew that the stress that captaincy was making on him. And even if you win the toss and you bat, for example, as someone said, you've still got to go out, put the blazer on, make a decision with the toss. You've got to think about, you know, you've got to think about the team rather than just yourself, and getting your own game in order. So I think, you know, that's the way I look at it from the point of Ollie Pope. I think that Ollie Pope, well, he will have the captaincy taken away from him. Stokes presumably will come back. I don't think Pope is the long-term answer as skipper.
I think most people, certainly Michael Vaughan, dare we even mention his name, but he's heavily backing Harry Brook as having a mentality there. But then there is a sort of the Yorkshire Union at play, amongst other things.
Well, I don't know what, I mean, if Bear's talking about Simon Hughes talking nonsense, I would say that in general terms, Michael Vaughan is talking nonsense. I mean, he was unnecessarily personal about Pope, I thought.
Yes.
I mean, what was that all about? I really don't understand. And
clicks and column inches.
Well, yeah, but you know, I mean, he gets enough column inches, whatever he says. I mean, all the Indian websites repeat, you know, ad infinitum whatever he says. So it's not like he needs to make an effort in that respect. So, you know, I just felt left a real sour taste. And I don't know about you, but Brooke possibly. I mean, I've seen he did a little bit of captaincy in the 100, didn't he? But things are completely different in Test match cricket, and I wouldn't really want to burden him with that at the moment.
Well, there's no one in that side you really want to burden with the captaincy. The only senior pro left in the side is Rooty and Stokes. So Stokes goes, is Rooty, and Rooty's Rooty's a little bit older than Stokes, not much. And maybe Stokes will have more wear and tear on his body and retire before Rooty does. But I mean, the best you can hope is that both of them play for another 4, 5, maybe 6 years. And then, well, I mean, by then, if Brooke's still playing, he's 25 now, he'd be 31, he'd be a senior pro, and he'd be fine. In fact, Pope, if he's still in the side in 6 years' time or 5 years' time, you think they'd have enough experience to take it on then?
I mean, I think apart from the results, he needed to catch a break somewhere, and even his reviewing, I think it was 8 or 9 nil. I know there was another commentary service was killing themselves laughing every time he reviewed, and they clocked up, and it was like, Watford at Manchester City. There's another one went in, and it was, I think, 8 or 9 nil at one point. They're kind of against him. So even the reviewing didn't seem to work.
Yeah, but some of those were umpires called. They kept the reviews. So I mean, that's I wouldn't say that's a bad review. That's worth taking a risk on, isn't it? I mean, there was one review that was particularly useless, where they reviewed a caught behind because all the slips went up. Jamie Smith didn't go up, the bowler didn't go up, and the slips were convinced, and he missed it by about a good 4 or 5 inches. It was like, what the hell? But them's the rolls. You got to run out from backward point. It was quite a smart run out, and look, he knows it's temporary, we know it's temporary. He's doing a job to fill a hole against a team that we expect to win. And going back to the premise of the original question, yeah, it's been all right at times. But, Sri Lanka haven't taken the opportunities when they should have done. England have taken them when they have done. And as I've said so many times on the show, when you're playing a slightly weaker side who are not that good here, it looks close, but it actually isn't. And that's the way it goes. The teams that struggle in Test cricket, the teams who can't string 2 bowling performances or batting performances together in the same test. And it's the same with the West Indies. In that second test, they got 400.
Other than on their own patch.
Well, not even necessarily on their own patch. I mean, last time we went to Sri Lanka, we were beaten 3-0. And that was with Root as captain.
That is true.
And with inexperienced spinners. And we had Leach, and we had... Who did we have? I mean, we had... Will... No, it wasn't... was it Will Jacks was bowling a little bit there?
No, it wasn't Will Jacks. No, that wasn't Will Jacks. Was it Bess? Wasn't Bess, was it?
Yeah, we had Don Bess. That's right. We had Don Bess.
Bess and Leach.
We got a 5-for with all shit for wickets. I mean, they were terrible balls, and he got 5 wickets with them. It was the worst 5-for you've ever seen. But, and so these teams are teams that can't string. I mean, that's the thing that Test cricket does, isn't it? I mean, over 2 innings, class tells. The West Indies they were 50 runs ahead in that second test. We got 420 or something. They got 480, and you thought, we got a game on here. And then they were literally bowled out in an afternoon.
Well, certainly one thing was true at Lord's, and that was that there were 2 magnificent standout performances. I think it's interesting it's the 3 of us here chatting, because there was one amongst our number who stood out. As the rest of us were going, you've got to give the man of the match award to Joe Root. 2 centuries, a record-breaking century at that. Surely he's the man of the match. And then there was one of us who was absolutely clear, no, it'll be Atkinson, it will be Atkinson, it's definitely... And we said, you're talking nonsense, bollocks, never. And who was right? Hendo, do you want to pick up the story from there?
Absolutely. I mean, I just think, yes, you can look at... I know that Joe Root hasn't scored 2 centuries in one test before, and so it's the first from him. But, he's scored, 35 test hundreds is kind of what he does. You kind of expect it. Gus Atkinson was a tale of the unexpected. And you can look to Root's first innings where, we got that big century or 128 or something like that.
I think it was.
143, okay. He kind of gave it away, didn't he, in the end?
Yeah.
The reverse ramp came back out, didn't it?
Reverse ramp. And then, although you can say that Root sort of guided Atkinson through, I don't really think that was true. I mean, he just came out and played with incredible freedom. Whether he can play with that kind of freedom again or sort of more regularly remains to be seen. But I just thought that the combination of 100 at a runner ball when England were in a really, slightly sticky situation, and then the 5 wickets in the second innings. I just thought that had, it was a good all-round performance, whereas Rooty was doing what he does, which is bat well, whereas Atkinson was bowling well and also batting well. So I just felt that the combination of, contributing 2 skills to the match slightly outweighed Root's batting, I suppose. That's the way I was looking at it.
The benefit of hindsight, and indeed history, has proven that your theory to be correct.
Well, I think it's probably correct as well. As it takes 20 wickets to win a match, doesn't it? Not, runs are always important. And the thing was, Sunday was probably the best day for batting on that pitch. The sun was blazing all day. It was hot. The pitch had done a little bit throughout the test, but it seemed to be dying a little bit. Even with the new ball, didn't seem to be as much as there had been on previous days. There were overheads on previous days. There was everything that a bowler could hope for to at least assist them on previous days, and there wasn't on that 5th day. And it proved pretty difficult. I mean, there were 3 or 4 50s in that Sri Lankan second innings. They were quite difficult to prize out on what was a pretty slow dead wicket. And he got a 5-er, which ended up winning the game. And it took took patience and guile to get there, and he scored 100.
I think I said at the time, he had 2 wickets, and they were 7 down or 6 down, and I thought, well, what if he gets three of these last 4 wickets, which of course he did, and so he claimed it, and I think, to be honest, I felt he deserved man of the match, but I did think it would go to Root because it always tends to go to batsmen over bowlers, and I speak as a sort of former batsman myself, but who tends to look at batting more closely than I look at the bowling. But I think anyone who performs like that in an all-round manner, I think deserves it slightly more than the guy who's doing what he always does.
Yeah, I mean, with hindsight, I'm more than happy to agree with you. As no matter how great Root was, and he certainly was fantastic. 34, I think, and he managed to equal and then pass Alistair Cook in the same match, which was special in its own right.
And he'll overtake him on total runs and Sangakkara, and he's about 100, 120, doesn't he, to take over the 2, and then he'll just be below Callis, Ponting and Tachi.
Yeah, no, he's definitely got Sangakkara in his sights. Now, I mean, the other piece of news that's come out about Gus, and it's been picked up finally by all the newspapers, is the awful story about his mum, and the fact that she'd sadly been killed in a road accident by a dangerous driver, and literally as he's playing in the test match in Southwark Crown Court, the guy's being put away for 8 years. This was complete news to me. It had been kept completely under wraps until, I suppose, the conviction of the guy who did it, who, just to add an extra something to the story, turns out to be an actor who's appeared in a number of things, including EastEnders. But it was an awful story. It happened back in 2020. But for the lad to be so confident and determined, must have known that all of this was going on at the same time. I mean, that shows incredible mental fortitude, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does. But the other thing I would say, we had a little bit of discussion this morning on the WhatsApp, and I think initial notions were that this is a bit tacky of some newspapers bringing this up at this point. Now, I don't know how long ago those particular newspapers got hold of that story and knew about it. But actually, sort of using my journalistic instincts, I have to say, having read it and looked through it, I think almost any journalist would have run with that as a story, because not only is it a human interest story, I mean, it does say something about Gus Atkinson's fortitude, and not only that, knowing his backstory might make us in the cricket media a little less quick to rush to judgment, when naturally enough his form will fall away a little bit, even if it doesn't, even if he goes on to have a fantastic career in general, there will be a period when things don't go for him. And I think it's a sort of reminder to us that people have things going on in their personal lives, despite how great things can seem on the surface, that there are often a lot of unpleasant things going on behind the scenes that people have to deal with. I mean, I think I'm trying to think, was it Joseph, not Shamal, Azari Joseph? I think he played in test was it a test between England and
yeah, it was.
The morning after his mum had died. So and maybe actually getting out onto a cricket pitch is actually much more beneficial than sitting around and having it weighing on your mind.
I mean, perhaps not surprisingly, it's not something he's talked a lot about. I can understand why, particularly even before a case has got to court. The guy did a runner, of course, and then hid in the US, didn't provide samples. So we don't need to go into the mechanics of that. But there is a lovely quote that he said. Gus Atkinson said, "She pushed me forward, almost behind my back. She'd get in touch with Surrey and make sure I was still in the loop, when perhaps I might have been falling behind the others. Once she passed away, my career could have gone one of two ways. I wanted to take it in the direction she would have wanted, and that I wanted as well." So he's kind of sort of almost acknowledging it. She's a motivating force still, despite everything, and maybe we saw some of that manifested to England's benefit at Lord's, I guess.
Well, I think also that in a sense, you can from that quote you can take the fact that he's turned something really horrific into a sort of motivating force in a way.
Yeah.
Which is surely better than, he could, as you say, it could go either way. He could have, wallowed. I'm not saying that people for whom these sort of things happen, are wallowing it, but you can just ruminate over such things and wonder why they've happened. But it sounds like he's used it in a positive way and used it. I'm not saying that that's what he did, but he's found a way of dealing with it. One presumes, although who knows what's down the line. It's very difficult.
Let's hope it sustains in adversity as well as driving him to the opposite of adversity to great success.
Thoughtful driving tips from Esso. Number 4. Here's Debs, loading the car to go to the bottle bank on the other side of town. Hold on, you haven't thought that through at all, Debs. The dog's nails need clipping, and you need to take that parcel back. Doing everything in one trip could save fuel and time. That's a lot of bottles, Debs. Combining trips. That's thoughtful driving. Esso. Visit esso.co.uk for more information.
Mecca Bingo are legends of play since back in the day. Back when kings had castle walls to protect them, when knights had suits of armour. And now, when Debs from Doncaster plays at meccabingo.com, she has Mecca's safety features, like deposit limits so she only plays with what she can afford, and reality checks that remind her to take regular breaks. Be a legend yourself. Keep it fun at meccabingo.com. Mecca, legends of play since back in the day. 18+, begambleaware.org.
Changes for the next test. Have England announced their team? I think they have, and I think we are going to see Leicestershire's Josh Hull. Do we think that's just it's effectively a dead rubber? We've got a measure of the opposition. Now's probably the time to take a look at a player. If it's the right time for it to essentially probably go, is he in the frame for Australia? Because that's the question that every selection is being based on, even if we're currently about to play Sri Lanka at the Oval.
Who's he replacing?
He's replacing Matthew Potts.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Who, of course, bowled actually very well. He had a bit of a shocking start at Old Trafford, but then he found his length. I thought he was excellent at Lord's, and economical as well as reasonably penetrative. But I think they've just decided there's a cast of characters who could be manoeuvring into that ultimate Ashes berth. Let's look as many as we can. And we're 2-0 up in a series against Sri Lanka. Surely this is a good time to chuck another one in.
Must be quite disheartening for Potts, though. I mean,
I don't think it means he's been rejected. I just think it means he's in a holding pattern of seamers that they want to have a good look at.
But it says something to him, doesn't it? I mean, it says to him, we've had all these changes. We've got rid of Jimmy Anderson. We've got an injury to Mark Wood. We've run all these changes. You were on the sidelines for quite a while. You've played before. We've got you in for one test. You've done okay. But actually, we're going to look at someone else.
No, he's played 2 tests.
He played the first. No, did he? He didn't play the first.
Yes,
Oh yeah, of course he did play the first one, didn't he? Yeah.
I think that was always the plan. I mean, I mean, who knows whether this will work? And you know, it's a lot for him to have to take on when he's played so little first-class cricket. But he did bowl against the Sri Lankans for the in the warm-up, didn't he? He took a few wickets in that. Where was that? I think that was at Worcestershire. I've literally only seen him bowl 4 or 5 balls, and that was in the 100.
I've seen none. I gather he's quite quick.
Well, yes, he's alleged to be about 87, something like that. He's also left armer.
Left armer, yeah.
And what we haven't got is a quick left armer. We've got a number of medium fast left armers and ones that are prone to injury, but we haven't got a genuinely quick left armer. I still think it's going to be an enormous ask for him to come good quickly enough to be, you know, a serious contender for Australia. But in a way, I don't mind it, because I always thought years ago that England was a little behind in bringing talent forward initially, and you know, so we'd often see Pakistan players, for example. Shah is an example, Nasim Shah is an example, you know, coming in as a quick bowler at 16, 17 years of age. And England have always been a little bit reluctant to do that, but they do seem to be doing it with the likes of Shoaib and now Josh Hull. And you can argue 2 ways. You can say that it's unfair on those who've, you know, battled away in county cricket, and I have some sympathy with that notion, absolutely. But at the same time, it's kind of refreshing to see them back certain players, and in a way perhaps get them out of county cricket before county cricket, for all its positives, can actually, you know, it can bring people down after a while if they're not making a certain amount of progress. And especially with the way that the county game is now divided up into sort of April and September and a couple of matches in June and July if you're lucky, you know, it becomes much more difficult for players to make their case, because you know, they're dealing with such differing conditions, really. You know, they're not bowling in the, you know, when you would think that, especially if you talk about quick bowlers, they're not bowling when you think pitches would be at their best in late June, July, August. They're bowling mainly in April and September. And in April, you kind of think, if you're a fast bowler, you know, you've got to be a little bit careful about injury, haven't you? When it's as cold as it sometimes is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think it's well worth having a look at. He's only 20. He's quick left arm. He had a very good blast, I think. I don't think he did particularly. He only played 2 in the 100, and he went for about 50 odd in 2 matches for Manchester Originals, I think. But he did pretty well in the blast, I think. Got regular wickets for Leicestershire there. He's only played 3 county games, and again, he's a bit like Shoaib Bashir. If you look at his county averages, you'd never pick him. But he did have that phenomenal final in the Royal London, as it was last year, didn't he? When he bowled the death over there, and really helped to win it for Leicestershire.
No idea, Tony.
Well, he did. I can assure you did. So I'm kind of with Hendo. A left arm quick. Have a look. give him a couple of give him a chance.
Yeah,
20,
well, I mean, there's one way of looking at
surprises.
this. Is if you're good enough to play professional cricket and you can get into a county side, maybe you've got an opportunity as a Test player, and you can prove your worth. Exactly that. Skip the county shit and prove your worth at the international level. That's what I've been saying about Shah Bashir. He's going to learn on the job, basically, playing for England, because no one else is going to play. And he's young, and he's got a whole career ahead of him. And if he learns and does enough for the England side, he'll learn an awful lot more playing for England, playing around the world in different conditions. Then he'll ever learn in county cricket. And if they can keep him there, give him 3 or 4 years, he might well be a real find. And
Yeah. Sorry, Hendo, go on.
I think it's possible, but I think the other thing is that one would imagine that they're not purely going on what they've seen of him, which probably isn't much in the county game. They must have had him in the nets. They must have had a look at him there, and they must have had him bowling to some of England's better batsmen, and they've judged that actually it wouldn't be too much of a risk to put him in there. They've got to see now what he's like under the pressure of an international game. And if you go back to all those years, when was it? Was it in Australia where Stephen Finn was described as unselectable?
Unselectable, yeah, it was in the Ashes series.
And that's purely from watching a guy in the nets, and so if you're watching a guy in the nets, and you have to then transplant that to the actual game. But if he was bowling rubbish in the nets, then I presume they wouldn't risk it. So the fact that they are prepared to be given this game and to have announced it, I know they announced their teams quite early now, England anyway, but the fact that they've done that, I think, shows that they've got a reasonable level of confidence that he won't let himself or England down.
Yeah, I think so. You've already got the Series 1 when that's a time to experiment traditionally, and I'm sure England will take it. What I think we really should have a chat about as well today is the just that 8,000 crowd, day 4, Test match on the line, best part of a full day of Test cricket, and yet, Gus Atkinson's fifer, and yet, 8,000 people were there. Lord's only a third full. It seems, though, that the MCC have held their hands up and said we really do need to look at our pricing policy going forwards. My only worry is they might also start to think that certain tests are only valid as 4-day games, and that it will open that can of worms again. It's going to happen with Zimbabwe, it happened with Ireland. You do worry if they start to go, our 5th days are economically viable anymore.
Well, I mean, not just 5th days, but 4th days, really. I mean, I think I said at the beginning of this whole summer, without trying to disrespect West Indies or Sri Lanka, but based on their batting lineups that they were bringing and their lack of experience in the conditions, and the way that England play, it was more than likely that most of the games could be over in 3.5 days, and that's been pretty true, especially when you consider that if you do lose any time to rain or bad light, it's now made up at the end of the day. So it's not like you lose a lot, and that that might force you into a 5th day, or something.
Or
like
longer
that.
Sessions the next day. I hate that. Plays havoc with my rotors.
Well, but yes, exactly, and you get that, it's long overdue. I mean, if this is the wake-up call that the MCC Lords required, then all well and good. Because, I mean, I was kind of, I wasn't watching it that closely, I think, on the Sunday and initially, and I was aware that it wasn't a particularly big crowd, but I wasn't aware that it was quite as bad as that. And when you say 8,000 or 9,000, I'm actually surprised it was that many. It really didn't.
And we're back. My apologies, I was
anticipated because they broke for lunch a little early.
Anyway, the first ball was a Yorker, which was kept out. Next ball by Kumara, who's completing an over from before lunch, chopped down by Root into the offside. Fielded by Gully, and there's no run. We're jingling up the new batsman and jingling up the new bowler, and we'll say hello to Sagir, who's joined us.
And it's just starting to rain.
Oh,
Apparently.
well, I've just run in here for desperate reasons.
It's sunny and raining. I think it'll be very brief, but everybody's putting up their umbrellas at the moment.
Chris Gaffney, sorry, is he Chris Gaffney or Paul Rifle? He's going, I can't really not, come off now. Yeah, so they've just completed the over, then as soon as they're done, Big Lee Fortis is running out with the matching to go underneath the flat sheet, and you've got the slightly incongruous view of a oval in bright sunshine, but it's raining and therefore they have to go off. So welcome, Sagir.
Sagir's almost with us.
Ah.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I actually accidentally had not unmuted it. So good evening, Jason and Mrs.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm just looking at the weather. It's very, very patchy clouds. I think it'll stop raining within a minute,
They're not
to be
going
honest.
up to the changing room. They're staying down in the dugout area, which suggests that
I think it'll blow pretty
they
quickly.
will
by
blow
the
over
looks of
fairly
it, isn't it?
quickly.
Yeah. Gives us time to talk about that Ollie Pope dismissal if you're interested.
Go ahead.
Oh.
I was just going to point out that it was a fairly consistent pattern with Ollie Pope prior to the last Ashes series, whereby he would often sort of take guard around middle stump, and he would often look at fishing before deliveries outside of off. And then he made that change and he started standing a little bit on leg stump, and that's when he started scoring a lot more consistently, especially big scores. This particular dismissal of his, where he went offside again, and I think in the first innings he was more successful in running them down to third man. But I guess the difference with this ball was that it jagged in a little bit more, and it was a little bit higher than what he probably expected, which is why his bat wasn't in position to sort of glide it down. And that's probably what took the outside edge. Whereas if he had stayed conventional middle and leg or leg stump guard, I think he would have been in better position to sort of just run it past third man or towards third man.
Yeah, I'm more interested in a way in the whole approach England has taken in this second innings and to a certain extent towards the end of their first innings.
I think it's a new philosophy of theirs, isn't it? That no matter what the situation, they're going to go hard by the looks of it.
Well, yes and no. You see, I think they were very successful with that in the Ashes and the year before. They also had this little fucking thing about how worse the saviours of Test cricket going on for a while. And I think it worked really well for people who had been feeling under pressure and suddenly felt some freedom to actually be themselves in their shots. And all of a sudden, people like Crawley, who felt confident that they weren't, in danger of being dropped if they got a duck, actually played some beautiful shots, stuff like that, and it worked really well. I get the feeling that there's a bit of a stalling in what's going on here. There's a degree of hubris, I suspect, in terms of thinking, well, we're better than these people, we can beat them anyhow. But feeling no pressure at all is actually not what happened when Bazball first came along. They still had pressure, but they had freedom. Now it's as if they don't worry about anything at all.
Anything,
and
you're right.
forget about the basics. And I think that
concur.
development has left them in a place of actually not feeling the same sort of sense of responsibility in what they do. That's really important in all of that. I don't know if you sense any of that, Joyce.
I think, I'm not sure about hubris. They're definitely empowered to try and innovate, I think. Whether or not that is a good thing in match situations is, or whether they need to stick to a plan on certain situations is a matter for debate in the moment, I think.
It's just that the impact seems to have been one. I mean, I can't remember. I think they lost their last 7 for 65 or something in their first innings, and now they've lost 2 for 30 odd.
Yeah, there were a couple of good catches in amongst that, but I would say
Yeah,
eight of the 10
overall-
wickets that they gave that were lost were
Yeah.
gifted to Sri Lankans, and
Yeah.
And may I point out the Harry Brook dismissal in the first innings as well. It wasn't as if, to me it felt as if it was a little bit irresponsible. Now, Harry Brook is a very supremely gifted batsman, don't get me wrong. And he is more than capable of playing in a similar manner to Joe Root. He can ramp up the scoring rate when he wants to or when the situation demands it. And I suspect that, he can even play in the more classical, traditional sort of first-class approach as well. But for some reason, to me, it felt as if he had thrown caution to the wind, and rather than assessing the situation, the state of the game and the pitch, and sort of pressing home that advantage. Because you can be ruthless in being over aggressive, but you can also be ruthless in playing a calculated game and just taking the risks when you need to, and play an attritional game as well.
Yeah,
and I think that's where England squandered that advantage that they had yesterday.
Yeah, there was an opportunity to put lots of overs into tired Sri Lankan bowlers, and that was frittered away.
Well, they basically lost their last 9 wickets for 99 runs, and
Pretty much,
I'd say 70% of those wickets were. Well, I mean, I don't expect much of Josh Hull or Shoaib Bashir, to be fair, but the batters have not shown the determination to grind down those bowlers that you're talking about, and I think that's a really important part of Test cricket.
Yeah, absolutely well said, Mrs.
I didn't enjoy yesterday's cricket. I thought it was pretty poor cricket. Although I've got to say that Mendes and De Silva, I think, did a very good job.
They did. I mean, Sri Lanka were in
spin bowling
a lot of trouble at 93 for 5, being 220 odd behind at that stage.
Yeah.
And yes, they were helped out by the umpires decreeing that England could only bowl slow bowlers. But the slow bowlers looked toothless, and if I'd been Ollie Pope, I would probably have forced the hand a little bit earlier and put on a fast bowler and said, look, we're not gaining it, we're being disadvantaged here, we want to bowl our fast bowlers because they're the only ones that are capable of taking a wicket, we feel. What are you going to do about it, umpires? And preserved a lead, which the Sri Lanka were allowed to get probably half of a 100-run partnership yesterday afternoon without too much risk against slow bowlers.
Yeah. A couple of comments on YouTube while we're stalled for rain. Richard Bamford said, if Crawley comes back for Pakistan as opener, which he probably will do you think Lawrence will be dropped no matter what he does in this innings? Absolutely, 100%. Crawley will be back in as soon as he's fit. Lawrence will probably go to Pakistan no matter what happens here as a backup, but Crawley's got to be.
I think we're seeing now that he is a backup middle order batter rather than a backup opener.
Yeah, I think that's right. And Richard says Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Brooks, Stokes, Smith, Wokes, Wood, Stone, Bashir. Do you agree for Pakistan? Well, Wood's not going to go because Wood's out for the rest of this calendar year.
I do wonder about the wisdom of taking Wokes on the tour as well. His stats outside of the UK aren't great. He's bowling well at the moment, but that's no guarantee of bowling well in Pakistan, where the pitches are somewhat drier and the pitches are a bit deader, and express pace and spin is very much more the order of the day.
Yeah.
I think they probably need a second spinner too.
Yeah, you'd think Riyam and Ahmed would go with them, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Well, it depends on who's performing better in the county circuit as well, isn't it? I mean,
well, not anymore. I mean, you don't have to get county wickets to get picked, do you?
Not if you're tall and gangly.
If you're a fast bowler, as long as you're over 6'8", you're in.
And left armour.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the woes of English spinners is another.
Take Jimmy to Pakistan.
Yeah. I mean, speaking
I
of
don't
which,
think
is
Jimmy
there,
particularly enjoys bowling in Pakistan, to be totally honest with you.
no, but I mean, is there any update on Jack Leach?
I think they have decided to move on now.
Oh, I see.
He
has been bowling in the championship, hasn't he?
He's been bowling in the championship. He's been bowling well for the in the T20 and the 50 over competitions as well, where Somerset have qualified for the T20 finals, and I think he's had a pivotal role in a couple of games.
I think he got 12 in Somerset's game against Durham.
He did.
Someone.
When Durham absolutely capitulated in the second innings with a lot of props forward and the ball just squirting away to a Trescothic sort of second slip on his knees.
We're going to be back underway at 2:40 apparently, which is 5 minutes from now.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
That's all right. We can continue to stay on air, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, for going back to the Jack Leach point, I think injury notwithstanding and fitness permitting, he probably should be on that flight to Pakistan, because he and Shoaib Bashir would be very complementary in terms of the style of spin that they bring. One takes away from the right-handers, the other brings it into the right-handers.
I think,
and one's a little bit more canny in his loop and flight, whereas the other's a little bit more
The problem I found
steady, I would say.
with Jack Leach bowling in international cricket, he often tends to bowl a little bit too quick, and he doesn't take the pace off the ball and allow it to turn and dip and bounce.
Yeah, but that's the spinner's journey, isn't it? I mean, it does take people a few years. I mean, if we look at Nathan Lyon as well, it took him a good 4 to 5 years before he started understanding the variations that were necessary in different conditions.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And he did an interview that they played during the first test, which was really interesting. A long one about how much he's still learning all the time. And what strikes me about Jack Leach is that England did invest quite a lot of time in helping him develop, and now they're throwing away all that development time and starting from scratch. I think that's an awful waste. If he's going to be fit, I know he's got what is it?
Crohn's disease, colitis.
Yes.
Crohn's, yeah.
But if he is fit, then I think he should be given another chance, because he's shown a lot of promise and a lot of determination, and I think that's exactly what's happened with Nathan Lyon. He's learned as he's gone and been supported in doing what he's doing. England has a bit of a history of not supporting its spinners in tough times.
I mean, you talk of Nathan Lyon saying these things, that he's still learning, and Ashwin says the same thing as well. Like, even the series that we had earlier in the year between England and India, I mean, Ashwin said that as the series progressed, his figures got a bit better, because he understood that, bowling the way he has usually done wasn't helping, and so, it's taken him a little bit longer this time to adjust those, the pace and the flight. So, yeah, I think for spinners, it's much more... I won't say difficult, but they do need a lot more time compared to pacers when it comes to improving their craft and perfecting it.
Yeah, I agree entirely. Anyhow,
Leach is still
what we
young,
say
it's
will
not
have
as if-
no impact on any of it, of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joe Leach is limbering up on the boundary edge as the photographer Phil Brown wanders around and takes some candid photos of the Sri Lankan team having a huddle. Although Joe Leach can hear everything they're saying, but unfortunately, unless he knows Sri Lankan, Tamil or Sinhalese, he's not going to know what they're talking about.
No, that's exactly true.
By the way, this photographer does remind me of James May, especially with those hair of his.
Having met him, and he reminds me very much of Ryan Sidebottom.
Oh yeah, Sidebottom too. Yeah, he also had a similar hairstyle, didn't he?
Who was in the pub last night with me after the day's play.
What's he up to now? Is he coaching?
I don't know what he's doing down in at the Oval, but he was having a great time in the pub. He was the life and soul. As was Steve Finn. Who was?
Well, James May was actually in the crowd yesterday. There was a shot of him.
Yeah, he's a very avid cricket follower.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's a very traditional British thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, but then there are people who just follow it because their forefathers have done so, and there are people who follow it because they're actually interested in it.
Well,
Yes, yeah.
James May being cricket supporter doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Anyway,
A very traditionalist rock star.
Yeah.
So
we're back.
the bowler is
Players are back.
putting some sand on his run-up. It's going to be Asitha Fernando to resume the afternoon session. He's going to be facing Dan Lawrence. He's bowled well, Asitha, without really having much luck so far.
Do we need to do any jingles?
I'll jingle him up. Asitha Fernando, here you go.
Everybody's a seaman, and that includes a Asitha. And everybody's in cricket, it doesn't matter who you are. There are stars in every city, in every house and on every street.
Bustles in and then fails to deliver a ball. There's a little bit of a scuff at the filled in sand area for his run-up markings. He's filled one in right on the front crease, but there's a big hole where his back foot is landing, which he's elected not to fill in. And
I think occasions like that, it's best to pull out of a delivery rather than go through with it.
Anyway, here he comes again. That's played off the back foot down towards third man by Lawrence. There's a scrambling stop by the fielder, and Lawrence is back for two. That was Kamindu down on the boundary, doing a good stop there. And that's assertive by Lawrence, but not as aggressive as it was before the lunch break.
Not as crazy, you mean?
But one man's assertiveness is another man's craziness.
It's true.
But it's very uncharacteristic of Dan Lawrence to play this way, and I don't know whether these are instructions from the dressing room or he's trying to impress Brendan McCullum.
That's down the leg side, and Lawrence flirts with it but doesn't get a bat on it, and it's taken by the keeper. I think he's got a plan to get people off bowling in a corridor outside off stump. So that was partly why he was going down the wicket, changing the length, attacking the ball, moving outside of the line of the ball and trying to work it to the leg side, so he doesn't have to play to the offside. So far he's got 20 and it's worked all right for him. But that's a better ball by Asitha. He's played at that, and with a defensive shot it's just jagged away and missed the outside edge. Slightly less footwork there. I think the feet remained fairly static, and he played at that with his hands rather than getting the front foot across.
So Richard Mumford thinks that he's got a feeling that Lawrence will get a ton today. He hasn't made one in his career.
What on earth happened there? Lawrence has gone down, he's walked down the wicket again. He's tried to flap that over mid-wicket aerially, and the ball has gone behind him over the top of middle stump and just missed it.
Whoa. Well, did that go for his back foot? It looked like it sort of veered back.
No, it
swung in late.
It swung after it went past over the top of the stumps.
Right.
As we often see in English conditions. But that was just an absolute weird shot. And I don't know why he's trying to do this. His natural game is decent enough.
That's awful. Dreadful shot.
And calmed down a bit and plays that nicely and carefully under his eyes out to the offside. No, he just has this idea, I think, that if enough balls are bowled on the channel outside off stump, they're going to get him out. as we've seen in montage in the past of all his dismissals this series. And so he's trying to make changes to try and disrupt the bowlers from bowling consistently in that line and length. And occasionally it makes it look very bad.
Oh,
that's a good ball, and that's a good leave by Lawrence. That was swinging away and rising, and Lawrence has seen that earlier and decided not to go after it. That's the end of the over. England are 37 for 2. Lawrence is on 22, and Root has yet to score.
I only just saw the replay of that ball from side on. It missed the top of middle stump by about 1/4 of an inch, or what do we say now? 2 centimeters, maybe 1 centimeter.
Yeah.
So Richard Mumford says, "What do you think we need to be ahead of Sri Lanka in this game?" Well, I think, frankly, that anything less than 250 will be very achievable for Sri Lanka. I think England need to be at least 300 ahead to have confidence that they can get them up, because there
are enough good batsmen in this Sri Lankan side.
Yeah,
there are enough good batsmen in this Sri Lankan side that 300 is not safe, even in the 4th innings.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kamara's going to
depends
continue.
on how England bowl. They have been bowling pretty good, and sometimes, as fans, we tend to get a little bit very negative or critical, because, we have seen England throw away good leads or good positions and just lose the plot.
First ball of the over from Kamara is worked down the ground by Root to get off the mark with 2. It's a nicely controlled check drive, and he's away.
I mean, there's a contributing factor to that too, in that if Anderson isn't fit to bowl in the second innings, England's bowling attack will be significantly depleted.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this isn't the sort of track that helps spinners a lot, is it, Jason?
Depends.
Well,
that ball
the
is
oval
outside
does,
off stump and left alone.
I think the oval usually does if it's like a day 5 and it's been a scorching hot summer.
Yeah, but it hasn't. That's the thing.
No, that hasn't. That's
I
right.
think the thing is they've now seeded pitches on the oval square, so you've got slow ones, quick ones, turny ones, depending on which ones they are. But of course, for the test pitches, there are only about 2 or 3 strips that they can use, and there may not be that much difference between them.
Yeah. The other thing is that, given that despite losing a lot of time, there's a very good chance that Sri Lanka could be batting in the second innings by the middle of day 4.
Yep.
So day 5 may not be all that significant.
That was short, and Root has paled out of that. And there is no run.
Messers, I think we'll just have to wait and watch to see if bad light comes into play later today as well.
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
Because the significant chunk of the match has been lost to bad light, and both the days we lost quite a number of overs.
Yes, yeah. Dara's easy says, "Morning all." Hello, Dara. How's Arizona today? Richard Mumford agrees 300 should be enough. He says Bashir may come back into play in the 4th knot. Yes, indeed. I don't think he bowled particularly well in the first innings.
Defended by Root. Back to the bowler. The lead's just gone over 101, by the way. 100, by the way.
Gus Atkinson, he was a little bit unlucky not to get any wicket, because I thought he bowled wonderfully in that first innings.
Attacking the stumps and defended stoutly by Root. He's got the full textbook defensive shot there, and the ball goes off to mid off, and there is no run. Kamara chuntering to himself as he walks back to his mark. But he's ready now. Starts his few short steps, then he gets into his rhythm. That is short, and that's just helped round the corner, pull shot wise by Root, but it's wide of the long leg, and that clatters into the boundary ropes for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
And that completes the over. England move on to 43 for 2. Root moves to 6.
We seem to be fairly quiet on the socials. I would use it as an opportunity, though, to just remind you that if you're not already, we would love you to become a supporter of ours through Patreon. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, where for as little as $5 a month you can help keep us on air and help us towards covering the cost of finding a new studio. And there are various tiers there with different categories of what you get from being in that tier. But everybody becomes a contributor, gets access to our Discord channel where some lively discussion goes on from time to time, and you're just in a nice place amongst friends there.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm long overdue joining that Discord channel.
Well, you got the address.
Now I do, which is why I've saved that email.
Yeah. Are we back, Jace?
We are. Second ball, rising by Asitha. The first ball was a dot ball, and that's played out nicely off the back foot by Lawrence. The man on the boundary sweeps that up, and Lawrence gains another 2 runs. Much better looking shot from Lawrence there when he gets rid of a lot of the ticks and the nervous energy and just plays how he can play. Asitha.
Dara Azizi says, Arizona today, nearly as hot as my coffee, as it has been for the last, what did you say, 126 days, Dara? I don't know how you survived it.
Just to make my commentator look completely stupid, the very next ball, Lawrence has just sashayed down the wicket and launched that straight back over the bowler's head for a beautiful one on this.
Ooh, there was almost a crowd catch.
Oh well, whoever grabbed hold of it didn't drop his pate on his biscuit.
Exactly, that's the more important bit about it.
Next ball.
Well, it could be cheese on cracker too.
Outside off stump and left alone by Lawrence.
Am I allowed to say that I thought that was a very ugly 6? Because although it pitched outside the off stump, he took a step way outside the leg stump. So when he hit it, his bat was probably 2.5 feet away from his body. Those are going to come off from time to time, and number 11's going to do that from time to time. But for a batter to do that is hugely risky, it seems to me.
Messers, just let the poor lad bat. He knows his time over there is limited.
That's a much better shot by Lawrence. He's short by Fernando. He's played it on the back foot and he's absolutely flayed that through mid-wicket, through point I mean, all on the floor, and it's gone like a rocket to the boundary.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Oh, tracer bullet, Ravi Shastri and his tracer bullets. Been ages since I last heard that phrase.
Without the Zoom feed, I have to wait for about 30 seconds after you commentate to see what you're talking about, Jason.
Yeah,
that's
same over here.
Yeah, that's angled in by Fernando and nicely played down into the vacant leg side by Lawrence. He can count to 6. He takes a single. England move to 56 for 2. That's the end of the over. I think that's the end of my session, probably.
Oh, it is. Yes.
Is it?
Oh well, we got another. No, we can do one more over.
One more over.
Change it 5-3.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Richard Manford says, I don't think he's world class yet. I presume he's talking about
Bashir.
Bashir.
Yeah.
No, well, he's got a long way to go. He's only just learning. What about Atkinson? Will he be able to bat? I don't know.
We don't know. We have no news out of the media man from the changing room, Kumara, and that is the end of Lawrence, I'm afraid. He's taken one chance too many. He's tried to repeat his 6 straight down the ground. Kumara's a bit quicker. Ball's moved a little bit more. He's got a tiny edge to that, and Chandimal's taken the catch and thrown it up in the air in great delight. Lawrence has to go.
Yeah.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
And he needs another one, so we're going to have...
That silly
exactly
little boy.
what I was
Chingo.
talking about.
Yeah.
Last over.
Far too many risks.
That's a T20 shot in the 19th over. It's not a Test match shot in a million years.
No. And again, the thing is, who's asked him to play this way? Is it the coach, or is it the team just saying, look, you know you don't own this spot just yet. Crawley will be back, so might as well make the most of it. And so I don't know if this is the best way to actually impress the selectors and the coaching setup.
No.
You know, it's a test match. You know, you just stay there, you play your natural game, you accumulate those runs, you bat for time, and you put your team into a stronger position. I mean, this is not doing England any favors.
No. Well, 56 for 3 is not a great position to be in now, and it's unnecessary, totally unnecessary. It's not as if he's playing on a demon of a wicket that is where there's a ball with your name on it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've sounded a bit angry, and I am a bit, because I just think this is silly cricket.
Well, given there's a break in play, producer notes. Shall
Yes.
we change over now?
We certainly can. Fourthie should have joined us. You'll just need to know how to do the jugglings here,
Yes,
and you might need to juggle the pictures about. Hello, Fourthie.
Hello there.
Hello
Good
there.
afternoon.
Well, Harry Brook is the new man at the crease. That was a very disappointing shot, I think, to be honest, by Lawrence. And it does seem to be chucking themselves on the traps time again. They did it in the first innings. They won't want to do it yet. The lead is only 118. Remember, it was 35 for 2 at lunch after the dismissal of who went? Ollie Pope, didn't he? Chopped on with a ball he probably shouldn't have been trying to steer down to third man. So it's the Yorkshire lads. They didn't go so well in the first innings, and that's a flick at and a miss by Harry Brook. He's just getting enough movement forth, isn't he? Just enough.
Yeah,
Away
just
nibble is the Hiru Kumara.
Just gave a little bit of a send-off there as well to Dan Lawrence. He's up for the fight.
There's a little leg cutter, really, just that Lawrence had a real step back and a swing. He's angry as, well, I don't know, a wasp, as he smacks his bat in anger. And we look back at that replay. Right, here comes Kumara, driven, guided really more to backward point. There is no run. The lead still 118, 56 for 3 the score. Harry Brook, who's doing some very thoughtful gardening out there. It was all about a Surrey boy in the first innings. It's going to need to be about a Yorkshire pairing if England are going to put themselves in a position of real strength here, I think, chaps.
Well, sorry, Jace, you go.
No, I've been fiddling with studio stuff, so I haven't been watching the game.
That's all right. I was going to say, I'm not sure. I just don't sense that it matters that much.
In comes Kumara. Hurries Harry Brook a little bit as he works it away square, but he will get a single and he will get off the mark. So he's away with a single. Rooty on 6. Sorry, Fourthie, you were...
Yeah, I was just... Don't know. I feel that they've almost got a mission to entertain rather than ensure the win here. Well, that maybe they just think there's a... you might say, well, that's disrespectful towards Test cricket, or you might say, well, Test cricket's in trouble unless people entertain. You know, there's different points of view on this, but
there are.
It's mid-September.
2 steps go down. Kamara's in, defended in front of the top of his off stump very stoutly by Joe Root, who I have to say rather gave his wicket away with a poor shot in the first innings, an uncharacteristically poor shot. It's a pull down to
Yes, but he
backward
had
square, wasn't
been struggling to get any sort of fluency. He was 13 off 48 balls, which is very un-Joe Root-like scoring.
And Dan Lawrence, I mean, goodness me, he's auditioning for the role as the next James Vince, isn't he? Gets himself into the 30s and off he goes, nicking off.
Got license to thrill.
License to Vince.
From the dressing room.
Two slips in a gully are in. Oh, that one jags back. Kamara half appeals, I think.
Too high.
He realises pretty quickly, as the wise Jason next to me says, it was possibly too high. It's the end of his over. He's got 2 for 7 though off his 3 overs, so he's bowling terrifically well. It's 57 for 3, a lead of 119. Which one of you chaps is our social man? It's 40, isn't it?
Yeah, it is I. Not exactly sure where Messi got up to, but I'm going to have a guess.
Pretty much
it was
up to
somewhere
date.
11:56. We play too much 2020, says Richard Manford. It's come in the game too much. And Sagir Parker agrees heartily. Well said. And adds, we feel your pain, mates. Not sure how you do that on a regular basis. Kate Eleanor's got a hand over eyes emoji for Lawrence. Then Richard adds, middle order for England always seem to get us out of trouble.
Fatalistic, I think, is how I might almost describe that Lawrence innings.
Yes, that's a good term for it. It almost...
It's like, whatever, I'm just going to give it a go. Right, Asitha Fernando, in he comes. It's full and it swings away and it's left wisely by Harry Brook, tipped by many as a more likely next England captain candidate than perhaps the current temporary incumbent in Ollie Pope. What would you say to that, Jace? Would you be offended as a Surrey man?
I wouldn't be offended, because I think what little I saw of Brook doing the captaincy in the 100, he was doing a good job. But Brook is also under a little bit of pressure to score some runs. He keeps getting cameo starts as well and not going long.
That's beaten his outside edge. Chandimal dives, takes it competently in front of first slip. There's plenty of swing out there for both Fernando and Kumara at the moment. And if England are playing loose shots, which they are, there's just enough to get them into a spot of trouble here and there, and they've already found that out.
That looked damning, but actually when you look at it in slow motion, he's played the line of off stump and the ball's just moved away and he's not really that close to it.
Right.
Apparently your face is blocked, Tony, by the green screen.
Fisherman Fernando, it's not quite sure. I don't think we can do anything about that.
Yeah, I've tried moving it around.
No, have you? I tell you what. Do you just need to press the button on the arrow on the right? Because maybe I just need to sit up. Maybe I need to sit the other way. No, I should be.
Maybe you should sit on Jason's lap.
No, I think we'll draw the line there. That was a dot ball no run, as I tried to work out that. I honestly don't know the answer there, unless you need to swap Forthy. I don't think you do. Try just pulling Forthy across and see what happens. Right. Driven, or cut really, by Harry Brook to backward point. A very deep set backward point is Vishwas Fernando, and they will take a single. So Harry Brook is on 2. We're watching a previous Brook dismissal, which was a very loose, actually a very similar shot to the one he just played in the first innings, where he just drove straight to cover on the up, didn't get over it, and that accounted for him. Yeah, well, that is the lack of foot movement. England do have a lead of 120, so they're effectively 120 for 3, if you want to look at it that way. Fernando is in, those 2 slips go down, it's on leg and it's tickled around on the 45 by Joe Root. The question is, did he get any bat on it? I think that might be being signalled leg buys. Yes, it is. And I don't think they run anyway. It's 59 for 3. Let's have just another look there. Was that no bat at all? Yeah, it was all off the pad. Straight to the man on the 45. And they did take a single though, didn't they? Because Fernando has 1 ball left in this over, which he's bowling from the Vauxhall end under what are now sort of azure skies, dotted with fluffy clouds. Oh, that cuts away, absolutely hooped, but hooped rather late away from the right-handed Brook. Taken again by Chandimal, who's had to be like a jack in the box today. And it's the end of that Fernando over. We can go to some more messages from our message man, the fourth.
Yes, absolutely. Message man. Dara Azizi, he's still been incensed. I watched Gooch make his 154 against Ambrose, Marshall, Walsh and Patterson last night. Presumably, that has been a VHS you'd been keeping as a treat for a very long time, Dara. I forgot how well Pringle played at the other end. He made Lawrence look like a club cricketer. And, but fair enough. And Sagia says, I reckon James Vince was a better bat with more attractive shots than Dan Lawrence. Poor old Dan Lawrence.
Well, yeah, he's more muscle about Lawrence.
He's been between a rock and a hard place, Lawrence.
By the way, I will just say this, just very quickly. Sagia says, if Tony sits on Jason's lap, I will gladly donate another $50.
No.
So the gauntlet has been laid.
We do have to draw a line. There's a line that needs to be drawn, and that one is
$50
down into the crowd. $50. But that's sort of a jingle, isn't it?
We have fixed technical issues in any case. You are now on screen, Forthy.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
You've done brilliantly, yes. And you can see me. That was the thing. We could see Forthy before, but he was obscuring me, which, goodness me. There should be a contract that permits that, that forbids rather than permits that sort of thing. 59 for 3.
Yes.
The Hiru Kamara.
Forthy was on top of you, who misses.
The pavilion behind him, 2 slips in front of him, more particularly in front of him is Joe Root, who's a little bit hurried to steer that out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. He's got a bit of jangle jewellery, hasn't he, old Lahiru Kamara? In fact, he's just realised that and tucked it into his shirt.
He's tidied himself up.
Mr. Bojangles.
Yep, Mr. Bojangles. So many versions of that. Sammy Davis Jr., possibly one of the finest. Yeah. Bob Dylan did a version of it as well.
Yeah, I knew I'd set you off.
Kamara cut by Joe Root, cut to backward point, half stopped. There, they will take a single, and the score will move on to 60 for 3, of which Yorkshire have a combined 9 so far between them.
Yeah, good stop when in the gully. That was going quickly, but a half stop that allowed the single.
It did, right. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, extra cover. There isn't really a fine mid-off. We do have a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and I think from recollection a deep backward square as well, as we'll wait for Kamara. Brook just pushes the ball past him. Kamara feigns a sort of a rather half-hearted dive to his right in the manner of a goalkeeper who knows he's beaten but will just sort of fall on the ground anyway. But and they take a single. 61 for 3. England move on to.
Yeah.
He's quite a gardener. He's a good old gardener there.
Helps if you've got 2 O's in your surname and your monosyllabic as well. Cook, Root, Brook, Gooch.
Ah, very true. Yes, indeed. Right, in comes Kumara. Pulled by Root. Doesn't really get as much on it as he wants to, and the ball sort of limps almost apologetically down towards fine leg.
I do wonder
whether
Root
gets a single.
Root was actually quite close to treading on the stumps there as the ball sort of comes off the very bottom of his bat.
I mean, sometimes when you play that pull shot, you can pirouette so quite balletically. That looked all a bit laboured and cumbersome, didn't it, somehow?
Yeah.
And late, yes, indeed. 124 though, the lead. England will justify some of the looseness of their cricket by advancing the game. That's nothing loose about that defence though. Out into the offside by Brook. No run. It's the end of Kamara's 4th over. And we can go back to you, Forthy.
Sorry, yes. Dara Azizi says not easily say, but a record number of heat-related deaths this year, sadly. And Sagia. Brook not in the best of form, but not under pressure, but needs a score, says Richard Mountford. And Jeremy Henderson, who I think I know, says, sorry, Forthy, but fundamentally disagree. T20's mission may be to entertain. In Test cricket, the mission is to win. Well, I think that not all Test matches are equal. If this was level in the Ashes, last match at the Oval, I would be right with you, ruining these loose shots. I just feel that context is everything.
Well, we have a
England
change of
have won
bowler.
all the other tests.
We're going to have a left arm bowler now in the other Fernando, the one that isn't, the one that is Vishvar, left armour. Mr. Bojangles was actually written by Jerry Jeff Walker. I was looking that up. Well, they've been recorded by so
Did
many
I know
people.
him?
Probably not really, Forthy. Not your sort of really more of a sort of a country artist. Late 60s, I think he wrote it. Right, Vishvar Fernando has just pulled out of his run, or Joe Root, I think, is having a very careful surveying of the field, as you might expect. A twiddle of the bat in his hand, that big pavilion behind him, as Fernando will be bowling from the Vauxhall end, and Rooty just angles the bat, steers him away. Welcome back into the match, Vishvar. 4 gorgeously cover-driven runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
You might remember the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Forthy. They did
I
a version
do,
of it.
yeah.
Yeah, I do remember them, yeah.
They're still going.
I think Harry Belafonte may have done a version of it. I mean, just loads and loads of people have over the years. Sammy Davis Jr. is the one most people
It's
probably
part of the
would
Great
look to.
American Songbook, isn't it?
Right, Fernando in. Rooty just waits and defends towards cover, and there is no run. Yep, it's a beautiful day now. It's just been an in and out sort of day. We've gone from light fluffy clouds and plenty of beautiful blue sky.
Little fluffy clouds?
Lightish little little fluffy clouds. But then all of a sudden it's very, very dark, very, very quickly, and all of a sudden it rains and we're off again. It's highly changeable September weather. Right, has Rooty just
He's
passed?
just gone past.
He's gone past. Well, that's a big shout. He's gone. It was angled into him. He literally has just passed Kumar Sangakkara. He's not going to have time to enjoy that moment, though, because he's been given LBW. Playing across his stumps, I'm afraid. He's going to review, but I don't think with much hope. Vishvar Fernando has made the breakthrough, and that was a poor shot, I have to say. It was a very, very poor shot by Rooty. He's having a chat with his Yorkshire chum.
Yep. So
but
he's,
I think
he's
it's
having one of these.
Optimistic review.
I was in. I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
I don't think that's pitching outside leg stump. I think that's a pretty good shout for smashing down leg
I'm not
stump.
sure. Oh, hang on. Let's have a look. Well, it's hard to tell from the angle we've just been seeing. I think it caught him on the boot on the full, didn't it? I don't think it pitched at all. In it comes. Is there any edge? No, there isn't.
There's ground
Still on the
right
full.
about
It
now.
hits him on the instep, just at the base of the pad where the pad meets the shoe or the boot.
So ball
and
tracking.
I think ball tracking will be all important here. But initial reaction for me was out. Jace, what about you?
Yeah, it looked pretty good. Roots walking.
He's already
so
going. I think he knows once he's seen that he didn't get an inside edge. 66 for 4, so effectively 128 for 4, and Sri Lanka will be looking at that and thinking we are right in this game. Impact in line, wickets hitting, decision out. Joel Wilson goes, get in, I've got another one right. Put that in the Wilson scrapbook.
Yeah.
We've got a
Joe
super
Root has to
chat,
go for 12.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And Jason, okay, I don't want to be whingy and moany, and that just felt like a loose shot from Joe Root. It just felt like a swish across the line that you just shouldn't really have been playing.
It could have been a bit more circumspect, given they were 3 down already and the lead's only just over 100. But
They seem. It's almost like England appear to be determined to make this as close a game as they possibly can and still win it. But they're treading a fine line, because if I was Sri Lanka now, having
very much in the game,
narrowed the deficit to 62, 4 wickets down with the lead at just 128. Oof, you know, what do you think, gentlemen, would be a total? They'd be anything up to 250 they'd be comfortable chasing. Anything up to 300 they'd feel capable of chasing.
Come
right?
off the hour, come off the man.
Well, it's another Surrey boy now.
Yep.
Whenever you get
didn't
time,
shine in
we've
the
got a
first
super
innings.
chat.
It's Jamie Smith, of course it is. And I don't think he would have wanted to be in quite this early after his wicket keeping.
Let's jingle him up.
Hey there, Jamie Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
Right, well, let's have a look. 2 slips a gully. Third man, point, cover, extra cover. Jamie Smith defends to the left arm. Fernando out towards extra, and there is no run.
Yeah, very definitely giving the broad blade of the bat the fullest chance to see the ball there.
Well, I'm sure he would absolutely love to make a few runs. You see, the thing is, time is still not the issue. We're only really just after lunch, albeit there have been interruptions. So we've just passed the halfway point of the match,
and we've taken 24.
and we're in the third innings and well into it already. So that one's clipped away around the corner, so Smith will get himself away and off the mark. And England will move on to 67 for 4. 129 the lead. They're going to want to see that lead at least at 250. We're watching this again. Root really just kind of tumbles over a little bit as he's trying to work Fernando to leg. And there was swing from the left armour. There was definite swing there.
He's trying to catch up with the swinging ball.
That's a good ball.
No, his eyes were on middle and off, and the ball was hitting leg. So, in some sense, he's gone across too much too early.
He's gone too much too early.
Yeah.
Married with a kid.
do. Right, over the wicket comes Fernando to Harry Brooks. Slants it across him into the gloves of Chandimal. It is the end of that Fernando over. It's 67 for 4 England with the lead at 129. And we can go back to the eloquent Fourthie.
Well, got a super chat from one Jeremy Henry at $5. He says, my top shelf, 10th book from the right, page 71. So here goes. The first night out after the bars closed, I found I had lost my key. I only had on a thin white Caliph shirt. I rode a bus back and forth to keep from freezing. Finally, the driver said it was the end of the line or the ride was over. I was too drunk to remember. When I got out, it was still freezing and I was standing outside of Yankee Stadium. Oh Lord, I thought, here's where my childhood hero Lou Gehrig used to play. And now I'm going to die out of here. Well, it's fitting. Now, I don't think that's impossible to have a guess at, and I bet that Jay, if he's listening, might be able to have a go at that one.
I'm sure he will. Right, Jamie Smith is going to be facing Lahiru Kumara, which defends in front of his off stump. And it's just eased to backward point. There is no run. One day we're going to go for a book in your top shelf, and it'll be something like an old Haynes manual, and changing the oil sump on an Austin Metro or something.
Lou Gehrig.
If only that would be a read.
On the waterfront?
I can tell you who directed the film. That was Elia Kazan.
It was, yes.
Yeah, Marion Brando.
Indeed. Right, in comes Kumara. The 2 slips go down. Missed, well, I think he was angling a drive, to be honest, out towards mid-off, and he's rather inside-edged it down towards long-on. It's being chased down, but he should come back for 2. Indeed, he does, so he moves on to 3. 69 for 4.
Yeah, that was right on the bottom corner toe of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely. I think he was thinking cover drive, and what he got was on drive, an unintentional on drive. You see what I mean? Look at the sky there. The sky there is this ample blue. Yes, there's some cloud, but the cloud is well broken up. Not broken up is Kumara, who'll be very chuffed with his work so far in this innings. That's a bold lead by Jamie Smith. And in fact, as Chandimal falls away to his left to field, you could literally see the expression on his face as he fell. How many coats of paint was that? Well, probably 2.5, to be fair. You know, that's an undercoat, overcoat, and possibly an extra.
That's a ball's width away,
gloss
I think.
on top. Yeah. But it was a good leave. And I'll leave that statement there without treading down the well-worn cliche path. But it was a good leave. Whom Kamara puts his hand on his head. In he comes to Jamie Smith, who stands tall and defends this out towards mid-wicket, and again there no run.
I did chortle just a little bit as we were watching Kumara with his hands on his head, that he is sponsored by Moose Clothing, given he's such a bit of a wild animal.
Who is Kumara?
Yeah.
Well, yes, the Moose. Do you remember the Moose Cup one year? England played for the Moose Cup in Sri Lanka, and they won this trophy. It was just basically an enormous trophy with like giant antlery sides to it. It was the Moose Cup. Kamara, in he comes. Oh, Smith ducks underneath it. Chandamal.
Not much of a duck, to be fair.
Not much of a duck. Well, if it ducks like
It's
a
a
duck,
it's a
and
duck.
it walks like a duck, it's
a duck.
He's still a duck under it.
It's not a duck, it's a little duck, it's a duck.
A duckling. It was a bit of a duckling by Smith then. Taken well above head height though by Chandamal, who also affected a sort of a almost quite balletic move there, as if he was looking for marks for artistic impression as well as the efficiency of just catching the ball. Smith.
Jay suggested on the Yankee station, which it is not, Jay.
Up onto his toes goes Smith. Defends towards mid-on again. Very short mid-on, no run. End of that over. 69 for 4. 1-3-1 the lead. Keep the messages coming. Forty's bookshelf is there. If
Keep
you
the
want
guesses going.
Want
as
to
well.
get more.
Mr. Light says $150, and I don't know whether that's a genuine offer, but I suspect he's just trying to push the gear up like he's in.
Okay.
Like he's in an
150. What currency?
Well, he says $150 question mark.
Right.
I don't know whether it's genuine.
Show us the colour of that
$150
in a currency that isn't sort of some minimal.
Some Weimar Republic Deutschmark.
Yeah. And I will do one ball from Jason's knee. But I need to see the colour of the money first, and I promise you, if it's during my commentary stint, I will be as good as my word. That's defended by Harry Brook. Back towards the bowler.
Well, the clock's ticking. 4 minutes.
No,
to get
Vishvar. You got 4 minutes. If you want to see me doing my best impression of Lord Charles with with Jason in the role as Ray Allen. I really do not even want to start to think where his hand might be going, but
I'm not going to do the.
I suppose that's what you pay $150 for. Pounds, whatever the currency may be.
Contemporary references that get our audience.
Full! That was the sort of ball that got Joe Root, actually. Very similar. And Harry Brook was a bit too wise for it and got himself more into line and was more patient with the shot and could steer it away to leg.
Mr. Rolite did clarify, he said lira, obviously.
Oh, well, there you go. 150 lira.
10p.
A redundant currency now anyway, as they use euros. But for 150 big ones, I'll do it. I promise you, if anyone's got that sort of money. Oh, that must be close. Given again by Joel Wilson. Harry Brook got in a real mess. It was exactly the same ball that got Joe Root. Brook, too, is going to review. I think he's going to be in a big old spot of bother. Joel Wilson makes the sign of the television, inwardly going, oh, Christ, here we go again. But I think he's got this one right, Jace.
I think it's very close on whether it pitches in line.
England continue with their death wish.
Yeah, this one did shape a little bit less than the last one, but
rolls his fingers across it.
I still think this is just pitched in line.
That looks slap bang salmon trout to me, and just the swinging left armour. Much in the way. To be fair, there was a very similar ball that Josh Hull bowled. That I can't remember who did it. Was it De Silva? It got. I think it was De Silva, wasn't it? And
I think that one's a little more touch and go. Little more touch and go.
But it's been given
where it's pitched.
Harry Brook's walking.
Brook's walking because he thinks it's not outside leg, which is not.
No, I don't. Touch and
go.
go.
Smash leg stump down.
Touch and go. That's smacking middle and leg, Forthy.
Yeah, it's smacking middle and leg. I was touch and go on where it was pitching, I thought. But,
well, Joel Wilson, somehow, what is stopping him actually doing a little jig of delight and
absolutely in line.
spin round in circle and punch the air at the same time as he gets another one right?
Yeah, and we get one of these.
But I would argue, and I suspect my two learned friends will argue, that England could be in more than a spot of
throwing this game away.
The sticky brown stuff here.
131 for 5. I would say Sri Lanka have maybe got their nose in front.
Well, nose, arm, leg.
It's a short head at the moment.
I would say so. I would definitely say so. Well, interesting that the left armour has got two almost identical wickets. Coincidental it happens to be the two Yorkshiremen, but both got in almost identical fashion, really.
It's all very well for you to sound cheery. I've got Hendo coming on next. He will not be cheery.
Oh, I do. Well, all I can say is good luck with that.
Yes, well,
Thanks very much.
You should be seeing him at the end of this over.
How is your feed doing, Forthy?
It's about half a ball behind. It's I would say tolerable.
Yeah. Half a ball behind. Okay, that's all right. Anything more than that, I think Hendo's mood will be darkened further.
Anyway,
by
we have a new batsman. It's
Birmingham's finest.
It's the Brummy Bradman. It's the saviour. It is this man. And he gets a ball outside off stump and it's defended into point.
On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
We should be changing at the end of this over, shouldn't we?
Yep.
Did he face a ball? I thought we were just. I've only seen the replays.
No, he did face a ball.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh,
you were looking at your phone at the
I was. I
point.
beg your pardon.
Which is
like
why
a teenager.
Like a teenager, defended well by the Brummy Bradman. Back towards the lethally successful at the moment Vishal Fernando.
And which is
69 for 5. It's the end of that over. He's bowled magnificently.
Yeah.
Only 131, so think 131 for 5. This game very much in the balance. Sri Lanka on the up. And I shall move out, and Hendo will move in
when he's finished.
Move like a teenager, Tane. Move like a teenager.
Move like Jagger. I'm quite behind on YouTube. Is Hendo there?
Hendo is not there at the moment. I'll hang on until he comes in.
Okay.
Hang on. Yes. Okay. I'm up to roughly you, Jeremy Henderson.
Where I pointed out that
10 a.m.
every England captain since Strauss has been monosyllabic with an O in his name. So
roughly
Brooke will obviously be next. Sakir says, Joel getting one right must be a miracle day. Ben McCormick says, afternoon all. England throwing this away, just silly batting.
Kamara is in again, and he's bowling to Smith, who just pops it round the corner down to long leg, and they come through for a single, and he moves on to 4, and the score on to 70.
Well, it's problematic, but I'm kind of hoping there is something that our audience has been missing frankly, our audience has been missing this for over a year now. We haven't had a decent Hendo rant in a year, I don't think, and maybe conditions are right. I don't know.
The stars are aligned. The stars are aligning.
Hendo, I'm going to warn you. I'm warning you. I'm a half a ball behind, so I'll be touch late. When this happened yesterday, Bear was giving all sorts of orgasmic grunts just before the ball was bowled, which was quite fun, actually. Quite fun. In comes Kamara again. Wokes this time on strike, lays and misses. It's a loose shot. Not as loose as some we've seen today, though, Hendo?
You don't have to worry, Forthy. I can't remember what an orgasm is. To be fair...
Not an orgasm addict, as the Buzzcocks once had it.
I never saw this coming. I gotta
literally.
Oh well, sorry. That's even worse.
Indeed.
I think you're a bit. I think you're a bit too far behind, Forthy. I think I might have to.
Well,
jump
I've
in
got
for
Kamara
you.
coming in now, and I've
No,
got
you're
Wokes
miles
on
behind.
Big
You're miles
forward
behind.
defensive. All right, do you want me to swap
I
over?
think
Do you want to do
I think
more
we
bubble?
need to switch. Yeah, I think so. We had a problem with Andy yesterday as well when it was too far behind, which means you can rant on my behalf.
Oh, but he says it's all right. They're there to entertain.
Forthy can rant. A forthright rant. Has he edged
Well,
that one? I think he has. Wokes has gone, and England are falling apart at the seams. Wokes goes for a duck, and England, would you believe it, are 70 for 6. I left home this morning saying the game definitely won't be over today, because, well, it could be over tomorrow when England win, but now they're in all sorts of trouble.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Yeah, the ball's been moving around a fair bit. Sri Lanka have bowled much better than they did in the first innings. There's been a lot of loose shots. That's the sort of wicket that gets a number 7 or 8 out, sort of ball that does. So, you know, it's not the sort of extraordinary looseness we saw from earlier from the top order batters. And then Root and Brook just played round 2 very full, well pitched up balls on leg stump. Loose, but understandable perhaps. But 70 for 6, lead by 132. It's Sri Lanka in the lead.
Well, I wouldn't even necessarily say that Root and Brook were loose. I think they were decent balls, and sometimes.
Yes.
I mean, the number of times you watch Root play that line, and you know, there are no problems.
Yeah.
And the same with Brook. They both just got it wrong today, and
Yes,
ever so
agreed.
slightly wrong. But honestly, the attitude.
Lawrence was a shocker.
Well, yeah, but the attitude of England since yesterday morning has been utterly appalling. Utterly appalling. Bringing to the wicket is a man who, well, we were worried about him earlier. He's certainly coming out to bat, and he needs that 118 from Lords. He might want to grab that back if he can. I'll jingle him up in a minute, but it's Lihardo in again, and that's an awful ball down the leg side, but it's athletically taken by Chandimal, who's now landed on his other hand. I mean, he's had so many problems with his fingers and hands and injuries in this series. Poor old Chandimal. It's a wonder that he's still out there. This could be terminal. He's staying down. I think he just came down and landed on his hand after a really, really good take. It has to be said.
A sensational take. It was reminiscent of Alan Knott at his best, but he absolutely has stayed down. He looks in quite a lot of difficulty there. He's wincing.
Hard to see
He's
what
not
he's
moving.
I mean, he rolls a few times. It's hard to actually see what he did. Maybe he jarred his shoulder or something like that. It's anyway.
I reckon it'd be his hand, surely. I mean, he's taken so much in that hand.
Well, I was going to.
Well, I think what might have happened is the ball was in his hand, and as he came down and hit the ground, because the ball was in his hand, it might have wrenched his wrist. Maybe, I'm guessing there.
But it's not the hand that's been injured this year, this series. It's the right hand that's been the problem. This could be the left hand, so he'll have no hands left. Well, that's the way England can win this. Basically,
Well,
make sure that none of the Sri Lankan batsmen have any hands left.
I hope he's got a very understanding wife for the next few weeks. That's all I can say.
Well, it does give me a chance to catch up on some of the tweets that the messages that Forthy wasn't able to get to, which was not his fault, I might add.
Oh, thank you.
Never is.
Well, it's noticeable that when we can't see the screen, people can't see us, so it's harder to actually interact really well. So, Gurna says Sri Lanka win has been coming this series. Jay's had another guess at that book, Underworld.
Good guess, but incorrect. No, it was a little earlier than that.
So, yeah, Richard Peel says give us a clue about the book.
Okay, if I say the word barfly, that might give a clue.
Barfly. Oh.
Well-known American barfly. Anyway.
There's a few of those. Leah says, come on, England, collapse again like in the first inning, so as to make it a game. I think that's happening for you, Leah, as we speak. Sorry, there's quite a lot here to go through. The J Thang says, what the fuck? Come on, England. They're turning into Manchester United. Very disappointing. England batting is rubbish today on our home ground, says Yohinda Malhotra. Just say no, says Lucky Six. Oh, that was around the lap dance. Yeah. What are the chances Forthy has a book on orgasms in his collection? Says the gear.
I don't. There used to be a book, didn't there, which you two will remember, called The Joy of Sex. And I remember going into one of my tutors.
How do you feel about being lumped in like this? I'm not entirely sure this is so.
What is this? What is this sex you refer to?
There was a chap with a beard, and there were all these sort of diagrams and things. And we went into our tutor's room once for an ancient history tutorial. There it was, tucked in between the Cicero and Ovid. The Joy of Sex.
Which did you enjoy most, Cicero, Ovid, or The Joy of Sex?
The first book of that sort that I recall was actually being shown as when I was younger, probably a teenager or early 20s, was Nancy Friday, wasn't it? I think something like that.
Yes, Nancy Friday, The Secret Garden.
Oh, was it Nancy Friday? Who was it? Was it her, or was it the one?
Nancy Friday. What she did was she asked loads of women around the
that's right, about fantasies and stuff. Yeah.
And it was banned in Ireland, I remember.
Of course it was.
Well, back to the cricket, and I will tell you that poor old Chandimal, having had his hands battered and bruised, has finally given way to what looks like it could be a hip or back problem. He's sort of limping gingerly off, supported by two non-playing members of the squad. That may be the last we see of him this afternoon. It may not be the last we see of him in the test, depending on how many England get. The other curious thing is, with England 70 for 6 and only leading by 132, the utterly crazy algorithm WinViz still says England is 70% likely to win.
Yes, I saw that.
I find that quite odd. But actually, you look at it. How many wickets did England give away in the first innings? How many wickets did they give away in this innings? They've given away 3. It only takes... I mean, this is the thing about this kind of approach, that if you give wickets away in stupid fashion, it only needs the bowling team to then take a couple of genuinely good wickets, and suddenly... You're in all sorts of trouble. Kumara has 3 for 13. Final ball of his 6 overs. 2 slips in the gully. Bowls to Atkinson. Atkinson is playing straight and firmly with resolve up to mid-off. There is no run. That's the end of the over. Smith for Atkinson yet to score.
So, yes, England lost last 13 wickets for 124. It's again, so it's good way Forthy for lumping them in too.
Thank you.
Jado71 says, well, I'm happy with the Sri Lanka's fight back. They've definitely picked up their game as time has gone by and actually taking the fight to the England team. Windies didn't do that at all. Yeah, I was just thinking that this morning, that Sri Lanka are definitely a rung above the way the West Indies were this summer, and it's been good to see. Sagir wants to know why I'm not on screen. That it's all part of the technical problems with the computer. It'll be all right in a week or so when we've got the new computer.
Vishwa Fernando bowls to Smith, who pushes a little bit loosely at that one, up to mid-on, and Vishwa Fernando has roared back after I questioned his abilities on Friday, I think it was. He has 2 for 5. And he's got rid of big beasts in the form of Joe Root and Harry Brook for a combined score of 15, both LBW.
I did the same, Hendo. I was on, and I was saying it's all very well picking a left-hander for variation, but surely not this. Oh, hang on, he's got a wicket.
Yeah, next ball is defended to mid-wicket by Smith. And I think Smith's going to be tested here as well. I mean, it's a precious situation for him now. He has to shepherd the tail, and it becomes a very long tail after Atkinson, really.
By the way, Chandimal, we have to report, is so gingerly going up the steps, one step at a time. Poor chap, he really is in a bad way.
Fernando bowls are going very accurate at the moment, good length, dead straight, defended to mid-wicket by Smith, who remains on 4.
Richard Peel's got another guess for your book. For the Ham on Rye. Based on Barfly being set in New York. That's the best I've got.
Yeah, okay, I will reveal at the end of this over because I don't want these things hanging around forever.
I missed this. What? You can tell me in a minute. Fernando's going to bowl.
I was challenged to read it. Yeah.
Okay. After this ball, Fernando in bowls and squares him up a little bit as this one is angled more across him, but still probing away at about off stump. It's no run.
Yeah. So for hard currency, people can write in, and I will read a paragraph from a book as specified, and then people have to guess.
Oh, okay.
Only for hard currency, though.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I haven't got any hard currency. I've never got any cash on me anymore, which is...
Virtual cash is also acceptable.
Oh, damn. Bitcoin. Fernando in, down the leg side. Well taken by the new keeper, who I presume to be Kusal Mendis. Seeing as they have a long line of wicketkeeper batters do Sri Lanka, and he actually kept really well when Chandimal had to go off before.
Yeah, there's no shortage. There's never a shortage of a great Sri Lankan wicketkeeper batsman all the way through back to Sangakkara and presumably before that, although I can't remember who was before that.
That's good. That's a good question, actually. Fernando in again to Smith. Smith eases this off the top of his knee down to deep backward square. He will run through for a single. He will keep the strike. England move tentatively now onto 71 for 6, and it's going to be time for some drinks. So let's have some more chat.
Yeah, it was Charles Bukowski, who some of you may know. Notes of a Dirty Old Man was the booking question.
We could have probably all written that, couldn't we?
Oh, that must look good on your shelves.
Oh well, it's quite Catholic, my shelves.
Well, Mark Zipp had a guess on Blue Sky. Said Delmore Schwartz.
Another good guess.
The Turka Kaveri, aka Woi Pom, says we're doomed. Whereas Michael on Blue Sky says for the first time on Blue Sky, doomed.
Hang on, who has Woi Pom turned into now? Who is Turku Kavari?
Well, he's moved to Finland.
Oh, he's in Finland now, is he?
Yes.
He likes his extremes, doesn't he? One moment he's in South Africa, the next moment he's in Australia, and then the next moment he's in the freezing wastes of Finland.
Yes.
You said Finland there, Messi, as if his country had never heard of. Rather like Donald Trump, who's just been briefed on Finland.
Messi's never heard of Donald Trump.
Is he the guy who wanted to buy Greenland?
Oh, possibly. Yeah, that's a good point, isn't it? Yeah, fair point.
Oh dear. So sorry to go back to YouTube. We're on drinks, aren't we?
Yes.
So Leah says, let me rummage around for my copy of Fucking Trans Women, which might not qualify as a book because it's more of a zine. And some discussion about that and what it is. Jay Grover says, yes, I've got it.
What has he got?
Timestamp. Where? So what was the book? Sorry.
It was Charles Bukowski, Notes of a Dirty Old Man. What is Jay suggesting?
Well, he says he got it, but I can't see the... Oh, no, sorry, he did. 10:35. I missed it. Notes of a Dirty Old Man. I think Bukowski had a baseball angel in there somewhere.
Oh, there well done, Jay. I knew he'd get it. He's very good on that sort of thing.
Yes, you and Jay have read a lot of books between you. I'd say about 1,000 times as many as the Bear has read.
No comment.
Yeah, well, yes, because he doesn't read fiction because it's all made up stuff. Ah, dear. Are we back yet?
No, we're just looking at a run through of the wickets, and it makes really quite ugly washing for England. But absolute credit to Sri Lanka, who, for once, having been given an opening or forged an opening, are actually going through it to a certain extent.
They've played well, haven't they? I felt that England, we were getting Bazball, or whatever you want to call it, 2.0 earlier this summer, where they were, assessing the situation and playing accordingly, aggressively, but accordingly. And now we're just back to playing recklessly again, which is a shame.
Yes, I think that's a good summation.
Yeah. Well, England were 56 for 2 They've lost 4 wickets for 15. 4 wickets for 15. Let's just let that sink in.
Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that Ollie Pope isn't quite sure what the remit is, and feels that he's still playing slightly to last summer's tune, maybe? Although Ben Stokes is in the dressing room.
No, well, Ben Stokes and McCullum are there, and I imagine it's coming from them.
I think it is. I think there's a loss of sense of direction. I was saying earlier that when they went fearlessly last year, they still did it with a sense of responsibility. I just feel like that.
Not always. No.
No, not always. But there's not that sense of any responsibility for what happens. I'll just go and do it, and if it fucks up, it fucks up.
I do think it's.
Well,
I think there's an element of complacency, isn't there? When you've won 5 tests in a row.
Yes. Well, either complacency, or does it really matter?
Oh, goodness me! New bowler is on. Rathnayaka. I'm just going to jingle him up. Smith played all round that, was beaten between bat and pad. Luckily for him, it didn't come back enough to hit his off stump. This is the bowler.
Hello, Mr. Milan, Ratnayaka, will teach us the world of cricket from Sri Lanka. Not a superpower, but maybe one day they will be.
And I use that shot as exhibit A as to why Jamie Smith may not be all he's made out to be. Slip in a gully, Rathnayaka in again. A little bit of a gentle away swing at 80 miles an hour. This time he watches it go and lets it go.
Is there a law against moving your feet?
I think there is in the modern era, to be fair.
I think it must be hard when you're not used to using them to shift between 2 modes. I get that.
I mean, personally, I understand the notion that Test cricket has its boring moments. But then most of life has its boring moments, and most sports have their boring moments, even if it is an elongated boring moment. Played into the offside. He's looking for a single on this occasion. That was a very interesting delivery, because it just seemed to move away. He managed to adjust, and he was looking for the single. Gus Atkinson, who we believe was off with a quad injury earlier today, has come out to bat. Whether he's able to bowl as well, that's another thing that England have to take into consideration, is whether Atkinson can bowl in the second innings. It was down to Josh Hull and Chris Wokes this morning. Ollie Stone also picked up a wicket.
Oh, well, it's all set up for Josh Hull to be the hero, isn't it?
Absolutely. On to the back foot goes Smith, plays defensively up towards mid-on. It's intercepted by the man running in from mid-wicket. The score remains 71 for 6. I mean, there's an awful, I suppose, tendency in this country to build people up and knock them down. I was reading some of the comments on the BBC website underneath the report on Jack Draper's win of getting through to the semi-final at the US Open. Rathnayaka in again, bowls, defended down into the gully by Smith, and it's one way or the other. People are either saying he's the best thing we've ever seen, he's going to be the most talented tennis player England has ever seen, and then there are other people saying, oh no, well, he didn't beat anyone good. Well, actually, yeah, they're all good. Anyone who watches tennis for any length of time will see that the level is phenomenal. It's very hard to win a Grand Slam, and only 1% of players do that. Driven by Smith, but again, not where he intended it. Thick inside edge down to long leg. He'll take another single, and he will keep the strike again, which is okay. England move to 72 for 6. Messi.
Yes. I was just going to say, I do think the pressure on sports people is ridiculous these days.
Yep.
In that they have to win everything, or they're not good enough.
That's
It's
right.
just
Absolutely.
crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Yeah. Stephen Kelk says, just got back. What the fuck's going on?
Well, no, it's mainly going off, and it's England batsmen. They're going off at a tremendous rate. Back to the dressing room.
Richard Peel says, I got the author. Did I get half a credit? Yes, of course you do, Richard.
Definitely.
Richard Mumford said we need a 50 partnership from Mattel at least. and we need 250 plus minimum lead along the way.
Well, I think they need 220 to be sure. I think it might spin in the final innings, but that said, England need to take it deeper so that the pitch deteriorates a little bit in that respect.
We're only halfway through the game time.
Well, what are we?
Philosophical question.
Yeah,
Do you
right.
think it would be the worst thing in the world if Sri Lanka, even we're England supporters, if Sri Lanka won this Test match, though?
Fernando in Vishwal, that is, defended by Smith, dribbles up to mid-on. In one sense, no, but in another sense, yes, because I've kind of got quite interested in the idea of England actually making it to the Test Championship final next year.
Okay.
They were miles away, but now that they've won 5 in a row, they're shooting up the table.
Yeah.
And I quite like them to be in that.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Fernando bowls. He comes down the wicket, does Smith, and then tries to whip it as it's angled down the leg side. There's a polite inquiry to Joel Wilson, who vigorously shakes his head, says there's nothing doing there. But also
Very wide stance,
sorry, go on.
Jamie Smith.
Say again.
You've got a very wide stance, Jabe.
Well, I've been going on about this for ever since I've seen him, and I'm not going to say that there's anything wrong with it because he's had success so far. But don't change it unless you need to. He flicks this one a little bit aerially, but timed it well enough, straight to the man at long leg. So it's another single. He goes
It's
to
quite
7.
an alpha male look. Kevin Peterson obviously was the exhibit number 1 for the wide stance.
Yeah, but it's not just the stance. It's where he plays, which is right by his front knee, which I find a little bit strange. It almost looks to me like a kid who's sort of picked up the bat for the first time and been told to stand there, and that's what he's come up with. But as I say, if it's working, we've learnt over the years, don't change what's working. Fernando, Vishwa Fernando in. He's got a leg slip now. Might as well have one. That's a really good ball that came back in viciously in the air to Atkinson, who only just got his bat down in time to keep that out. Otherwise, he would have been well and truly castled. And Fernando of the Vishwa variety really is stepping up here.
He's a bowler transformed, isn't he? Is this conventional swing or reverse swing we're looking at right now?
That's a very good point. I think it's conventional.
I think it is too. It's quite late for conventional swing to still be on the ball at this stage.
He's in again. Bowls to Atkinson. He's just getting his line wrong a little bit at the moment. He's looking for that in swing, but every so often he's just starting it too much on leg stump so that it fades away down the leg side. But he has got that.
It's only the 21st over for the end. It's very green outfield.
That is true. I tend to the game hasn't moved on quite as far as I had in mind. You're right.
As I said, it's hard to get the bottle tops off bottles these days. So
Naughty.
I suppose there is also. I don't know whether anyone's taken any jelly beans out. Maybe it's possible. Fernando in to complete the over, and that comes off the pad. I think he's appealing. Oh my goodness me! He's been sent back. Atkinson is going to hurry as the throw comes in. England are asleep at the wheel. He's given a leg by, but they didn't actually run, did they? Hang on. We need to see this again, don't we?
No, they didn't run.
Hang on. Hang on.
I haven't seen it
I cannot understand what's going on here because Joel Wilson has given a leg by, and I thought Atkinson got sent back. And now Sri Lanka have reviewed it.
What, reviewed the leg by?
No, they reviewed for the LBW. I think
There's definitely no leg by there.
I think
they definitely didn't take a run.
The only jingle that you could possibly play for this, it's got to be a missing leg stump, is this.
You cannot be serious!
That's crazy. It's going down the leg side, I think. I don't think it really matters whether he's got an edge to that. It doesn't seem to have.
I mean, it pitched outside leg. It hit him outside leg. It was going over the top and missing leg. So apart from that, it was a good appeal.
It's pitching another ball width and a half outside leg stump. So that is one of these.
Big question is, what happened to the leg by? Is that in the score sheet?
I don't know.
No, it's not.
I presume...
70th. He's repeated the leg by signal, though.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Joel's lost it. Joel has completely lost it. We've all lost it. England have lost it. Anyway, it's going to be Smith facing up to Ratanaika. And he drives in the air. Oh, my word. The man at Gully leaps into the air, but he's just not tall enough. And luckily for Smith, it's flown away for one of these. Now you tell me Cameron Green wouldn't have taken that.
Well, Josh Hull might have done as well.
Well, Josh Hull made... Well, based on what we saw of Josh Hull's catching yesterday, perhaps not.
Not the best. Not the best.
But Cameron Green would have sort of just
he would have done.
Reached out a paw and he'd have had it, wouldn't he?
Yeah, well, I was interested in being watching Cricket Info change dynamically. Initially, they put up one leg by, then it went down to one run, and now it's back to a dot ball for that last ball of the previous over.
Next delivery is a little bit wider, a little bit shorter cut by Smith, finding the man at deep point. He takes a single, he goes to 12. England 78 for 6, lead by 140.
That's an interesting point. Are the scorers allowed to override the umpire if manifestly a leg bye hasn't taken place because they're at the wrong end for the leg bye to have occurred? Presumably they are, because he definitely gave the leg bye.
That's a good point, isn't it?
You'd think they'd have to. Maybe they consult the third umpire in that circumstance.
Ratanaika in bowls to Atkinson this time. Atkinson presents the full face of the bat, times it quite nicely, but it was nothing more than a push, and it's well fielded by Lahiro, I think it is, at mid-on. Quite difficult to tell Lahiro and Asita Fernando apart. They're very chunky and bearded.
Yes.
And they bowl in quite a similar manner as well.
Not all the heroes wear capes, of course.
Indeed, indeed. Very good. He's in again, bowls. This comes off a thick inside edge as a wafty foot-movingless drive from Atkinson brings him his first single down to deep backward square, 79 for 6. And we're joined by Tony. What time is it now?
It's
end of this over. Switch time.
I'm waiting for Jason to come back in. I might as well stay here and do this as well.
Well, you're staying where you are anyway.
I'm staying where I am.
You stole from Forthy.
I stole from Forthy. I took what was not mine. Ratanaika in bowls to Smith, who eases this away through a vacant point area. Will take another single. And he moves to 13. England 80 for 6. Suddenly England having to bat with some semblance of caution. 80 for 6.
You've been quite restrained during this session period, Hendo. But I think your listeners are a tiny bit disappointed that you haven't, completely combusted.
Well, I did say to Tony, "What am I coming on to do?" And he said, "Summarising." So I said, a summer rant I was going to do, but having had to take over ball by ball, I've had to put that on the back burner. Short ball by Ratanaika, and Atkinson aims a pull at that one, but makes no contact. Could easily have got a little feather through the keeper, but didn't, fortunately, and that is the end of the over. Messi,
I'll do a couple of
do more before you
tweets.
go.
Well,
yeah.
Sinahu says no point having loads of slips. These batters aren't good enough for subtle edges.
Yeah.
Richard Bamford says Stone can bat a bit. He says probably our last chance.
He can.
Sinahu says, does this tennis player represent England or Britain? And Pokey says, stop getting your Scotch on our English rose. You wanted independence so you didn't have to share Andy Murray.
Well, I'm talking of these things I've seen on the BBC, comments that people make. Also on Twitter, I discovered that there's a hate handle of Emma Raducanu, and it's called Emma Raducant. I know, it's awful, isn't it? Imagine that, defended on the back foot by Smith into the covers. There is no run. On the basis, why would you create a whole Twitter handle just to slag someone off who plays tennis? I don't really understand that. He must have a lot of time on his her hands. But there you go. Vishwa Fernandez bowled beautifully in this spell. He's taken 2 for 7. He's into a 5th over. Bright sunshine at the Oval. Wasn't what the weather cave forecast this morning, as Smith defends up towards mid-on again. To the left arm over the wicket bowler. Some technical problems are being dealt with by the combined talents of the Bish and Jason G. Now, I wouldn't mind seeing a close-up now of Brendan McCullum. I'd like to see whether his visage has changed a little bit, whether he's maybe sitting a little bit more upright than normal, to sort of suggest that there's a kind of serious battle going on out there now. Dabbed through gully by Smith. They'll get a single out to deep backward point. Tony is muttering away. I have to say that the cracked bishop has revealed itself, which is not a good look. And England are under the cosh a little bit here, and it's a real pressure situation, and it's a good one in his development for Jamie Smith, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot of weight of expectation on the two players at the moment.
Certainly is, and Atkinson.
And they should know what they're doing because it is their home pitch after all.
That is true. Fernando bowls good line outside off stump, and Atkinson right forward in defence. Right forward. That's showing a better technique than possibly England's top 3. But there you go. 81 for 6. The lead is 143. Any thoughts, Tony? What you've seen?
I think England have. Well, I think one, as badly as they bowled on the first day, Sri Lanka have bowled extremely well. England, however, have played some very loose shots still. 2 swishes across the line to a ball that's swinging in is always going to get you in a bit of trouble.
Fernando, and again hits him on the pad. He's going to appeal for that again. I think that's probably going down the leg side, or at least pitched outside leg stump. This time Joel Wilson has no problem in shaking his head, and they won't refer it.
Duckett's was a poor dismissal, just chipping to mid-off.
Popes
was a more dismissal, chopping on when he really hadn't got the room to play the sort of glide that he was looking to play. Again, England have contributed to their own downfall, and it has a feeling of end-of-term lackadaisicalness to me.
Vishwa in again, and he gets a bat in front of pad this time, steers it to mid-wicket, straight to the man, no run.
Yeah, that front pad is getting a severe targeting at the the
do you want to stay on ball by ball,
yeah,
Hendo?
I'll stay on
for the
for
next half hour then, basically. So you'll have had
a long stint.
A joyous hour, that's fine. I've got no problem with that.
Okay. 81 for 6. Smith 14. That's the end of the over. Atkinson still has a single. It looks like there's a bit of darker cloud moving in from the high rises at the back of what used to be the OCS stand. It's now the Finn stand, I believe. In old money, the Vauxhall end. And Dan Lawrence, believe it or not, is the highest scorer for all the criticism we've given him.
Nearly half the runs.
I put a tweet out earlier saying I thought Dan Lawrence was batting like a man who was kind of aware or thought this might be his last innings in Test cricket. I hope that's not the case, because I think he's got something to offer, just not in the position he's being asked to play. Ratnayaka bowls to Smith, a little bit of gentle away movement, but he deals with it well enough, dabs it into the offside just backward of square, takes a single, and he's been all about singles in the last half an hour, Jamie Smith, apart from that one flash outside the offside and went over the slips and down to third man for 4.
And Sri Lanka won't be unhappy to see Atkinson on facing.
No, notwithstanding that he scored a marvellous century. I don't think he's necessarily going to do that here, because the ball is nipping about, even though there isn't full cloud cover, and the sun is still out. 2 slips in the gully, waiting. Ratnayaka in, bowls, hits him on the pad. He was trying to whip that onto the onside with a lot of bottom hand. Missed it completely. Just thought there might have been some interest from the bowler, but nothing in particular.
They've only got one review left. They can't really gamble on it, I don't think.
Well, I'm not necessarily thinking that they might have reviewed that, but I thought he might have made a polite inquiry of Chris Gaffney, but he didn't. And so England remain 82 for 6. The lead is 144. I don't know how do you get sort of an end of term feeling like this. It's not professional, is it? We're always being told how professional these guys are. This is dabbed into the offside by Atkinson. Fielded at cover. There is no run. It's not like a lot of these players have played a lot of cricket this summer.
No, I'm sure Tony's going to come in with a post that Gary made in the green room chat.
Oh yeah.
Am I? Not at the moment. I am not. What I can do, if you like, we've got other things to do first, message-wise.
Oh, let's do it after this ball then. Let's do a couple. See if we can sneak some things in from YouTube. Rathnayaka in bowls. He's on the pad. That's got to be out. That is out. Plum LBW. He's hit right across that horrible shot.
Three gone that way now.
Absolutely awful from England. I mean, we don't. It's difficult because Atkinson scored 100.
He's been told by Jamie Smith that don't
really,
bother.
That's out, and he has gone. And England are an absolutely ridiculous 82 for 7.
Very glum.
It's just a straight ball.
Another one bites the dust.
He's just missed a straight ball.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Who needs to move the ball when you can just miss a straight ball?
Some very
by hitting across the line, basically.
Some very flat-footed batting by England at the moment. They're just
swishes across the line. I mean, straight. The two of them, Brook and Root, swished at balls which did.
I think you're being a bit harsh with Root and Brook, to be honest, because I think those are the kind of runs that they pick up all the time. They play a lot of the time. They play off the stumps, if it's sort of middle and leg, especially, and 98% of the time Root gets runs there. And I sometimes look at him and I think, ooh, that's played off the stumps, but he does it all the time, and he gets, he scores a lot. I think he probably got a slightly better ball than Brook did. Brook's not had a good game, has he, really?
No, he hasn't.
Threw it away in the first innings.
Right. Jay Grover had said, I'm just reading an Islands 11 and I'm strangely reassured to find out the Sri Lankan board has always been absolutely nuts. We did say butts and then corrected it to nuts, not butts. England lost 13 wickets for 144. Well, that's 14 wickets now. Dara's easy. Where's Darren Stevens when you need him? Good question.
Oh, yes.
Imagine Jimmy Anderson bowling in these conditions. He'd be pretty good. Doomed to the power of doomed, says Stephen Kelt.
Doomed to the power of doomed.
Jaginder Malhotra, rubbish batting England. Under 100, 7 wickets gone. Very shame.
Where is Brendan McCullum? I want to see what he's looking like. If he's leaning back in his chair so far that he's almost falling off it, I want him sacked. In comes Rathnayaka then to Ollie Stone, the new batsman, and he has a little fish at that as it moves away from him, but
sack that new white ball coach as well. Oh no, hang on.
The new batsman is this man. Could we create a complete Ollie 11? Can you think of an Ollie? We could probably get an Ollie 11, couldn't we?
Well, there's two Ollie Robertsons to come in.
Two Ollie Robertsons. There's Ollie Sykes, who's been 12th man for England today.
Yeah. Oliver Hannon Dolby.
And is it Ollie Hand? Is it Ollie? I've forgotten his name now. In comes Rathnayaka again down the leg side. They'll get a leg by here. Stone sets off quickly. He's thinking about 2. Won't get it. As the man comes off the long leg boundary. It is a leg by this time. Genuine leg by. 83 for 7. Isn't there an Ollie at Gloucestershire? Ollie Price?
Yeah, there's Ollie Price. There is an Ollie at Sussex as well. I'm trying to remember. No, that's Ali, sorry. Ali Oral.
Oh, yes.
Find a couple of wealthy Russians, a couple of oligarchs.
Hey.
Right. Well, no, it's plenty more. Richard Peel makes a very reasonable point, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He says, are you all batsmen because you're giving 0 credit to the bowlers? That's not quite fair, Richard. I said Sri Lanka have bowled far, far better today than they did on the first morning, and they were getting the ball to swing quite considerably.
Yeah, my point is, and this is why I disagree with Tony about the dismissals of Root and Brook, is that England gave them 3 wickets at the start of this innings, effectively. And they have, I'm not saying they were bowling badly at that point, but they were bowling reasonably well. But England didn't need to give those wickets away. This one comes into Stone, who times it nicely, straight up to Mid-on, there is no run. Start of a new over from Bishwa.
Going to have to do more of that with the score at 83 for 7. Our friend Jaginda Malhotra says, thanks for the very good commentary, very nice. There you go.
But I think also this shows up England's lack of technique, which is...
In English conditions, which is a bit odd.
Well, in English conditions, or what you can say in Indian conditions, in Australian conditions, because we haven't done very well there. Vishwa in, looking for a full ball on leg stump. He's appealing for a catch down the leg side, I think, but I'm pretty sure the bat went nowhere near that. It may have just clipped the heel of Ollie Stone's boot on its way through. Good take from Kusal Mendes.
The form Joel Wilson's in, if he says no, then it's no.
And Vishwa's got a bit excitable, and his captain has told him to get back in his box and start bowling another ball.
Bowl a bit straighter. I mean, if you can get that to move like that from off stump, then batsman's going to be in trouble.
Well, if he gets Josh Hull to come in, then it's going to be perfect for him.
That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Can England make it to tea? That is the question. There's 7 down. And do we think... At what point does Jamie Smith think to himself, I've run out of partners, should I try and get as many runs as I can before we're all out? Or does he try and shepherd the strike? What does he do? Any thoughts? And that's allowing for the fact that he doesn't get out, but it's not beyond the bounds of possibility.
Well, normally he'll wait for 9 or 10 to be in before he starts to,
we've got 9 in.
swing.
9's out there. Down the leg side again. And once more, Stone can't make contact. He's trying, but
Ollie Stone has already shown that he can bat.
Yeah.
Therefore, I think Smith stays batting sensibly.
Yeah, so I think it's really with Hull.
Bashir and Hull.
Yeah.
It's swing like a rusty gate and see how you go.
And it'll be interesting to see how Sri Lanka respond to that, whether they decide to allow him the single and put everyone back. We've got a ring now, really. We've got a slip gully, a leg slip, a leg gully. So we've got no one further out, presumably, on the leg side. Full, it's the bat again, it's swinging in. It was a little bit straighter. But England really not getting to grips with Fernando, who's now sort of 6 overs nearly gone. He's only gone for 8 runs, and he's picked up 2 wickets.
This consistent left arm swing is very reminiscent of Chaminda Vaas.
It is.
There's absolutely nothing there to hit, basically.
Yeah, maybe Chaminda Vaas was a little bit quicker. But what a bowler he was. What a bowler. What control he had. I think that's the difference. They're good bowlers when they find their rhythm. Vishwa in again down the leg side once more. But Stone can't make a connection.
Thank God you're right-handed, Ollie Stone, because they'd be right in the groove against a left-hander.
Oh, they'd be brilliant deliveries to a left-hander, wouldn't they? I mean, he's consistently hitting that line just outside leg stump. Now, there's a bit of a change in the field. They're putting someone back on the... No, it's putting 2 out the bounds. They're going to allow...
Short ball coming and single coming, perhaps.
Yeah, I thought it... You're probably right, he called the short ball, but also the potential for allowing Stone to have the single. He's in again, bowls, and he defends, and he's going to take the single anyway. He doesn't care. He pushed it into the offside. And there's acres of open space there. Runs through, he's off the mark. England 84 for 7.
Well, you mentioned our friend Gary earlier, so I'll give you, as you might not be surprised to learn, if I read it all, then we'll still be here at 10 o'clock tonight. But I'll pick out some highlights.
Yep.
I'm not having this, but the World T20 made the scheduling difficult, he says. This is talking about 3 tests in such a short, compacted time frame in the first place. How long had they known about that? And it's an administrator's job to deliver an elite product for which people pay an exorbitant price. But this is what happens when businessmen come in and treat sport like it's another enterprise with assets to be sweated and an ROI to be maximised. And our own David Brooke said, we all know this absurd schedule is because of the 16.4.
ROI, what do you mean by ROI?
ROI, return on investment.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gary then said, I think that's a major part of it, but somebody has agreed 8 white ball matches versus Australia. I know it won't be the same players, but I guess they couldn't delay this test a week, or else they'd be playing them concurrently. And he then imagines I'll just be able to quickly read it, he imagines a piece of commentary. So that concludes our coverage of day 2 of the 3rd Test on Sky Cricket. After the break, we'll join Nick Knight and Charlie Dagnall at Trent Bridge, where England have won the toss in this evening's T20 International versus Australia.
Yeah, I do feel like we're going straight from. If this this test won't go, it's full length now, will it? So they will have. Well, we will have a cricket-free day on Tuesday, I would imagine. Asitha Fernando comes on for Ratanaika. He's going to operate to Stone from around the wicket, and his first ball is a bouncer. And you kind of think, with 3 men out on the leg side, that that's going to be his mode of attack. And actually, he's signalling it even more by the fact that there are no close fielders at all. No slips, no gullies. Poor old Joe Wilson, with a man at square leg, has decided to come over to the offside so that he can see things altogether better. But, this is what we're going to get, a short ball attack, which I don't necessarily think is the right idea. He ducks under this one quite comfortably, Stone, and through it goes. Now, Ratanaika just got rid of Atkinson in his last over. He was getting the ball to consistently move away, and I thought bowling very accurately and very well. And now Dhananjaya has decided that he'll dispense with all the close fielders, and he'll take swing out of the equation by just bowling short. Now that means that probably Stone will now sky one down to long leg, since I've said that, but we shall see. He's over the wicket again now. Ooh. And that's a much better ball, and that really did lift, and Stone had to be really on his mettle there, and dropped his hands quite nicely. Played it well.
This is the plan against Stone, is to bowl short. I think it's been the plan since the data boys in the back rooms have made, and they're not going to change it for the context of the ball is swinging, so they'll pitch it up a bit more than you would have done for the plan as originally envisaged.
Well, so many wickets have gone down since yesterday morning. I can't actually remember how Stone got out yesterday, or was he not out at the end? Can anyone remember how Ollie Stone got out in the first innings?
I can tell you, because I'll have a look.
Snick behind, wasn't it?
I seem to remember it was a snick behind. You may well be right there, Jason.
Well, he's now brought in a short leg, so he's got a short leg. He's got a square leg almost directly behind that. The short leg they're both just slightly in front of square.
There's a man behind the square leg as well.
He's in short, down the leg side, poor ball, left alone by Stone.
Neither of your memories are particularly sharp, I've got to say.
That's true.
He was the not out batsman.
He was the not out batsman.
That's probably why you don't remember him getting out, to be fair.
Which shows I've got a brilliant memory.
What a brilliant memory you both have, except Jason, who then invented a way for him to spin out, which obviously never happened.
Well, no, I did miss a wicket yesterday, and I can't remember who it was.
Well, it wasn't Ollie Stone's.
And what did he end up with, Stone? Did he
15 off 12.
Oh, okay. So did he? I mean, he may have played a couple of ball shots or a hook shot, but I think I might have been asleep at that point. Asitha comes in over the wicket to Stone, and he has to rise up on his tippy toes to play that down into the offside. He doesn't look massively discomforted by the short ball, but maybe they've seen something. Maybe on the circuit someone has told them that he's a man who doesn't go like after the short ball. Well, it may not be that. It may just be that he goes after the short ball in and sometimes fails to control it. It may not be that he's afraid of the short ball. Tony's going to come in with a YouTube contribution at the end of this over. There's only one ball to go, and Stone is waiting for us either to buzz. Another bouncer down the leg side again, taken by Mendes. End of the over, 84-7. That was a maiden of nonsense, really.
Well, one ball that lifted outside of off stump was a pretty good ball. Yeah. The other 5, not so much. Right. Jeff Perkins, Richard Peel brings a missing balance. Richard Peel is missing the balance that the Bear bowler brings to the mix. Probably true. We also give Sri Lanka a lot of runs with our spin yesterday, says Dara. Yes, we did give them a lot. Ollie Rayner, another Ollie to add to your collection.
Now retired, however.
Well, yeah, but then
demon spinner in his
get
time.
Him out of retirement if you're desperate for Ollies. Mind you, in that case, you might as well have. Who am I thinking of? Milburn. Right. Lockie the
Colin Milburn.
Colin Milburn.
Okay. Who's Ollie? There is an Ollie Milburn.
No.
Okay, Colin.
No, you've made
Ollie Milburn is an actor.
Yeah, there we go. Wonder if he plays cricket. Right. Lockie the 6. Dance, you chickens, dance. England will win. Sri Lanka won't get to 100.
They don't need to. They only need 146 at the moment.
Leah says that innings from Gus was a bit
Well,
disappointing. I was told he was an all-rounder.
The question about Rathnaka not going off has been answered. He's been changing ends.
He has changed ends. Yeah, that's right. Jingle him up.
Hello, Mr. Milan, Ratnayaka, teach us.
He's going to be bowling to Jamie Smith, who comes down the wicket and lofts this into the air. Horrible shot. He might just get away with it. He does. Who was that? Vishwa was all over the place at mid-off. He never looked like he was going to catch that, did he? He ran back. I mean, it would have been a hard catch, or at least he made it into a hard catch. I'm not sure. He tried to chip it into the onside, I think, and got a bit of a leading edge as he came down the wicket. Oh, it's a horrible shot, to be honest. It was a nothing sort of shot. But, he was like a man drowning, wasn't he? There, as he
was in danger of actually trying to catch it in his mouth because he had both arms out and his mouth open so wide.
Did he get 2 runs for that? He did. Onto the back foot. That's altogether better. That's a really good shot from Smith. That's what we like to see from him. That's gone away through cover off the back foot for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Do you get the feeling, though, perhaps that Smith has now decided it's time to go, which I think is a little bit premature. But if he plays shots like that, we won't be moaning, because that's a perfectly good back foot drive.
I mean, you've just had an absolute shocker of a shot and an absolutely gorgeous cover drive in consecutive balls.
Ratnayaka in again, bowls, and he's gone for the big pull shot. Has he got enough on it?
Oh,
I think he has. That sailed into the stands in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School. That has gone all the way. I think we can absolutely, with certainty, say he is beginning to go for it. I wasn't sure he'd got that well, but it's gone very high, and it's gone well, it's gone 25 metres longer than it needed to go, to be honest, so his margin for error was quite
long
good.
levers, and he hung it up there and let the wind carry it, if whatever wind there is.
Whenever I hit the ball in the air, the wind just seemed to sort of hold it up there for someone to get underneath it and catch it. Ratnayaka bowls again, just straightens on him a little bit, and he's forced into defensive mode on this occasion, pushing to the offside.
Possibly linked to the fact you didn't do quite as much gym work to work on the strength of your upper arms as the test players do, Hendo.
Funnily enough, I mean, when I was playing, gyms were, this is going back so far, gyms were only just coming onto the scene. Private gyms, they weren't there. Leisure centres were, basically glorified swimming pools.
Yeah.
And I did go to a gym. There was one in Epsom that opened, but I had such weedy thin arms to start with. Ratnayaka into Smith. Smith drives, holds the pose.
That's a lovely shot.
That's another good shot. That's gone straight of mid-off. Vishwa doesn't have to worry about making him a fool of himself there. It's gone all the way to the boundary for one of these.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
Well, I don't know about
What a
you,
shot.
but I think Milan Ratnayaka should probably go back to his original end.
Good point. Final ball of the over. He's onto the back foot. He forces hard and past the man at orthodox extra cover, and that's going to find the boundary as well. Another 4. Very expensive over. Smith has taken full toll of it. This is good counter-punching cricket. It really is. So, well, that's 3 4s and a 6 off that over, I think. And a 2.
And
so
20.
20 off the over.
Right. Well, the estimable Jay Grover, the fine man he is from the Steel City,
stunning,
says Ollie was Colin Milburn's nickname, which is what threw me, because I know that in my head I had heard him referred to as Ollie. So it doesn't make me right, Jay, because I still got his name wrong. But at least there was a reason I might have got it wrong.
Why couldn't he just been called Col?
Well, that's not the way they did it in
even
those
Colin.
days. They were more imaginative. Suter Who says Hendo is confirmed older than the Greeks. Lockie6 says, I empathise with Duckett. When I was at kindergarten, I was not overly tall. Lockie6, he's 5'8".
Yeah, hang on. We
keep saying this about poor old Duckster. He's only comparatively small compared with one or two others.
Fernando Asitha into Stone, and he's continuing with the short ball attack. And I think this is a mistake from Sri Lanka. I really do. Stone has played that comfortably enough. He's been out there for 15 balls. He's only got the one run. And they took Ranathanayake off from the pavilion end. Brought back Asitha Fernando. Took out all the close fielders. Decided to bowl short to Stone, who survived a maiden relatively comfortably. Put Ranathanayake on at the Vauxhall end, and he went for 20. 104 for 7. The 100 came up in all that excitement. It's an awful bouncer down the leg side, and leaping salmon that is Kusal Mendes does well to get across to it.
It's Madushka, isn't it?
Is it Madushka?
No, it's Madushka, yeah, because we were saying, hang on, can you bring on a sub and put him as wicketkeeper? But the sub who happened to come on is actually a qualified wicketkeeper.
Oh, right. Well, I have to say that I think Kusal Mendes is a better wicketkeeper than Madushka. I wasn't impressed by Madushka when he took over.
Well, he's been dropped, you see, for this match, although you're right about his keeping as well.
Yeah. Asitha in again to Stone. It's short, and he's had a little poke at that one. Asitha looks towards the umpire, imploring him to say yes when the bowler himself wasn't convinced. 104 for 7.
I get the feeling Ollie Stone is a shot a ball bloke if he can.
Yeah, maybe this is frustrating him a little bit. Maybe that's the idea. Just not give him anything, to drive or to pull, really. He's in again, bowls short, way over the top of Ollie Stone's head. That might have been close to a wide, but doesn't look like anything's been given. Apart from the signal from Gaffney to say that's your 2 for the over.
Well, can he wag down the next ball? Do you wonder? Get it just below the line.
You do think that maybe he has to bring in the Yorker at some stage, doesn't he? Having forced him back. But we shall see. 2 balls to go in this over. There is a gully, I suppose, now, and a short leg. But 3 men out on the onside boundary. In comes Asitha, bowls down the leg side. Awful delivery. But again, Stone is frustrated in not being able to make it count, not being able to get enough bat on it to at least get to the other end. The lead is now 166, 104 for 7. England in their second innings. How many wickets have gone down today? 12. 12 wickets.
Let's have a look.
They
started at 5, so 5 gone down, and England have lost 7. Yeah, 12.
I mean, you could look at it and say, the ball's been doing a lot today, but actually, some of the batting has not been of the best quality.
It's not been 12 wickets worth of good bowling.
Not really. Asitha in again, shortish, but into the ribs this time, and he plays it past a man at short leg. Won't get a single because there is a man behind him on the 1. And that is the end of Asitha's 9th over. It's got figures of 1 for 36, England 104 for 7. Tony?
Yeah, Richard Peel says, how about Basil Dolly Avira for your Ollie 11? Jano 71, sorry Jano. Ollie after Oliver Hardy is why he called Colin Milburn.
Right, okay.
Pokey wants to know, what's our bare minimum to bowl at? 190? Probably past it, Pokey, says Sutahu. When he says that, I think he means probably past the total, not suggesting that you're past it, Pokey.
But maybe you are.
Just checking that's not live. Right. Jano 71. Smith is going to ruin the chances of one of the great last innings run chases. And Lockie 6 says, my mum had a book, Hollywood Hunks, that describes Sty Stallone as a brawny 6-footer. Duckers is 4'9". Well, Sylvester Stallone is definitely not 6 foot. He's quite squat as well, isn't he? I think.
I don't know how tall he is. I mean, he's wide.
He's wide. He's as wide as he's tall. I think.
He's very, very wide. Very wide indeed. Well, that experiment with moving the bowler from one end to the other has been changed, and Vishwa Fernando comes back on at the Vauxhall end, and he's chipped over mid-wicket by Smith, who may just have got the bit between his teeth here now. He's on to 37 off 38.
And he's just gone past Dan Lawrence for the highest score in the innings.
He has, yeah, he has. Not sure he was completely in control of that, but there was enough empty open space on the leg side that wasn't too much danger.
We're now in the territory of it's going to be an interesting chase if conditions remain like this.
Yeah.
A lot might depend on how fit or not Atkinson is.
Vishwa in again, and that's quite nicely timed. Past the man at mid-wicket, should get a couple more. It does, and moves on to 39.
Otherwise, you have Wokes, who can swing the ball, Stone, who's a much more of a hit the deck, move it off the deck type bowler, and a very, very greenhorn 20-year-old left armour who can swing it and has proven that he can, but he wouldn't necessarily be your go-to guy if you need wickets in a low-scoring attempt to defend a target, as it were.
Yeah, no, I see. I know what you mean. Vishwa again. He's into his 7th over. He's got a slip. Down the wicket comes Smith, and he lifts that over mid-off, and it's one bounce to the Vauxhall end for another of these.
Do this at Old Trafford, Smith. He went through phases.
He went on a bit
very
of
cautious, followed by all-out attack, followed by a bit more caution. He seemed to dial up and dial down very well.
Well, he's in rhythm now, isn't he? I mean, and I think this is where maybe Sri Lanka have made this mistake. I think Dhananjaya has got it. He may get him out, but may have made a very bad mistake. Pulled this time, and there's a man out there at deep mid-wicket, but it's just straight of him. He didn't have very far to go, but it's gone away again for another of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I think the problem is that in making those changes, Dhananjaya has awoken the beast that is Smith, and he's now playing some lovely stuff. That said, he's got to go on. He's in again, bowls, and he times this one again quite nicely. I imagine he's only going to get a single this time. Possibly coming back for a second. Yes, he's having to hurry Stone, but he does good work. He does the Nottinghamshire bowler. Gets back for that. So let's just looking at this.
But that shot from Smith was interesting to compare to the shots of Root and Brook that we were talking about, and Atkinson. He stood tall, he waited, and he just guided the ball from playing from effectively a correct side-on position, whereas both Root and Brook swished. Quite different the way they played a similar type of ball. Atkinson got 2, they got out. Smith got 2, and they got out. The other 3 got out.
Well, he has been out there for a while now. That was slightly in the air, but he's still got it past mid-wicket. Certainly going to get one more.
Could be another 2, I think, if he wants it.
Or is he just going to? Is he going to leave one ball for Ollie Stone? No, he's not. The crowd is rising because in no time at all, Jamie Smith has gone to a 3rd Test 50. Would you believe it? And I have a message for Jamie Smith.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
I reckon the last 32 or something must have come in about 12 balls, mustn't it?
Yeah.
It has.
51 from 43 balls, would you believe?
Right, as I skip nimbly from social platform to social platform, back on Twitter, Dave Wood says at 5'9", Stallone is the smallest American to ever play in goal against the Germans, which of course he did in Escape to Victory, didn't he?
Yes. With Michael Caine and Pele.
Pele, Bobby Moore,
John Walk.
John Walk, he was. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. He was.
Loads of Liverpool players as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin Keegan was quite.
Oh, Franz Tyson, Arne Muren.
Asitha Fernando will bowl to Stone. He's got slips back in now. He's going to bowl Fuller, and he pushes at this one outside the off stump. Doesn't time it. Hits it into the ground. So the short ball experiment is abandoned after 2 overs, but maybe the harm has been done here by England, and in particular by Jamie Smith.
Well, the wise Grubby Howarth said, mystifying from Sri Lanka. Had us on toast with the full swinging ball, then go leg theory and short pitched.
Yeah, very, very odd. Very strange indeed. It's almost as if they had a plan and thought, we're going to go to this plan. We can't adapt to what the situation is.
Maybe just getting into the party spirit that England have been in. Do something a bit daft just to keep it interesting.
Well, there's your picture of McCullum.
Oh yeah, he's behind his dark glasses now. He aims a drive at this one. It was ball on the up, and it's a bit of a waft, and it beats the outside edge. But already Stone looks in more danger from the slightly swinging ball from Asitha.
But yes, I mean, 40 runs in the last, 3 overs?
3 overs, something like that, yeah.
And no, the lead is 182 suddenly.
Yeah, and if you think how well Vishwa was bowling, you took him out of the attack, and Jamie Smith had got his range against Rathnayaka from after he'd changed ends, and by the time Vishwa comes back, Jamie's seeing it like a beach ball, isn't he? Onto the back foot goes Stone, still tries to force it into the ground, and Asitha was trying to grab it and then I think throw back at the stumps to warn Stone, but he didn't take it cleanly, so that all fell rather flat. 120 for 7, the lead is 182. Smith 51, Stone 1.
How many overs on the ball at the moment?
Well, I think it's going to be 2 overs till tea.
I'm just trying to figure it out. How many overs?
2 slips in the gully. Asitha in again. Down the leg side. He's going to get runs. Only 1, I think, down to long leg.
29.
So Stone moves to 2. 121 for 7 from 29 overs.
No.
Sorry. 29 overs till the new ball. No, can't be. What are we talking about? What do you mean by 29?
No, it's not 29. How many overs have been bowled in this innings is what I'm trying to get my head around.
Right. And not succeeding by the sounds of it.
No, not succeeding at all, because I read completely the 29 is irrelevant. Ignore I said 29.
You did ask me to do some simple mental arithmetic for you in the green room.
And got that wrong. I got it wrong. You got it right when I checked your maths versus mine.
I did rely on a calculator, to be fair.
Let's see what Asitha can do bowling to Jamie Smith, who settles down, looks back down the wicket. He's just the one slipped him. He goes for the pull shot or the hook shot. It got big on him. Got too big on him, couldn't lay bad on it, and perhaps, fortunately, because he might easily have just got a top edge down to long leg.
No, I was right. It's we're in the 30th over with this ball, so I was right. Thank you very much.
So yeah, they're going along at about 4 and over, aren't they?
I was more thinking of the age of the ball being a bit more helpful to the batsman. B, the overhead conditions now, which are very similar at the Oval to here, is there's plenty of blue sky and high cloud.
Well, there is, and I mean, maybe the ball isn't going to be swinging quite as much now.
Yeah. Well, it certainly won't be if they're banging in halfway down the pitch again to keep Smith off strike for the next over.
That won't help, will it? He's in again, and he's, that's an extraordinary shot. He gives himself room, and then he plays the most astonishingly powerful drive off the back foot, sort of straight of mid-off, all the way up to the pavilion boundary for another of these.
That was all sort of bludgeoning, really.
It was a bludgeon, wasn't it? It was
it was Ben Stokes, Ian Botham, just with a broadsword as a bat.
It was muscled. It was well and truly muscled, I think we can say. Any YouTubes or tweets?
Oh, yes. The wonderfully named Sweet Mango says, wow, Smith is going great guns. Love to see him going on an ODI. Well, he is batting beautifully. Lockie the Six said, I had a girlfriend named Adrian. She got really sick of me saying yo. Okay.
Adrian!
Yo, Adrian. Right. Oh, that's just going to fall on the floor, isn't it? Whoops-a-daisy.
I don't get that.
Lockie the Six. Copland was okay, some discussion there. Steve Kelt. Wow, love Ollie Stone's run rate. 29 is right, says Messi. Thank you. And Sudhu just says, don't encourage him, Messi.
Well, it looks like Ollie Stone's going to have to face some balls from Vishwa now. This might be interesting. Driven by Stone. He has now got the bit between his teeth. I don't think it's going to quite make it to the extra cover boundary, although Lahiru is quite slow chasing it down. He's flicked it back. They're going to have a look at that.
I think that might be 4.
It might be 4, but shouldn't they have got 3 there? I think they've only got... Have they got 3? Oh, they did get 3. So Stone moves to 5. Let's have a look. Ooh. He's all right. He's done it.
Oh, that's
well done to the stocky man.
That's a good set of work from the big man.
I got the feeling that he was hoping it would go to the boundary and then realised it probably wouldn't, so he had to put in the dive. So Stone on to 5, England 128 for 7, the lead 190. Smith comes back down to face. The mid-off and the mid-on have gone, I wouldn't say considerably deeper, but certainly noticeably deeper. And we remain to see what Jamie Smith does now. In comes Vishwa, bowls, he pulls. I'm not sure he's got enough
straight
on
to
that.
The man. Oh,
it could have been if he'd been in that position, but he found the gap well enough. It was certainly catchable had there been a man pretty much just behind square, but there wasn't, and that has gone away for 1 bounce to the boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And a 50 partnership from 40 balls, of which Ollie Stone has scored 5.
Yep.
I think that tells you how Jamie Smith has accelerated in the last 20 minutes.
You're being a bit uncharitable to Smith with that shot. I think he knew exactly where the field was and targeted the gap between the 2 fielders.
You may well be right.
Yeah.
I was worried there was a man there. Onto the back foot, doesn't time this one. Drives it into the ground. The ball rolls up towards extra cover. And there is no run. 132 for 7. The lead is 194. Well, I imagine this little knock and this little period from Jamie Smith will have... Gary will be absolutely wetting himself with excitement, won't he?
You'll be garrulous, Gary.
Garrulous Gary.
Well, he's forever gas. The derivation of the name, isn't it? Gary is in garrulous.
Is it?
No. I'm just saying it should be.
No, just the same as gullible isn't in the dictionary.
That's right. That's very true. Oh, Fernandez coming around the wicket now. And he forces off the back foot. That's a wonderful, classic shot, really, with added power, not just timing. Smith goes to 63. It's another of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It's almost like the Incredible Hulk. Don't make him angry. Because they've obviously got Smith angry, and all of a sudden he's turned into this different character. Really.
Well, we kind of said, you know, he might wait for another wicket to go down before he does this, but he didn't in the end, did he? I mean, he got lucky with that first shot that just cleared Vishwa when he was at mid-off. And from that point on, he thought, maybe my luck's in, and I'm going to go for it. And he's moved now onto 63. And he's facing up to Vishwa. He's decided to come back over the wicket after 1 ball, and he's clobbered that into the onside. He's found the gap again. There's a man at long on, there's a man at deep mid wicket, but it matters not. Smith has picked up another of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And this is a lot of fun to commentate on, I have to say.
It takes the lead beyond 200 as well.
Yep. I mean, his placement has been exceptional, hasn't it? Apart from his timing and his power.
Yeah, the other thing is he's not playing slogs, he's playing proper cricket shots. They're very powerful cricket shots, but you can see the technique, you can see the base that he's setting for himself.
You're right about Gary, by the way.
You almost feel like Smith is actually one of those people who ought to play attacking cricket most of the time. He's driven that one in the air and he's been caught. So Gary will have to...
Gary's killed him.
Gary's finished him off. I've finished him off. The 8th wicket goes down. That was a rather ugly hoik. Went straight to the man at mid-wicket. And England are 140 for 8. They lead by 202, but, well, you know, who's to say they would have got anywhere near that kind of lead 25 minutes ago, had it not been for the way that Jamie Smith has attacked this rather strange tactical approach from Sri Lanka when they were well on top. It goes for 67 from 50 balls. Kusal Mendis, that's where he is. He's at mid-wicket. He took the catch. And that will be tea, 140-8.
So, Gary, right, here you go.
Yeah, go on.
Gary,
Mhm.
I didn't think I'd live long enough to see an English Gilchrist, but that's what I'm watching now. Next ball, out.
Well, rather than blame Smith for a slight timing of the ball.
I don't think we are.
No, we're not.
I would say that's rather well bowled by Fernando, because he just took the pace off that very slightly, and it was just slightly mistimed as a result. And it still went like a rocket to mid-wicket, where Mendes took a good catch.
202 though. England need more, and they've lost the man that can get them. So what? 210, 220 would be as good as it's likely to get now, isn't it?
You would think, yeah. I mean, Ollie Stone will probably come out and play a few shots, I would think, because he's really the only batsman of any player of note amongst the what's remaining.
Well, Bashir did have a little bit of a slog in one of the matches.
Not something you'd want to rely on.
No, that's why he's batting at 11.
Well, exactly. Right, well, goodness me, there's a fair few, all sorts of messages, really. Let me see. Stephen Kelk says, is the porn bot around? I think there's a pretender to his throne of perversion on Discord. Ooh, we'll go and have a look.
Oh, really?
Pokey, I wanted to big him up more, but then I remembered the expender. Okay, this is some film discussion going on there. Wonder what you have to do to summon the porn bot. You have to rub something, probably. Steady. Say porn bot 3 times, maybe, a bit like Beetlejuice. Jano71, this is poor from Sri Lanka. Okay, they've just got Smith in the end, but they need to bowl the lines and lengths and let England batters get themselves out. Rubbish tactics. Yeah, it was a strange. I think we've all agreed with you there, Jano. Cornelius Davis, England will win this test. Sri Lanka is just like the West Indies. I'm not sure, Cornelius.
No, I think there's a bit more substance and backbone to their batting.
All we will say is it's a very enticing total that England have now got. Enticing is much for it just feels very chaseable, but you're right about the fallibility of the batting. That could go either wayness is what makes it interesting. Hell of a gamble, Cornelius. I think the sun will rise tomorrow, says Suter. Can't hear the name Gary without thinking of Gary Ablett, says Kieran Sides. Lockie6, just look in the mirror and say pornbot 3 times. Okay, that's near enough what I said. Leave a mess by your back door and the pornbot appears. Steve Bruce, thanks Gary for the jinx. Where's the bear today? The bear is having his Sunday off. We always try and give him a day off during test matches to go and basically have a lie down and a rub down with the sporting life, and that's probably where he is,
and spend some family time with
that
his
as well.
bear cubs.
Family comes first, doesn't it? Family.
Probably that too, indeed. Did Sri Lanka get ahead of themselves, say, an hour ago, says Farong? Perhaps they were distracted by the proposition, the Bish giving Jason a lap dance for whatever. But that's not quite what the deal was. The deal was somebody was going to pay us 150 currency to be determined, and I said, look, providing it's a halfway decent currency, I will commentate 1 ball sat on Jason's knee. The money never came, and therefore I never sat on Jason's knee. I was going to be Lord Charles to his Ray Allen, Hendo.
Oh yeah, that would have been fun. Yeah.
Where he was going to put his hand, I don't even like to think.
Where's my monocle?
Don't give up your day job. I did see your lips move.
Did you? You sure?
Yes, I did. I did. Right.
Okay.
Shall we head towards tea? It is very, very enticingly
poised,
dangled, isn't it? Now
it
at
is.
200 of just a lead of just over 200. Goodness me.
Yeah. When we come back after tea, our first commentary team will be Jason on Ball by Ball, Messers on socials, and it'll be the first appearance of the afternoon from Ditchy Ditch.
Looked like that.
Yeah.
Literally looked like a smattering of people. The cheapest ticket price on the day was £95. The tickets available.
Yeah. Well, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's crazy if you want to get people through the door.
But I think, you see, this is the difficulty. I mean, and it makes you wonder whether they should, if they know that they're playing It's difficult to say because in some circumstances England could be the weaker team. But if they know that England are playing a weaker team and they're still playing, baseball type cricket, then it's they should be selling in advance for the fourth day because it's not necessarily going to go to that. And the thing is, if people, and I think this point was made by Lords, was that we've already got people coming who've paid 95 quid or more.
They did say that. Guy Lavender.
I mean, I've never really understood this. I mean, it struck me as a sort of similar to the argument that how sometimes you'll get on a train and there's standing room only, or even sitting in the corridor room only. If say it's like sort of intercity train, and then sort of first class has got about 3 people in it, and of course they won't let you overflow all the people who haven't got access to a seat by putting them in first class because it would upset the first class passengers. And it seems to me that's a bit like what we've got here. You can't. Obviously, there would have been complaints potentially from those people who paid 95 quid because everyone gets so irate with the idea of anyone getting anything more than they've got in this day and age that it would have been it would have been difficult. So I understand that they said that, and I did even say that I think when I came on Sunday. So I think it's a good thing long term because it is unsustainable. You don't. I think someone was saying they paid 30 odd quid for day 4 at Old Trafford or something, and I think, well, yeah, that's about right, isn't it? I mean,
well, I've got a little table here which is quite interesting, which is the admission prices. Lords days 1 to 3, 65 to 150 pounds, and no reductions for day 4.
Yep.
Trent Bridge 45 to 90 pounds days 1 to 3, and a 25% reduction on every price bracket for day 4. Edgbaston 65 to 120 pounds, and apparently didn't answer the query that this was from the Times. Old Trafford 35 to 115 days 1 to 3, but reduced prices ranging from 29 to 75 for day 4. And then Lords, as we say, between 80 and 150, and the Oval 75 and 110, but no day 4 reductions. And what Guy Lavender said, and it's interesting, therefore, it's the 2 London grounds that appear to be coining it the most with the least flexibility, which I think tells its own story. But there we go.
Well, they're in the capital. There's more people.
London waiting and all that. I get that.
I guess that's how they feel they can do it. I do find it a bit odd that they don't want to reduce prices on days, especially when you see what things
because members have paid, they've gone through the ballot, and they don't want to do that. But I think you've just got to adjust what you ask people to pay in the ballot as well. They say you don't get hamstrung by that. What he said was, Guy Lavender, who's the CEO of MCC for now, although I thought he was off to Cheltenham Racecourse.
Maybe
he might be leaving anyway, and he is current CEO. He said, "We will be paying particular attention to the structure of fourth day tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played," which had an ominous ring to it for me. I mean, I know he's talking about getting ahead of the game early, driving the story of the game forward, getting runs on the board, etc. Giving yourself time to ball teams out, very much the way England play. The Ireland test last year was scheduled a 4-day test. Obviously, the Zimbabwe done was that. I think the calls potentially for 4-day tests are going to get a bit louder. But he did say we will be paying particular attention to the structure of 4th-day tickets in our pricing reviews, given the way Test cricket is now being played. So, I mean, I think you had a fantastic opportunity at Lords for children-free, anything to get people along to the game. And it was utterly missed, and it was a fantastic day's cricket. Okay, there was no day 5, and yes, it was about England ultimately driving towards what seemed a pretty inevitable win, given that the total set for Sri Lanka to chase was so huge. But you've excluded a lot of people from the chance to experience a fun day in great weather of Test cricket by being just too greedy and too inflexible, and that, I think, is a bit of a tragedy.
Well, I think also that we kind of need a breakdown of that 9,000 or 8,000 or whatever the actual.
It was 8,000 tickets plus 3,000 members. So I guess in the ground potentially you had 12,000.
Oh, really? I mean,
Yeah.
well, that seems a lot more than it looked like. But also the other thing you have to ask yourself is, of those numbers, how many of them had actually booked in advance, and how many did turn up and buy tickets on the day? Because if it was a really small number that came on the day, then you would have thought that they would have known how low the crowd was going to be from the point of view of those that had already booked their tickets, and they might have adjusted their prices based on that. I mean, I think it seems they're being wise after the event, aren't they? Here, and I think because in London they generally do sell out or get close to selling out in most test matches, I think they're just complacent, and I think they probably thought that people would flood in and pay these ridiculous prices. But actually, the very fact that people in London are now even saying no, this is too much. I've been saying it for years. I mean, I won't go to test matches in London anymore because I just don't think it's value for money. Really, I really don't. I think they're asking too much. And I'm not wealthy, but I'm not poor. And it's just a case of how much do you pay for, an individual thing, and if you can do other things and it doesn't cost you, or it doesn't cost you as much, then you're possibly going to do those things. So
do you have a limit of what you pay there? Do you have a sort of amount in mind that you'd go, I would go for this amount, but I wouldn't pay more?
Well, certainly 75 quid seems a lot to me, to be honest. Just to go along, and that's the bottom price. I certainly wouldn't pay 120, 130 quid for a test match. I mean,
don't forget, if you want families, you've got to get your family there.
Well,
so
exactly.
You've got to eat.
And then, you're looking at 400, 500, 600 quid for a day at a test match. Quite frankly, I stated before, kind of prefer my sport on TV. I like my replays.
Yes, you are an armchair fan there.
Absolutely, and I like being able to see everything from behind the bowler's arm. I don't want to sit at a square leg.
I've kind of, I watch a lot of cricket, and I watch a lot of live cricket at county level. But I used to always go to test matches. I'd put myself in the ballots. As a member, I'd normally get tickets. But I started to feel I was being not ripped off, but I definitely felt I was being overcharged.
Yeah.
And that sort of happened to pretty much coincide at the same time with the fact that I actually get a lot of pleasure out of talking to other people via the medium of guerrilla commentary. So now I definitely sort of lean much more towards the fun I have commentating and with that over actually attending. But it's not like I don't support live cricket, because I massively do support a lot of live cricket.
That's the other thing. You go to a test match and you've only got one of your friends to listen to your nonsense, whereas if you commentate on guerrilla cricket, you've got thousands. So it's kind of
maybe I could just have a mini. I think I should have a mini Jay Grover doll. I just sit next to me when I go to cricket. I could just natter to the Jay Grover doll.
Absolutely.
If you're listening, Jay, that would be great.
And he wouldn't be able to tweet you back.
Probably not. Fuck off, get me a beer or something.
Sorry, I just want to say one other thing. I mean, you talk about the cost of, the peripheral costs apart from, actually paying for your ticket. But I mean, when you have to pay something like £8 for a pint of beer, I mean, I know in London you're paying about £6 in most pubs, and I think it's just madness, isn't it? I mean,
one thing I would say for Lords, though, to their credit, they are more free and easier on the drink you can take into the ground.
Well, you can take 2 bottles of wine or something.
Yeah. Whereas the Oval, the bloody Gestapo that they have on the door at the Oval. An old friend of mine went in and he lovingly bought some tapenade back from Australia. He was so looking forward to having that on whatever, natural wholemeal bready. But they nicked it off him. Said he can't bring that in.
Not surprised.
I mean, he bought it all the way from Australia, and the Surrey Gestapo had it off him at the gates of the Oval. I thought that was a bit harsh.
I think the sort of in-person experience or live experience, much as you can love the atmosphere and it can be a brilliant day and it stays in the memory, I just think the things around getting to any sort of sporting event these days is just so inconvenient for the customer or the crowd. It's I find it with football now. You can't just walk up to a terrace and hand over a tenner and get into the ground. You have to go to about 3 different windows to pick up a ticket that you've already tried to download on your phone, and the Q code won't work, and it's like, the whole day you end up spending more time just actually trying to get to the game.
Indeed. Right, I've got a question for the bear.
Okay.
What?
Give it to me.
What?
Rather than getting there and enjoying it, So I think that's just the way. You're not so keen to put up with it. You're not so keen to be, treated like that, I think.
No,
anyway, that's a whole different subject.
No, but I'm with you. I know what you mean. Right, the question for the bear was, what record fell in the last round of championship matches, and what has it got to do with Abraham Lincoln?
That's a really silly question to ask the bear, isn't it? Because he doesn't really keep up with county cricket, so I'm not going to know the answer to that one.
All right. As an extra clue, it was in the notes in your handout pack.
He doesn't read those either, does he? I mean, let's be honest. The bear does absolutely no. The only prep the bear does is switching on the machinery, basically.
Sometimes. All right, I'm going to tell you. Young Farhan Ahmed, younger brother of Rayan. He's 16 and 192 days. He became the youngest bowler to take 10 wickets in a match in Britain or anywhere outside of South Asia. And he was 148 days younger than W.G. Grace was when he set the record, I think, in 1865. And W.G. Grace set the record just 2 months after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. So that is how long that record has stood. And it struck me as it's interesting that the Ahmed family has got another younger brother who I think has bowled pretty well for the Lions, hasn't he? Hendo as well. He bowled pretty well, I think, at Worcester.
The leggy as well?
He's off break. He's an offie.
Okay.
So you've got a family. They seem to have moved away from Rayan, though, don't they?
A little bit, but then he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't get a lot of bowling, does he, for Leicestershire, seemingly?
That's the problem.
I mean, the bear's saying there, is he a leggy like Rayan? And I have to say that when I first heard about him, I thought he was a quick bowler because I thought our friend Cato at Wisdom was at the Lions game, and he was tweeting stuff about how good this guy was. And I looked him up, and I must have looked up the wrong Ahmed. And I read him.
You don't know your Ahmed from your elbow, do you?
I don't. Indeed, I don't. And I thought he was a quick bowler, and then I got into a discussion with Cato a little bit later, and because I noticed that he'd bowled 30.
We're back. Welcome back after tea. Jason is with us, as is Ditch. Welcome back, Ditch.
Good afternoon. How are you, Messi?
Not too bad. It's only just gone midnight, so I'm still sprightly.
Did that little set of fireworks towards the end of that session wake you up, Messi?
I wasn't falling asleep. I was actually really enjoying it, even though I'm very keen for Sri Lanka to do well this test. It was good to see something different. Because Jamie Smith certainly is something different, isn't he? It's quite exciting.
Yeah. Once he decides he's going to go into immense power mode, it's a different ball game, and he's got long levers and he hits the ball a long way.
Well, anyway. Lockie 6 says England has more than enough. I don't know that that's necessarily the case.
No, I think they need another 25 runs.
At least. I mean, there are no demons in this wicket. And, with the greatest respect to England, I don't think they have a sort of fantastic spin attack.
They don't have a fantastic attack.
May or not be at his best. And there's some very good batting in the Sri Lankan lineup.
Yeah, it's very inexperienced. That's the issue, I think. And talking of inexperience, one of those guys is coming out to face his first ball. It's going to be this tall, lanky left-hander.
Who the hell is he?
Wow, that's a short jingle.
Yeah, he has got another one somewhere, which is a bit longer, apparently.
Yes, Perko's done a long one.
Yeah. And the bowler who's going to resume his over, actually, no, is this bowler, who's gone quite short, getting hit all over the place earlier.
Everybody's a seaman, and that includes a seaman.
Very defensive field to Ollie Stone. There's no slip, there's no gully, there's a ring of fielders. It's a short ball that Stone tries to flip up and over the keeper, and Mendes makes a good jump to catch that.
I'm not sure where we got to with the messages on YouTube, but I've got one from Sweet Mango here which says, Fee Fi Fo Fum, guess what I smell? The scalp of Sri Lanka. Will England make full use of such an opportunity? Maybe, maybe not.
I would say the opportunity is very definitely for Sri Lanka, not for England here.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Lockie
So
says...
Ditch, sorry, go on.
Well, Lockie says England has more than enough. Not sure
And
we
that
agree
is
with that.
wide and rising. Stone tries to flog that through the offside. Doesn't get a bat on it. And it swings away to the keeper.
So Ditch, I think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. You're actually our expert and colour person for the next half hour. You will be doing socials at 5:30.
Oh, am I? Right.
So,
oh,
yeah.
well, there you go. I'm trying to be too damn clever. I've misread the... I'll leave that to you then. I don't really...
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I'm not so good at coping with those at the moment.
Well, round the wicket is a surprise attack here. Again, short. They've resorted to the short tactic now. They've got Smith out. Stone has another futile attempt to try and get something on the ball, and fails. And England remain on 140 for 8.
Yeah, England have another 15 runs if this is white ball cricket from this afternoon. There was so much rubbish, short wide down the leg
not
side.
given.
And they injured their keeper with it as well, didn't they? So,
Yeah, that was very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, Jamie Smith looks happy with himself in the boundary. That's a ball that's better. It's rising into the hip, and it's just tucked down to the deep square leg. Who feels it, and Stone trots up to the other end for a single and brings Hull to face his first ball.
It's got 2 balls to face this over, so hopefully he can just block them out and let Stone smash away a la Smith in the next over.
And having been bowling over around the wicket to the right-hander, Asitha is now bowling over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah. Well, same sort of line of attack right across the batsman, I guess.
Well, it's
theoretically
at the hip, I think.
Yeah.
Trying to get the ball to just lift up. He's asking for the ball because it's not come to him. The Shiner's obviously putting extra hard work on it, whilst Hull is working out where his guard is and all the other things you need to do first up. Anyway, here comes Asitha. Oh, surprise, surprise! It's a short ball, but Hull plays that quite nicely. Actually, he just dropped it inside the hands inside the line. Watch it go past his chest.
Yep, the old Chris Tavare shot, very nicely played.
I don't know what possessed Sri Lanka to move so quickly under the short bowling when they were really on top.
No, yeah.
I think this is something that their Backstreet Boys had noticed. They thought, no, it's that time of the innings where the ball's going to start reversing, therefore we should... And where's that gone? Oh, that's gone off the leading edge from Hull, squirted up. He didn't have any idea where it was going. He went out into the offside and dropped just short of gully. That's the end of the over. Hull remains on 0 and England are 1-4-1 for 8.
I'm making a prediction that by the next Test match he plays with Bashir, Hull will be 11 and Bashir will be 10. Yeah.
It's an interesting competition, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're neither of them are that great shakes, but I think Bashir vaguely looks like he knows what he's doing, and Hull definitely doesn't. He looks like a true rabbit, Hull.
Yeah, he does. Perko says Messi doesn't rate Wokes' spin. Well, the 3 balls I've seen don't give me huge confidence.
I didn't rate it in the ground. It was filth.
It was filth.
It was filth on the television.
Mind you, we do know that shit gets wickets. Leah says this looks like a time for Karunaratne to make his presence in the series known. Stephen Kelk says I could really identify with Wokes' half tracker off spin filth. I am also well versed in this. I don't think you're alone in our audience, Stephen.
And
I did
hold that thing for a moment,
filth.
Messi, as Kamara comes in. First ball, that's a nice shot off the back foot by Stone. Rising, and he's punched it very nicely through the covers, along the ground, to the boundary, for 4.
Yeah,
lovely shot.
Yeah, brilliant shot. He's taken the baton now from Smith, and he's going to show he can bat a bit, hopefully. So, I mean, it's extraordinary. He got 5 in their 50 partnership?
Yeah. Well, there have been more extreme nearly one-sided partnerships. I can certainly remember watching Matt Dunn, Surrey and Kevin Peterson after this ball, and that's gone. He's had a bit of a flat-footed waft at that. That's risen off the pitch by Kumar and taken the outside edge, and the keeper has made no mistake. Stone has perished.
He's got extraordinary.
And he's got to roll away and get his bowling boots on.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
He's got extraordinary figures of 4 for 17.
Yeah.
Well deserved, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, very well deserved. But he's only bowled 6 overs. So I'm not sure it's how much of it's the bowling, and maybe a little bit of it is the
over-aggressive batting.
Yeah, somewhat inept batting. But here we go. Will England make 150? 145 for 9. Here he comes, the man who's about to be promoting himself up to number 10 if he can get a few runs now.
Yeah. I'll jiggle him up. It's the tall, lanky English spinner.
Yeah, that was not the shot to be playing at that ball, was it? Definitely not from Stone. He should have
I
been
think Ditch
chopping
has set
that down.
these two up for a record 10th wicket partnership or so.
Well, yeah,
Well,
one of my favourite ever partnerships of all time. Listening to Test Match Special many years ago was Ken Higgs and John Snow when they put on 120 for the 10th wicket.
Oh yes.
Rising outside the off stump by Kamara. Bashir sensibly watches that go past because he doesn't know how to play at it.
Which I think was for a very long time the record 10th wicket partnership, but I think has been superseded. I have a vague recollection somewhere in my brain it has been superseded, but I might be wrong. Maybe it is still the best partnership. Certainly was at the time. Two less likely men to score the record partnership for the last wicket I cannot think of.
Yeah. Kumara wide of the stumps, and that's nicely played by Bashir. That's off the bottom edge, along the ground, through the slips, down to third man.
It's not.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, I was sitting in the green room earlier and I was saying England need 250 to have a reasonable chance of winning. So they need these two got to put on another 39 to get to my prediction. I won't be confident at all at 211.
That's a big ask, I think, for 10 and 11.
A very big ask. I think you get pretty good odds for these two to put on another 39.
So, Ditch, this is a measure of how old you and I are. because I remember that partnership of Hicks and Snow. I was 15 at the time. It is now the 9th highest 10th wicket partnership in Test cricket.
It's the 9th highest now. Blimey,
Yeah.
O'Reilly.
Yeah.
That shows how the game's changed, doesn't
Short ball by Kumara and Bashir. Flinches and lets it go by.
it? What's the highest one now?
Root and Anderson, 198 at Trent Bridge against India in 2000.
On the super flat wicket, yeah, where Anderson got 81 not out.
Yeah, although I think the big thing about the Snow Higgs one was they were 10 and 11, which is a slightly more amazing feat, really, isn't it?
Yes, that's a good point.
Kumara gives him a tempter and thinks he's got an edge to that. Joel Wilson is unmoved. Sri Lanka have got a review left. Are they going to use it? He's begging it, but I think Dhananjaya is unimpressed.
Yeah,
and it's denied him.
They've got 2 reviews left, actually.
Anyway, that's the end of the over.
They're going to be very annoyed if it turns out he did get an edge, but I don't think he did. Here we are having a look at it now. Oh no, I don't think so.
Bat on ground, I think.
Yeah,
rather than
nothing seemed.
Ball on bat.
Yeah.
Stephen Kelk says, "Lovely to make your acquaintance, Mr. Ditch." Pokey says, "Making a bloke with multiple glasses do socials is very unfair."
Yeah, well, I can't do socials without. Actually, I don't need the other pair at the moment because I'm not doing socials. I could take them off.
Dara Azizi says they thought they had Larwood in their attack. Richard Peel says Hull, a place where only salesmen and relatives go, according to Philip Larkin. Let's hope his batting brings more joy than that miserable git of a poet. And Lockie Six says Joe Root is the best Test batsman in the world, but imagine what Australia would do with the rest of this sorry lot.
And Hull has got off the mark in spectacular style. Short on the, and he's just hit it up and over long leg for this.
So he's really putting the gauntlet down now to make sure he keeps his number 10 slot ahead of Bashir.
That was
an amazing
that was
shot.
Shocking bowling, though.
It was.
I mean, it was a long hop outside leg stump. It was just asking for it, wasn't it?
Fernando again, and that's a better line, still the same length. Hull tries to flog that ball again towards the leg side and can't get a bat on it.
Yeah, I think a nice straight middle stump Yorker should deal with him pretty rapidly.
I would have thought so.
But let's see. I'm pretty sure Fred Truman will be doing that.
He's given him the 2 ball to push him back onto the stumps. Now he gives him the full one, surely. And Bashir is not sensible enough or experienced enough to go down the wicket and have a word with him. So here comes Fernando. What's he going to do? It's another short ball. It's another one that's climbing towards his nose. And Hull tries to hit that. Can't get hold of it.
Hull obviously has no faith in Bashir's batting and is just trying to get a few runs before Bashir's out at the other end. Or something like that.
Or doesn't even know, or hasn't actually seen any of the Test matches where he's... as we watch Jai Surya, Sanas Jai Surya, watching on from the coaches area.
Yeah, so we've had 3 balls this over. It's gone 6. Swish, swish.
Yeah. And quite extravagant swishes.
Indeed.
Proper number 11 type swishes, I reckon.
Here we go. And did he get a bat on that? I'm not sure he did. That's flown high, and the keeper's made a good stop. But they've also got a fly slip or fly third man.
He did get a top edge because wait a minute.
He's calling it a leg by.
No, he didn't. No. I think he did get it. Well, he didn't signal leg by. No, he was signalling 2 for the over.
He's just hit the tip of his fingers and took the pace out of the ball. And the man at fly third man has gathered a very straight, almost a long stop.
Yeah, they've been using that position a lot in this series. The long stop. So
Bashir comes back onto striker now. And it's the penultimate ball round the wicket. Shorten on his hip. Bashir tries to SA the same shot that Hull has done for previous balls. He can't get hold of it either.
I'm sure that's what Bear refers to as down the arse.
Yep.
Well, that's one ball to go in this over. It's been eventful, if nothing else. There could have been a wicket nearly every ball, perhaps except for the 6.
And we're looking at the brains trust of the Sri Lankan team, which also happens to be most of the major batting. They're all chatting away to each other. Last ball of the over, Fernando, and that's way wide. And does he finally get a tickle on it? He does. It just
got the back of the bat, I think.
Just got a little tiny little flick, and that is the end of the innings. Bashir has perished.
Yeah, he's blown his chance of promotion.
And Sri Lanka will need 219 when they come out in 10 minutes' time.
We're having a perishing video. I mean, a perishing jingle.
We'll have a perishing jingle.
So, what's our timing now for changeover?
We'll have 10 minutes, so we can wibble for 10 minutes, and then it'll be about time to
quite a few
change.
messages to read as well.
Yeah. Well, you do some message reading, Messi.
Okay. So Pokey says I presume Hull came from Coventry, for fuck's sake. Not exactly Shangri-La around his way. Sudahu says Jon Snow, north of the wall. Oh, far from it, Sudahu, from Sussex. I love Jon Snow. I was a Sussex lad, so he and Ted Dexter were my 2 favourite cricketers of all. Coventry creeps into the guerrilla cricket discussion once again. Is it a sign, says Stephen Kelly? There's been a lot of Coventry talk. I blame Forthy. He was from Coventry. Jeff G. Thomas says, seeing him wear 2 pairs of glasses made this look like another AI fuck-up, like where people suddenly get 6 fingers. Sorry about that, Ditch. You now being referred to as an AI fuck-up. Oh, dear. That's very, very cruel.
Well, I mean, you have to do what's required. I can't afford if people want to send some money in on Patreon for me to afford an expensive pair of bifocals, so much the better. But at the moment, I'm on 2 pairs of £2.50. I think 2.5 and 3.5 glasses, because I can only read my phone with one and see the TV screen with the other pair. That's old age for you.
And you also you'd end up being the nodding dog, going up, down, up, down, up, down.
Well, my solution was to get cataracts and to have them removed and replaced with new multifocal lenses inside my eyes. So I don't need glasses ever again.
Very sophisticated.
Well, it does look like Atkinson is going to be fit enough to bowl, which is good for England, at least initially. He did run through his run-up very gingerly, though.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. He's warming up, isn't he? See if he can. He's got a couple of extra stumps out in the outfield somewhere that he's bowling at to see what he can get up to.
Lucky Six says, yeah, good point, Jeff. Always count the fingers, then totally believe. Jeff Perkins says, most people who do the socials need several glasses before they even get started. Yeah, I used to, but then I find it hard to read them after a while, Perker, you know that. Dara Azizi says, I remember the Stewart and Caddick partnership like yesterday. Well, you're older than you thought, aren't you, Dara? Jano71 says, bowl at the Sumps Salon. Salon? Come on. That's a long time ago. Crazy Chap says, nah, it's wrong with Larkin, the miserable git poet. Dara says, there's no way a better spinner... Sorry, there is no way a spinner should be that shit at batting. Well, there's plenty who are, I can assure you.
Monty Panesar started off that way.
As Sagir says, clearly you never watched Murali batting.
Yeah.
He was enthusiastic and aggressive, but that was about it.
Yeah. Enthusiastic aggression was all I've ever expected from number 11. where are we? Pirate Bad Shows just says ahoy. There were
Ahoy!
A couple earlier on Twitter that didn't get read out. Dave Wood said at 5'9", Stallone is the smallest American ever to play in goal against the Germans. And Farong said, did Sri Lanka get ahead of themselves, say, an hour ago? Perhaps they were distracted by the proposition of the Bish giving Jason a lap dance, or whatever that proposal was.
Well,
yes, but that probably did put them off their game a little bit, but they've come back.
It put most people off, to be fair, I think.
Yeah. Dave Wood says, it's a bear moonlighting as a member of the clergy, hence needing Sundays off. That's a sermon I would happily listen to. Judas was a fucking muppet.
Yeah.
Nice idea. I think I could go to a sermon with the bear at his exuberant best. What are the favourite foods of the gorillas, says Lockie? Oh, goodness. I don't know.
Bananas, I would say.
Sorry?
Bananas, I would say.
Well, yeah, it makes sense, I suppose. And bananas with beer or wine.
I love a banana.
And Pokey says, what a shite position to be in. Well, I love the fact that it brings life back into this game, whereas yesterday morning I thought, oh, this is going to be a really dull old
England are under
game.
some pressure now to perform.
So
they've played
it's
themselves
gonna
into
be
that position.
Yeah, but
when they could have played Sri Lanka completely out of the game.
Yeah, being an old cynic, you always go back to dodgy tests in the past, don't you? And think, yeah, well, I wonder who's had a bet on Sri Lanka to win this game. But you don't know, do you?
Well,
I'm sure that doesn't happen anymore.
That was famously the Hansi Cronje double declaration, wasn't it? That,
oh, well, there was that one as well. No, I was actually thinking about the England-Australia game where I think Australia were 100 to 1 or something to win, weren't they? And
in 81, 500 to 1.
Yeah, well, some ridiculous price. So they had
a
few quid on. Yeah.
So Marsh and Lily asked somebody to go down and put a fiver on.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
each.
you would, wouldn't you?
As a
well,
joke, not in any seriousness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, dear.
Well, yeah, 500 to 1 in any innings in any cricket match is a ridiculous odds. Don't think you'd have ever seen that sort of odds on a cricket match ever again after that. Bookies are normally I mean, they don't offer you anything more than they have to.
The reason bookies survive is because they make money, because people are making silly bets generally.
Indeed, I've seen many thousands of pounds lost over a bookie's counter in my lifetime, being an ex-bookie myself.
You're an ex-bookie. Oh,
I am. An ex-betting shop manager, more technically, but...
Right. Lockie6 says, oh, for fuck's sake, not gorillas. What's gorilla's favourite food?
Oh, gorillas.
Well,
pastries figure highly on the list.
Gorillas, that's probably something like...
Tacos.
Tacos, yeah. Or chili, perhaps.
Well, Ollie Pope doesn't.
I think he's thinking of the ones in Gorilla Towers.
Well, I don't know what we eat. Well, in Bear's case, it's
there's a certain bone of contention fairly recently where someone's tonics, some tea cakes have disappeared.
Yeah, wafers. Yeah, so chocolate wafers are quite popular up here at Gorilla Towers. There has been an incident today with the tonics wafers, but it's all been solved very amicably.
Predictions. We have another. What time is it? It's 5:30. We're theoretically able to go to 7:30, which is unlikely because I think the light will close in at some stage. But what are your predictions for this innings?
I think Sri Lanka might win this by about 5 wickets. I think if England can get 6 wickets, then I think unless Sri Lanka only got 5 runs to get at the end, I think Sri Lanka will struggle.
I think it's all to do with the England bowling. I think Stone and Atkinson have got to do the major part of the work. I think with Wokes, they can't leave it to the whole as a debutant.
Yeah,
and Bashir has shown that there's not really much in it for the slow bowlers.
Sri Lanka have got to try and avoid what they've done for most of this series, losing 3 quick wickets. I think if they lose 3 quick wickets, then the pressure will be really on, and they have lost 3 wickets on a number of occasions, haven't they?
Yeah.
Early doors.
That's quite true, yes.
Well, they're coming out to bat now. I should jingle up the batsman.
I think you should jingle up crucial first hour, because that's clearly what Ditch just said.
Let me see if I can find that in play.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, well, I suppose I'm going to be switching over, so I better find my other pair of glasses now.
The ones that you put on the floor so you can't see them. Well, in which case...
Crucial first hour, yeah, Gorilla Cricket. Crucial first hour, this ain't no TMS. Batsmen nervous, bowlers with the tails up. Is it a tornado or a storm in a teacup? Momentum, which way will it swing? Either way, gorillas are gonna bring Crucial first hour.
Right, who's supposed to be coming in here to do commentary?
It is Hendo, and the bowler will be this man.
Oh, you'll need to let Sagir in too.
Yep, I'm just about to do that.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
And the first ball there is just blocked down into the leg side, and it's picked up at short mid wicket, and there is no run.
And Sagir's joined us, so I can now move him over to be on the YouTube feed.
I'll do the commentary till Hendo gets his ass in here. And
I shall catch you later. The next tweet
you'll see you later. Yeah. Oh yeah, which is the next tweet?
Say, to go from Crazy Chap.
Crazy Chap, I will do in a minute. Works is in for the next ball. It's going down, angle down, vaguely down the leg side, and it's just knocked down and goes to short leg. There's no run, so 2 balls gone, no action so far, 0 for 0. And the target, just so everybody knows, is 219 to win, or 10 wickets for England if they want to win. So, very exciting. I'm multitasking now, as I've got commentary, tweets, all sorts going on, and 2 pairs of glasses as well. It's all good stuff.
Wokes is in. You want me to do the socials, especially the YouTube comments?
Yeah, you can do that. Wokes was in, it was nice and straight, and it was just pushed back, and it's gone all the way right down to a long on for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nissanka is continuing his good form from the first innings. Just a little prod there, but he's timed everything beautifully in the whole of this test.
Yeah, it was a nice shot actually. It just pushed it straight back in that mid-on area, and it didn't look as though it hit it that hard, but it went all the way. This one's just a little bit further across to the off stump, right on the off stump, nice and straight, and Nissanka just gets in behind it, plays it easily down. Defensively blocks it down basically, and there is no run. 4 for no wicket, 4 balls gone, and Sri Lanka absolutely racing along at a run a ball.
Yeah,
could be over tonight.
30
at this
overs
rate.
to go tonight.
Yeah, could be over tonight at this rate.
Probably not. 219 is a fairly tough ask.
Yeah, I'm being a bit tongue-in-cheek here. Wokes is in, he bowls again. Oh! It's a big outside edge, but it goes more or less along the ground, wide of, I think, what was 4th slip, between 4th slip and gully. And it goes down to the boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, Nissanka's not going to die without finding out, I don't think. He's... That's 5th slip.
Yeah, it went through 5th slip, didn't it? There are 4 slips and a gully, and it didn't carry. It wouldn't have been caught, I don't think, unless he'd stepped up another yard. They are kind of coming forward. Each of the slips is a yard further forward than the other one, sort of. Wokes is in. It's a little bit shorter. It's just dropped down out into the offside square of the wicket. All the fielders rush in. It's the end of the over. First over from Wokes goes for 8. That's quite expensive for him in this series. And Endo's coming in to join us.
It might have been 8 for no loss, but it could easily just have been 4 for 1. And in the comments section, Sweet Mango on YouTube says that just a quick wicket or two and Sri Lanka will be nervous. So, pretty much on the ball over there. Welcome, Hendo.
Hi, Sajid. I don't think I've been on with you before, have I?
No, we haven't. This is the first time we've been rostered together.
Absolutely. Well, we've got Gus Atkinson, who we were worried about earlier, that he might miss out in the Sri Lankan second innings because we were told he had a quad injury this morning and meant that Josh Hull opened up and actually did himself a world of good, to be honest. But it's important for England that Atkinson is back, that they've got a full complement of seamers. Dimuth Karunaratne is 1 run from 7,000 in Test cricket. Will he get there in the final innings of the tour? Left alone outside the off stump, Atkinson's first delivery.
So you might as well stay on doing the socials.
Yeah, sure. No
saves
problem.
me having to muck around with my glasses.
Yeah. No worries.
I have the same problem as Ditch with glasses. I have to keep swapping the glasses that I need to see my phone with the glasses that I need to see the TV. It's very annoying at home, but not so bad here because I'm generally just looking at the screen. Here comes Atkinson. He's got 3 slips and a gully. He's in. He bowls to Karunaratne, left-hander. Leaves this ball outside the off stump. And I remember Nesanka got a very rapid 60 yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Batted pretty well. That said, England were very attacking.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be quite so attacking for so long today. My feeling was they're a little bit over-attacking and leaked more runs than they really needed to, but who am I to say? I mean, they could have been that attacking if they'd gone on and got 450, which they should have done, but didn't.
Atkinson in again, and he plays that, just short, I think, of the man at backward point. That came off the bat like a rocket, but for a moment, I think Karunaratne would have been looking up and hoping,
sweating a little.
Yeah, that he hadn't just placed that into the hands of backward point. Fortunately, just dropped short. He's yet to get off the mark. Sri Lanka 8 for none. I just had a little look. I'm not a betting man, generally speaking. But I had a look at the odds on Bet333 something or other. I won't publicise them on the basis that their chief executive earns 400 million a year. Clipped away to mid wicket, and there is no run.
Isn't that the company that every 4th year is Bet366?
Absolutely right. They had Sri Lanka are favourites at 4-7 on. Or is that 4-7 on or 7-4 on? How do you say it?
4-7 on. Yep, 4-7 on.
And England are 11-8. So that's interesting.
You can actually say it either way around. And no, technically, I think actually possibly in the old days it would have been 7-4 on, but everybody says 4-7 on now.
Atkinson in, and very little movement there as Karunaratne goes back and defends into the covers. There is no run.
Your 700 quid will win you 400 then.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, how do you see this? You think England have let this one get away?
Well, I would definitely say 4.
I think they have. Yeah,
I would say 4-7 is a bit stingy, but not very stingy.
Here's Atkinson in bright sunshine, bowls to Karunaratne, and he will go past 7,000 runs in Test cricket. He's quietly done a brilliant job for Sri Lanka over the years. He's going to get 2 there. Sri Lanka are going to move on to 10 for no wicket. The overall target 219. He's kind of one of the unsung heroes, really, of Sri Lankan cricket.
Yeah, it's hard to believe he's played 94 Test matches already.
I know.
That's a lot of Test matches.
It really is.
So what price for England, Hendo? 6-4?
11-8.
11-8. God, the bookies are being well stingy.
Right.
11-8. That's a massive margin. That's like a 12% margin.
Well, that's probably why whoever it is who owns that company gets 400 million a year. But there you go. 7,001 runs at an average of 40.7 is pretty darn good.
Especially for an opener.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the fourth highest scorer in Sri Lankan Test history. Wokes will continue. 3 slips of gully, forward short leg. A backward point is a little bit tighter than might always be the case. There's a mid-off as well, as Wokes is in and bowls to Nasanka, who gets bat right in front of pad and pushes up towards mid-on.
Yeah, that's the sort of... It didn't look very good. Luckily, he got his bat in a perfect position, but that's the sort of position you're getting into. That if you miss that, you're in serious trouble.
Well, that's kind of what happened to both Root and Brook today.
Yeah.
Both just getting their timing wrong and missing balls on leg stump, middle and leg, to the left armour. This, of course, Wokes the right armour. And he's in again to Nasanka, and he bowls, and that's a hard volley, and it's beautifully put away. That is glorious. You almost felt as he played the shot, he knew how good it was. Didn't exactly hold the pose, but there was just almost a slight swagger in the shot, and it's gone away up to the Vauxhall end for one of these. Oh, it's glorious.
I guess that's deliberate field setting, putting your mid-off brackets extra cover a little bit wide to encourage him to drive. But I'd have had him straight. I'd have him straighter because he's such a good straight driver, Nasanka.
Here is Wokes again in bowls outside the off stump, and he threads this through the offside this time. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be pulled up about 15-20 yards inside the rope. But he deliberately angled that much squarer, and he picks up 2, and he's looking very good again. 14 off 9. I mean, his 60 came at well over a runner ball yesterday.
Yeah, they're already making a big dent, aren't they? Only need 203 now. You know, if they can get this down, if they can get the first wicket partnership of 69, then they'll be laughing, I think. If they lose their first wicket at 69, they're only going to need 150, aren't they? I think they'll do it then.
The thing is, sorry, Sergey, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that they need to play a little bit carefully given Chandimal's injury as well, so that middle order's lost one of its pillars.
Is he definitely out, do we know? Or is he?
I don't think he'll be out, but he seemed to be struggling at that point where he was where he walked off the pitch.
He was, wasn't he? I mean, it looked like he'd done a hip or his back or something. There's a little bit of movement there for Wokes, just nibbling off the pitch, but plenty of time for Nasanka to adjust and play square on the offside. I think the difficulty for England now is that, well, the overhead conditions are just so good for batting now, really, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing like it was earlier on. The ball's not really moving about, as far as I can see.
Wokes bowls. Nasanka in defence. It goes away behind square on the onside. Not too far from the pitch, but they will get through for a single, which will expose Karunaratne to Wokes for 1 ball. 17 for no wicket. Target is 219 after a performance by England with the bat that should come with a health warning, really.
Yeah, I would strongly recommend you not to watch the highlights on television this evening if you have a weak heart.
Or even if you just appreciate good cricket.
Yeah, it was
really
pretty appalling cricket, to be honest with you.
That's not to take anything away from Sri Lanka, who bowled a hell of a lot better than they did in the first innings. 3 slips from the gully for Karunaratne. In comes Wokes, bowls left alone outside the off stump, through low to Smith, and that is the end of the over. Which of you guys is on socials?
I'll just catch up, bring you guys up to speed. So Kate Eleanor has very kindly mentioned, thank you so much to Guerrilla Cricket and all in the chat for a fabulous test.
That's nice.
And going back to a point of Karunaratne being unsung hero, Leah says that we should definitely read more pieces written by Andrew Fidel Fernando, and I think he mostly writes for the Cricinfo website.
Yes.
And prior to that, Locky6 has rephrased his question, or her question. What are the favorite meals of the Guerrilla Cricket broadcast team, i.e., what would you guys order if you were in a magical restaurant that had everything? So who wants to go first?
Oh, goodness, I'll have a think about that as Atkinson gets ready to start a new over. He's bowling to the right-handed Nasanka. 3 slips, forward short leg, quite deep, and he's played a lovely on-drive there. That was absolutely sumptuous. It was in the air ever so slightly for a moment, but it was nowhere near a fielder. And that is another beautiful one of these.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
Jeff Boycott would have loved that. He loved an on. He'd always go on and on and on about an on drive, and that was the pretty much perfect on drive.
I think the thing about Jeff Boycott is that would have gone all the way along the ground.
Well, yes, it would.
It wouldn't have actually left.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have left the surface, would it? To be honest, but
Well, not just that, but his mother would have hit that with a stick of rhubarb as
she
well.
would. Ankerson in again. He's on the pass.
yes,
surely. That's got to be close, unless he's got an inside edge on that.
They're going to review that, surely.
Well, they're going to talk about an inside edge. If it isn't an inside edge, I think
it's plumb. Surely.
Surely they're going to have. They haven't got long.
Pope's such a bad.
Yes, he's eventually going to review it.
He knows it's wrong though. I can see. Look, his mind's going there. The cogs are whirring. I usually get them wrong. Shall I go for it? He didn't really want to go for it, so it probably is an inside edge.
Here we go.
But we'll
review.
See.
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
There was a stat I read earlier that Pope has asked for 9 reviews or something, and he hasn't got a single one right yet.
That is correct, yeah. Well, so it was certainly 8 at the beginning of this test.
Oh,
right.
There's no edge.
No edge.
Oh,
it might be umpire's call here. I
might
think.
just be.
It depends.
Yeah.
It depends on the angle and the movement of the pitch, because it seemed to jag back a lot.
Oh, it's missing.
Oh, it's missing.
It's
not by
missing.
much, but it's not even an umpire's call. But I think that was worth going for. It wasn't a bad.
No, yeah.
It wasn't a bad review.
Very good decision, you have to say.
It was a very good decision. Absolutely.
One of these. So has he now bought our double figures? None out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a 10.
Oh dear. In a way, it would have been a shame because Nasanka's looking so good, but from an England point of view, I kind of needed that.
Yeah, it was a good ball. It was a good ball. It was it was millimetres away from.
He's in again, down the leg side this time, and Nasanka just falling over a little bit as he tries to turn that away. It can't make contact.
But I mean, it was nowhere near being out because even if it had been umpire's call, it wouldn't have been out. Oh, that's about a millimetre from umpire's call.
Yeah, it's very close. It was very close. But say, at full speed, I'd have given it. Chris Gaffney is the gaffer, and he was right. Atkinson again in bowls, and he's chipped that in the air, but straight. The mid wicket is too wide. It's dribbling. It's not going to reach the boundary. Wasn't quite in control of that, but he's still going to get back for 3. A frustrating over this is developing into for England. Sri Lanka move to 24, and Nasanka has 22 of those.
It just goes to show that despite the niggle that Gus Atkinson is carrying, he seems to be the one who's most capable of making things happen. I mean, Chris Wokes is a good bowler, don't get me wrong, but he's more, your traditional sort of stick to basics kind of guy, whereas Gus Atkinson with his pace and a little bit of zip off the pitch, I think is somebody that the Sri Lankans need to be a little bit wary of in this chase, because if they lose 1 or 2 quick wickets right now, that they probably can kiss this chase goodbye.
Yeah, if England had only had On Hayden in, he'd have been out there.
Defended into the offside by Karen Arani, the left-hander.
It was straight to On Hayden, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've very rarely seen, I don't know, Sagir, if you know the reference to the On Hayden. It's that field that you occasionally see just off to the right of the strip, almost in front of the non-striking batsman. Which I've never really seen anyone get out to, but anyway, it annoys the non-striker. Atkinson in, bowls short, and played well by Karen Arani. There's a leaping salmon at gully, which is Ollie Pope. He can't get hands on it. It's going to run away down to third man for another of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So,
can you this smaller run chase? Shouldn't you be having a third man? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you do. I think teams do leak a lot of runs at third man, and I suspect if that had been smashed through the covers, they'd have said, "Oh, we need to have a cover in there." But third man, it's I don't know.
I think it's one of these things in modern captaincy where a lot of skippers, especially since Michael Clarke took over Australia's captaincy, most of them seem to have done away with the practice of having a regulation third man. And there's so many runs that get leaked in that area, either of catches that haven't been caught in the slips or, really deft sort of glides down to third man.
Absolutely. New over starts from Chris Wokes, defended on the back foot by Nasanka.
Just to catch up.
No. This is a repeat from the first innings ditch.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Suzy.
No, I was just going to catch up on socials. People are... the listenership is getting really stressed by our oohs and ahs, especially with that LBW shot of Gus Atkinson's over. And Leah says that we almost caused her a heart attack, or that we should be hearing from her cardiologist soon.
Right. Well, I don't want to worry if you're a Sri Lankan fan, but Nasanka very nearly chopped on there as he went back to that ball from Wokes. As it is, he gets a single to sort of short, fine leg.
I was very restrained there and didn't do an ooh.
No oohs. Yeah, that could have been dangerous for him. But, it's a bit of a mixture so far. Nasanka's played 2 or 3 sumptuous shots, and then 1 or 2 that would have kept the England fielders interested. Let's see what we've got. 3 slips of gully, backward point, mid-off. I wanted to come back to that point you made about the mid-off stroke extra cover and his positioning when Nasanka played those straight or straightish off drives. Wokes in again, bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Karunaratne, former captain, of course. There's quite a few former captains in this Sri Lankan lineup, to be fair. 29 for no wicket. But yeah, I've kind of become aware of whether it's just a thing in international cricket where you don't really seem to have the extra cover and the mid-off. You often seem to have a player
halfway
between the two, yeah. It's something that seems to have crept into the game, and I'm never quite sure how to describe him because I'm never quite sure what he is.
He isn't either, is he?
No, exactly. Wokes in again, bowls. Oh, he's beaten the outside edge of Karunaratne there, just a little bit of nibble away. England desperately need a wicket, 29 for no wicket. The chase is down to 190 now. Started at 219.
Yeah, if you were doing a composite, it would be something like extra cover by mid-off.
Yes, indeed. I think there's also an element...
Good description.
There's also a sort of confusion of mid-wicket and square leg now, where you often have a sort of mid-wicket who's quite square. And that I find a little bit confusing. I mean, I'm not against adapting these positions. I mean, they're for guidance, really. This one comes back into Karunaratne. He's hit him high. Wokes is interested in the LBW, but I don't think they've
surely that pitched out
seriously
leg stump, wasn't it?
Well, I think it was high as well, wasn't it?
I think it was. Yeah, didn't really have a lot going for it.
Not really, no. Nasanka has 23.
Might even have got an edge on it as well.
That's possible. It's a glorious evening. We weren't expecting a day quite as nice as this at the Oval. Certainly when Messi Jez was on and brought us news from the weather cave 10,000 miles away in Western Australia.
Well, I think he just reflected the weather we had in Perth today. And he's just
you're in Perth as well.
London.
Yes. Onto the back foot goes Karunaratne and plays it straight to extra cover. It's the end of the over. Sri Lanka 29 for no wicket. And any more on socials?
Jeff Thomas on YouTube says, well, thanks to England's willy-nilly approach to batting, we now have an exciting test match in the offing. And going down the thing, there's a bit of a chit-chat about the whole magical restaurant and what we would order.
Oh, God, I forgot about that.
Yeah, and Kate says that if it was a magical restaurant, you could order everything. Then there's people talking about being optimistic. Richard Mountford says, I think Sri Lanka will win. England are not playing at the top of their game. And then we come down to Kate saying to Jeff that optimism is an awesome quality.
Yeah, I don't know what optimism is myself. Atkinson has the ball back in his hands. 2 overs, none for 13. Did have that fairly close LBW shout against Nasanka. He's coming in again. 3 slips waiting. It's 2 full. And that flowing drive is unfurled once more by Nasanka. It's being chased by Josh Hull, but he's not going to get to it. It's run away in front of the pavilion. Atkinson shakes his head in disappointment. It's one of these.
So I'm just going to repeat my point. You know, if that man was a little bit straighter, he's got to play a little bit more across the line. Maybe you'll get an edge. But if you leave that big gap there, you can just play straight, and it just goes through. That's 8 runs through that gap.
Yeah. I mean, he might have the skill to angle it and get it away.
But it's a harder skill, isn't it, than just playing straight?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah. Atkinson again. He needs to bring his length back a little bit. I think it's not really swinging, and he's maybe just bowling too full. This is defended square on the offside.
I mean, if you'd applied one of my favourite fields, the old umbrella field, they wouldn't have got that many runs.
Yeah, well, you know,
it's a bit negative, I know.
It's the England attacking way, and I think, you know, they were over attacking. Yes, well, you would say they were over attacking, but maybe not, because they had Sri Lanka at 93 for 5, and had they been able to keep their seamers on, they might well have had them out for 150. Atkinson in bowls. Oh, just plays that away. Right in front of his pad, which was right in front of middle stump. He's going to get a single down to long leg.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that we should never have stayed out there with all that spin nonsense going on yesterday. It's made it. They'd have been chasing over 300, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think that has been an element of complacency in this England performance. You know, and also I think I said this morning that they possibly played on too long yesterday, because there was so much criticism after day one that only 44 overs were bowled, that they felt they owed it to the crowd to some extent. Atkinson in, shorter, and nicely played off the back foot by Karunaratne. It's being chased by a rather stiff-looking Ollie Stone. He's going to pull it up about 6 or 7 yards inside the boundary edge. He gets a good throw in, and they accept 2.
You just apply the Australian rule there. Would Australia have owed it to the crowd? I really don't think so. They'd have been straight off.
Definitely not.
Yep. Lack of the
I think
killer
let's be
instinct.
thankful that at least England didn't declare stupid maniacs.
Yes. I mean, I don't even know what to make of that. I mean, yesterday was bad enough. Yesterday morning, England's batting was dreadful. And then when the way they came out before lunch today was like just following on from that. Atkinson around the wicket now, and gets this one to rise on Karunaratne, who gets an edge down onto his pad. The ball rolls out into the offside, and Sri Lanka have moved rapidly on to 36 for no wicket. England in dire need of some inspiration right now.
They're
Sri Lanka's run rate is 6.3. Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, are they over-attacking again? 3 slips in the gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, long leg. That's all I can see.
Well, if they wanted to over-attack, I would have preferred a forward short leg, and just to test these, at least one of these batters out with some uncomfortable bounces from Atkinson.
Yeah, this one is a little bit more back of a length. It's defended into the offside. It's the end of the over. He's bowled 3 and he's gone for 20. And Sri Lanka are 36 for none. There's 28. Karunaratne 8.
You wonder if he's fully fit, really, Atkinson. He hasn't really been flying in, I don't think. So maybe he's a bit worried about his niggle.
Well, to be honest, if he's got a niggle, with all the cricket that England have got coming up before Christmas, certainly in terms of Test cricket, 3 tests in Pakistan, 3 tests in New Zealand, surely the thing would be at this stage is see how he is tomorrow, and not to have sent him out there. I mean, they must consider that it's nothing serious if they've sent him out, I think, now.
Well, I guess so.
You hope so, anyway.
Well, we definitely hope so.
Yeah.
Woke's number 16 off 3 as well, so
that's expensive for him.
Yeah.
He's not anywhere near that expensive normally.
Oh, he's going to be bowling to
We
this.
have Pirate Badsha making a quip stating that optimism is not the natural state of a cricket fan, and I think I tend to agree with that.
Very true. Another lovely fluent drive opening the face. Ollie Pope has chased that, but actually it's not him who gets to it first. It's the other Ollie Stone. Not sure where he appeared from. Maybe third man, deep backward point.
I don't know.
He must have made a bit of a run for that. Oh no, he went from mid-on. But they would have got back for 3. Yeah, I think England are going to have to go a little bit on the defensive here, aren't they? Because the run flow is just too rapid. England are going to be out of this game before they've even even started.
And if there's any remote chance they might get a bit of help from the spin, they're going to need a few runs left to help the spinner.
And that's very true. I mean, I think this pitch will spin, but whether we get a chance to see that, now Karen Ratney run out in the first innings, goes for the single, doesn't get any response from Nissanka, and then has to turn and dive full length as the throw came in.
I think he'd probably have been okay anyway, but
that's
a bit daft.
You'd be very, very unpopular man, wouldn't you, if you ran out one of Sri Lanka's leading run scorers in successive innings.
He was safely in, though.
I mean, just going back to your earlier comment about England need to be a little bit defensive. I mean, if they go on the defensive and spread out the field just to save the boundaries and the doubles or the triples, I think Sri Lanka might see that as an opportunity and sense that England are on the back foot psychologically. They might just stab the ball around in gaps and just collect whatever they can get in singles rather than trying to play shorts. At least this way there is a chance for England to get a couple of wickets. I don't know where you guys stand on that, though.
I would kind
of a viewpoint.
I would kind of agree with you, except that I just don't think the ball's doing anything at the moment. I think maybe three. I mean, maybe it will. I mean, we've seen this time and time again in England that it actually takes a little bit of lacquer to come off the ball before it starts doing something.
But then all the more reason, Hendo, to let's be a little defensive for 10 overs till it does come off. Let's save some runs.
Onto the back foot goes Karen Ratney and pushes up to mid on. I just think when someone's going at 31 off 21 and he's really barely raised a sweat, that you've got to make him think again a little bit. But I understand what you're saying also. I don't think either of us is necessarily right. You make a judgment. Ollie Pope may be thinking, you've got to keep people in because that you take a third slip out now and it goes through third slip and you've got a man at extra cover and you've missed a chance, haven't you? So it's a judgment call. Wokes in, bowls. Oh, that one does nibble. And Karen Ratney has a little flirt outside the off stump, but doesn't get an edge. Goes through to Smith.
Yeah, and I think
this is where the role of a captain in cricket is so much different than the role of a captain in other sports.
Absolutely. I mean, this is really where you earn your corn to a certain extent. And that's the difficulty, I think, when you have captains who generally haven't done much captaining. Not Ollie Pope is pretty inexperienced. And you wonder how easy it is to be his own man, really, I suppose, with the... now what's happened there? He's been caught and bowled, would you believe? I thought that had got between bat and pad and might have bowled him. But it seemed to loop up. Wokes had to dive forward to take the catch. So I'm wondering, did he hit it onto his foot and then it looped up? But England have got the breakthrough. It may be not the man they were hoping to get at this stage, but it's Karen Ratney who has gone. Let's have another little look at this. Has he... he's chopped it onto his pad. And it's looped up. Oh my goodness me, that's a slightly unfortunate way to go. I mean, you might expect...
Very athletic catch from Chris Walker.
It was, and a very important one. So the first Sri Lankan wicket goes, and the man who has struck is Chris Wokes. I'm going to start the jingle for the new batsman because it's 41 seconds long.
Yeah.
Mendes was a man who thought he was a keeper, so they played him as a number 3. 'Cause that's where the selectors for Sri Lanka think a keeper needs to be. Get back, get back, get back to where you ought to bat. Get back, get back, get back to where you ought to bat. Get back, Kusal Mendes.
That is very good. I've not heard that one before.
Have you not? Kusal Mendes, I enjoy watching Kusal Mendes. He's a very attacking batsman, perhaps over-attacking. And that's maybe why he hasn't got a better average than 35. But he has got 900s and 18 50s in Test cricket. I remember seeing him score a very good 50 at Headingley a few years ago. It's going to be... it's not going to be him. It's going to be Nissanka facing up to Atkinson. He's going to get a single, an easy one, as he just pushes into the offside. Josh Hull runs round from that rather indeterminate position somewhere between extra cover and mid-off. And they move on by 1 to 40 for 1. And well done, Chris Wokes. Very happy man to get that wicket.
Thought the batsman was quite restrained there.
Yeah.
In what he said, as he realised he'd muffed it.
Yeah, it's not been a great series for Karunaratne, notwithstanding the fact that he's gone past 7,000 runs in Test cricket. But, Atkinson in, bowls to Mendes. Mendes pushes into the offside and very quickly spots that there's a rather loping Josh Hull at the mid-off area, who's probably not going to get down to that very quickly, so they set off for a single and get it comfortably.
You were saying earlier that Joe Root knocked off another notch on the rung to the most runs in Test cricket today.
He did. He took out Sangakkara, and then of course Vishwa came on and took out Root. So that's what happens if you go past my mate in Test cricket. Anyway, Atkinson, none for 22, coming into Nissanka. Has him on the back foot, just playing down behind square. Stopped by the foot of the man at short leg. And there is no run. Oh, I think I'm still on here, aren't I? Tony's going to come in and do ball by ball at the end of this over. I'm going to stay here. Messers is going to join us. Are we saying goodbye to you? Is this your last session of the day?
For tonight, yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Before I leave, I'd like to give a shout out to Kate's 90-year-old father, who has told her, reliably informed her, that it's very difficult to score over 200 to win in a fourth innings.
That is true, as this is worked down to long leg for another single, but I will put a rider on that. That is normally true, certainly of a test match that goes to 5 days, and sometimes to 4 days. But a test match that is probably going to be over by lunchtime tomorrow, not even halfway through the fourth day. The pitch hasn't had long enough to deteriorate and give anything to the spinners, I would say. Atkinson in, bowls to Kusal. Kusal goes back and he'll get another single, just guiding it into the offside. And Gully has to run around. And he moves to 2. Sri Lanka 43 for 1. The target, if you're just joining us here on Guerrilla Cricket, is 219 after an England batting performance devoid of intelligence, amongst other things, and a very much better bowling performance from Sri Lanka, who really took advantage of the conditions. Atkinson in to complete the over, bowls down the leg side, come off the pad, it's looped past the short leg. Ollie Stone is now at leg gully. He's going to have to go round and field that, but they will get through for a leg bye. It's the end of the over. Sri Lanka have moved on to 44 for 1. Nissanka has 33 of those. Kusal has 2. And it's good night to Sagir. Thanks for joining us. I hope to see you
Thank you.
soon.
I'll hand over to Messers now.
Absolutely.
See you guys
Thank
later.
you very much. See you later.
So one Western Australian-based commentator is replaced by another.
I do need to make some defence of the weather cave. And I did predict dodgy conditions this morning. I didn't predict what it was going to do this afternoon. Although there's still a few clouds floating around, I don't expect any rain tonight. It's probably going to be cloudy tomorrow morning, though. So the odds are this is going to be the best batting conditions for the rest of the game.
Well, that makes it important for England to since we were talking about maybe going a little bit more on the defensive, it makes it important, doesn't it, to allow Sri Lanka as few scoring opportunities tonight as possible. Tony is now going to change something. Wokes is going to continue 1 for 19. I'll just continue until Tony can get back into position. Now, what have England got? 4 slips to Nissanka, which is curious. I could understand it almost. It's almost they've gone more attacking. I would understand it against Kusal, but Nissanka's been batting very well. Forces into the onside. Shoaib runs around to his right. There's a few England fielders with who look very stiff when they're running. Ollie Stone is one, and Shoaib is a little like that too. Sri Lanka moved to 45 for 1. Tony, it's all yours.
Ollie Stone probably looks a trifle stiff because he's held together by machinery, isn't he? Bits of him.
He's got a worse back than me.
Well, he has got 2 bolts in his back.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he has.
He could do with a Usain Bolt in his back.
Inserted at the Wellington Hospital, apparently.
What, Usain Bolt?
Right, no, the bolt's in his back. Right, Chris Wokes. Over the wicket, he comes to Kusal Mendes, who tries to pull and just pulls it down into the ground. England on the attack, 4 slips and a gully. Sri Lanka, remember, they had a target of 219 after, well, Hendo's described it better than I could. Pitiful would be one word. Certainly a bit lacking in thought, or I think. Or, I don't know, commitment, number of things. Sri Lanka, though, let's say, be fair, as bad as they bowled on the first day, they bowled very, very well today. England's shot selection did leave something to be desired a lot of the time. Net result, England all out for 156. This one's worked away round the corner by Kusal Mendes, just backward of square. They will come back for 2.
Yep, 2 leg byes.
47 for 1, probably leg byes. Yes, I think it was.
I think the sort of damning statistic in England's innings was the fact that they only batted 34 overs.
Well, exactly. Well, I mean, 156 all out. Remember, it was 35 for 2 at lunch. And we have had some sort of interesting session times today. It's we've stretched the morning, we've condensed after tea, which is still going to finish pretty late, and that one is just shaping away from Kusal Mendes, but he's happy enough to leave that. There's no rush for Sri Lanka. 219, remember, is their target, and they are whittling away at that. They've reduced that by 47. They have 9 wickets in hand, and it's really it's all or nothing for England. Draws out the equation unless it rains for the next 2 days.
Well, when I looked at the odds on Bet366,
Bet366.
Yeah, it's a leap year.
Right, in comes Wokes. Those slips go down, up onto his toes goes Kusal, steers to cover, no run.
The draw was at 250 to 1. I think it'll have gone even further out now, won't it?
Yeah, I don't know, what do they give you here in terms of, do they give you the odds?
Well, the odds that I saw earlier, just at the start of the innings, were Sri Lanka was 7 to 4 on, and England were 11 to 8. So Sri Lanka were favourites.
Well, and that, I think, now that this lead has been reduced quite dramatically, they will wait for Chris Wokes. No, he's just stopped in his run-up. They need 172. So if you think they need 172 for 9.
On Betfair, England are 2 to 1 against.
I'd say that's fair. I'd say that's very fair. I mean, Atkinson is bowling. We did suspect there might not be. No, I mean, he's bowling as in he's able to bowl.
Yes.
That's wide of off stump, left again by Kusal Mendes in a very studied manner, taken by Jamie Smith, who really was England's hero. If only he could have just kept going a bit longer. But it was Gary. Gary said, well, I've witnessed the birth finally of the English Gilchrist. No sooner had he blotted the ink from his quill pen and he WhatsApped that to us. Well, you just know what happened.
Well, I do hope he didn't mean the English Roy Gilchrist.
Because what, off Coronation Street?
No, wasn't it Roy Gilchrist? Wasn't he the one who murdered his wife? Was that am I right in saying
I don't
that?
think so. Right.
Oh, okay.
Well, here's a man young enough not to probably be overburdened by a sense of responsibility. He's already got 3 wickets in the first innings. The left armour certainly did plenty of damage. It's going to be this chap, Hendo.
This guy is really fucking tall. It's time to hang Josh Hull the ball. How many wickets will he take? How many games until he breaks?
Oh, not many. I was disappointed that Mogg wouldn't. That was a Jeff Perkins production, but I was disappointed that Mogg wouldn't do a bat out of Hull.
Well, we had a conversation about that. And
he said it was too obvious.
He didn't. He eschewed anything that was too obvious. We could have had highway to Hull.
He thought he was writing a
bat out
jingle
of
for
Hull.
someone who'd never play.
Well, he did actually. So he went as minimalistic as he could. Right, in comes Josh Hull. Full head of hair is flopping as he slides it across Pathan Nisanka, who's happy enough to leave, and there is no run. 47 for 1, 219. Remember the target. Pathum Nisanka's been going nicely. Looked pretty untroubled, I think is fair to say, isn't it?
Well, apart from that close LBW, and it's not out. I mean, so you know, it looked close at first viewing.
You know how it's odd. If you're not fully concentrating on something, but you can sometimes form a quick judgment much more effectively. I was working. I looked up and I went, "That's not out." Just like that.
Well, Michael Atherton was with Hendo. He said that was worth taking a review for.
Hull in all. That's terrific delivery. Now that did beat Nisanka. Hull, who seems to predominantly just swing the ball in because he is quite open-chested when he bowls. Got that one to carry on, and it didn't come in as much as we thought. In fact, it moved away off the pitch, Hendo, didn't it?
It did, absolutely. And I think that's a worrying thing for Sri Lankan batsmen in a way, is that they will know from this morning when he bowled very well that he was getting it to swing in. And so you might play for the swing, and on that occasion either it just goes straight across you, or on that particular ball it did actually nibble as well.
Nibble. England need a lot of nibble and a lot of luck to go their way. They have 3 slips for Josh Hull, who swings that in. It's loftily driven, but it's driven wide of the man at mid-wicket, and it's probably going to go all the way. It's slowing up. It might get pulled in, you know. I think it probably has been. Was that the ever-willing Chris Wokes? You bet it was. He would never, ever give a ball up, and I think
they've run 4.
They've run 4 anyway. Poor old Chris Wokes.
Well, that's the first all run 4 I've seen for a very long time. I'm actually going to mark it with one of these.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
He's just come back and found out.
I would rather like to see someone go to all that trouble and for them to run 5.
I have seen 5 on all run 5 in the old days of county cricket.
If you let it go, it would only be 4.
It's the 50 up anyway. It's 51 for 1 for Sri Lanka. Over the wicket. Oh, that's a horrible ball from Hull. I think he was looking for a full in-swinger. What he actually got was a full bunger. Much to the amusement of Pathum Nisanka. And that has been a consistent theme all the way through. There hasn't been unpleasant, or as far as we can tell, there hasn't been unpleasantness. There hasn't been squaring up. There hasn't been agitation. There's just been a lot of laughing and smiling when the likes of this have happened, and he just looks back down at Hull with a chuckling away. Does Pathum Nisanka? He is probably thinking, what on earth was that? But I suspect he knows it wasn't intentional. And Hull, who has delicate little steps at the beginning of his run for a big fellow, and then he really opens his stride. In he comes. That swings as well, but swings too far in some ways. Catches the back leg of Pathum Nisanka, and outside of his leg stump anyway, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think that was a good ball. It went late, but it just started just a smidgen too straight, didn't it? If he could have got that over by 6 inches to the offside, then that would have been.
Well,
he
seems to have essentially 2 balls. One is the in-swinger to a right-hander, and the other one is the one you think's going to swing in and just nibbles away the other way, which for a young man of 20 is not too bad. There is that little scurrying start to his run, almost running on the spot before he gets into his stride. That's down leg as well. Jamie Smith does a good job of tumbling to his left. So he's almost getting it to either start swinging from too far across in the first place, or just swing that little bit too much at the moment. It's the end of the over though. It's 51 for 1, and it's Messers, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we were up to on messages, but there's one that stands out that's all in capital letters from Jay Grover.
Hey.
He says, Tony, you said
Hello.
you wanted a mini Jay Grover doll. What the fuck is wrong with thee?
When did I say that? I did say something about that on
On
the
the podcast.
Yes, I can't remember the context now.
Oh God, I remember that now, and I think
you were talking about going to the cricket by yourself and having someone to talk to, and it would be a mini Jay Grover doll, as I recall.
But there we go.
He'd be tweeting in the seat next to you.
Right, driven uppishly, driven beautifully by Kusal Mendis. That was over pitched by Wokes and given the full treatment away through extra cover for 4. Your favourite jingle, my favourite jingle. I like this one. One of them. Yeah, I wonder if he's just suffering a little bit, Chris Wokes, from that the run to the boundary and the desperate lunge and flick back of the ball, only to look up and find that they'd run 4 anyway.
Well, the other thing was he did actually collide with the boards, didn't he?
Well, he did.
He
Sort of
his shoulder, I think,
hurdled the sponge and thumped the boards. Right, in he comes. That's a better ball, just slightly shorter. And Kusal Mendes shoulders arms and watches it through to Jamie Smith. He's got the wicket to fall, of course, as Chris Wokes, which is a hugely important one.
Yeah, I think England need 2 more wickets before Sri Lanka get to 100 to be in with a chance, really.
Well, I think we'd all agree with that. The more, the better from an England perspective. That's absolutely true. It was caught and bowled, wasn't it?
Yeah, you
Karin Ratney.
almost feel as though England don't really deserve to win this match.
Well, Wokes has just pulled out of this. Now, I'm not quite sure why. I don't think Kusal Mendes was expecting him to, because he appeared fully ready. I think Chris Wokes, I think, lost his run-up.
Or maybe he was going to bowl from 24 yards.
Oh, he's bowling from the Vauxhall end towards the pavilion. The sky, le soleil bleu, and the clouds are light and fluffy now. That one's flicked away through mid-wicket, straight onto leg. That's a gorgeous shot from Kusal Mendes. It's another one that is slowing up agonisingly. But Shoaib Bashir was the man in pursuit. He's not going to get there. It's 4 more, and Sri Lanka are looking in tidy order here. Not quite got his line and range now, Chris Wokes, as he is just maybe straining just that bit too much. That was a beautiful shot, just flicked off his legs.
It is. I mean, Kusal Mendes is very strong in that position, and he will take straight balls, even balls slightly outside off stump, and trying to put them away through there. That may have been his downfall too often in Test cricket, but that was beautifully timed.
Well, what's the Birmingham Lara got now? Here he comes. That's a better ball. Just jagged a little bit. Defended watchfully down towards point down towards gully rather by Kusal Mendes, and there's no run. 80 miles an hour.
You're putting the pressure on him by referring to him as the Birmingham Lara, Tony.
Well, certainly wasn't today. He got a duck, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
I thought he did.
I wouldn't really want to have Brian Lara bowling at this stage.
Well, no, that is probably a bit harsh. Right, here he is, the man you'd take home to meet your mum, Chris Wokes, wide of off stump. A wide-eyed Kusal looks back down the track at him, having left the ball competently enough. It's 59 for 1, 219 the target. But what matters if you're Sri Lankan, and if you are Sri Lankan, I hope you are finding a way to watch this, listen to us, however you're choosing to stay in touch, because your boys only need 160 and they've got 9 wickets in hand, and they are a combination of good bowling and England sort of somehow a tad on the suicidal side. That's pulled away by Kusal Mendes. Backward a square, 4 more.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
I just think, and I was talking about this when Sajir was on as well, that England are over-attacking still.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they've just got to slow this flow of runs down, and it's almost as if they've gone out with the plan that we've got to attack because we know that we can't stop them winning in the time that's left if they stay out there. So we've got to attack, we've got to get wickets. But sometimes you get wickets by going slightly on the defensive.
And you're giving away too many free runs.
Yeah, they're giving away fours by galore.
Scoreboard pressure comes back.
Yeah, absolutely.
156 is what Sri Lanka need. It ain't that many. In comes Josh Hull. That's launched massively up and over extra cover. In fact, it's plugged in the end. I was going to be looking several rows back, but it plopped like a golf ball into a bunker. And who's that?
That's Ollie Sykes again.
What's his name?
Ollie Sykes.
Ollie Sykes. That's why we had the whole Ollie conversation earlier, wasn't it?
So that means maybe that Gus Atkinson has now gone off again.
Not Eric Sykes.
Well, yeah, that way. Eric Sykes at one end, Derek Guyler at the other.
Hattie Jakes at first to third slip.
Oh God, Hattie Jakes. Yeah, she
Wasn't
used to be
Derek Guyler like the Wasn't he the headmaster on Please Sir?
He might well have been.
He
yeah.
was, yeah.
Yes,
Other
yes, he
roles
was.
that he
You could
played.
tell we're all over 60.
Right. Possibly, only just, I might point out. Over the wicket comes Hull. Crashed by Nisanka through cover. There's no doubt about that not making it. That's 4 more. That sat up had a little bow on it and a message attached to it saying "smack me," and away it went.
Could be over tonight.
No, what we really want.
Nisanka does play some beautiful.
Oh, he's a good player, isn't he? He's got some shots for sure.
Sri Lanka have about 5 to get tomorrow morning. The bear would have to come in, and he's going to be
do it on his own,
grumbling and chuntering.
Got a chuntering bear.
We don't want that. Right, Josh Hull still has the 3 slips. That's a better ball, but it's played up on his toes by Nisanka, pushed out to Eric Sykes, who looks a bit like Ollie Pope, isn't he? Got ginger hair.
I said Surrey is breeding ginger Ollies.
Ginger Ollies, that's true. Cloning them, maybe.
Maybe. Oh goodness me! Mind you, if you were cloning, who would you clone? Would you clone Ollie Pope?
Yeah, I'd clone his on a good day.
Joe Root.
I'd clone his batting on a good day. I mean, what you're saying? There's only one person you could clone.
If there was one person in the Surrey dressing room you could clone, who would it be?
Ooh. Oh, now there's a question.
Dan Worrell, perhaps, to bowl?
Right. Oh, right now, for the situation as we speak. Yeah, probably. That swings in. It's very full. And Kusal Mendis, well, he thought there was a single there. He was looking to flick it really back part, that's sort of backward square. And the ball seemed to just drop. But there's no fielders that close, and he was keen for a single, wasn't he?
Another full toss, isn't it? Yeah, he's jammed it down onto his foot.
It's interesting stuff. I mean, this is kind of what you expect from a 20-year-old who's played very little county cricket but does have promise. You don't quite know what you might get, but when he gets it right, it's pretty good. Now, there, he just possibly overpitched it, hence it turned it into a full toss. But he is getting that movement in the air.
Gone a bit more defensive now, haven't they? Just taken one of the
Well, they
slips
have.
out,
You've got the 3 slips. You have got the man on the 45. And there is a backward square. Joel Wilson skips out the way, and that backward square, which I think is Shoaib Bashir, will be called into action. They will take 2. 72 for 1. Hendo was saying you're going to need another couple before they get to 100. I think you're dead right, because that target's under 150 now.
But both looking pretty comfortable.
They are.
I mean, Nisanka's played well in both innings, hasn't he? He's taken advantage of the attacking fields for sure, but it's given him confidence, really.
They are. I mean, would there be an inquest if England lose this? I've just had a sense they've taken the game somewhat lightly. It has been entertaining, but equally they've not obeyed some of the very basic principles of the longer form, shall we say. Right, Josh Hull, that's wide, that doesn't swing back, that is crunched again by Kusal Mendis through point, and it's 4 more. And that, I'm afraid, is what you're going to get with a young lad with so little experience. By all means, ask a lot of him. He's going to ask a lot of himself.
Yeah, I think.
But in amongst the good balls, you're going to get the ones that sit up and say "hit me," and that's not the first he's bowled.
No.
Well, speaking of Hull, Dave Wood says, "I still can't believe nobody went for hulling out for a hero."
Hulling out for a hero. I think we've got a jingle based on that already, haven't we? Sort of that tune.
Varane asked a question an hour ago when we were talking about 10th wicket partnerships, sort of a quiz. He says, Agar made 98 batting at number 11. Who was he batting with, and how much was the 10th wicket partnership? I know he was batting with Phil Hughes.
He was batting with Phil Hughes. I was there. And
I think it was 160 something.
Well,
163 maybe.
You can read about it. You can read about it in an article I did for Cricinfo in 2017 about 10th wicket partnerships. So I mean, if you can pull that up.
Well, Captain Pope has been pushed into a decision to roll away the stone, and it's going to be Ollie. He's going to roll away.
Another Ollie.
Another Ollie. Ollie's all over the place. In he comes to Nasanka, who drops the bat on it, pushes into the onside. They take a sharp single. Good running. That's a sign of a team that's confident.
Yep.
The running is positive. They want the quick singles as well as the boundaries. Not a bad ball. Many pairs may not even run that, but they said, no, we're on top of this game. We're going to keep the pressure relentlessly on England, who are probably conscious now that they are staring down the barrel and they need some magic from somewhere. Does Ollie Stone have it? No, he drops one short, wide, crunched through point, crunch for 4.
Oh my goodness me, that was dreadful.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
The wheels have come off and the wagon is careering down the hill.
3 wheels on my wagon, was still rolling along. I've told you this before, haven't I? You know who wrote that?
I don't.
Burt Bacharach. Oh, yes, I know. Amongst all those fantastic songs he wrote, people forget he wrote 3 wheels on my wagon. Anyway, back to Ollie Stone. In he comes. The man who does or doesn't, depending on your point of view, look like Ellen DeGeneres. Oh, that was a good ball. There's a 3rd stump line, maybe 3.5 stump line, and just moved away. And Kusal Mendes, he for a moment was in a couple of minds and quickly decided leaving it was the right course of action, and he was right. 81 for 1 though.
In a way, I feel like Sri Lanka are out bazballing England here. I mean, they're going along at a terrific rate, and you know that may be down to the fact that England are being very attacking and thinking they've got to get wickets. But
well, there are 3 slips in a gully. There is a backward point. There's a mid wicket as Ollie Stone is in. That's full and it's defended in front of his middle stump. Pushed to mid on. No run on this occasion. 84 miles an hour from Ollie Stone.
Hendo's got a new fan.
Oh, good God.
Lucky 6 says, my Swedish lodger, a uni student, just says she likes the big man with the naked leg.
Well, there you are.
How old are they? I might
the
be,
legs? Same age as the rest of you, probably.
I might be out of their age range.
Oh, I see what you mean.
My legs are the same age as the rest of me.
How old are my legs? Yes. Ollie Stone, in he comes, defended by Kusal Mendes.
Listen, I'll take fandom wherever I can get it. Yeah.
If you got it, flaunt it.
Absolutely.
Shapely, they are, shapely.
What, my legs?
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much.
81 for 1. Well, the camera is focusing on Dan Lawrence, who's struggling to see here. He's pulling his cap down over his eyes.
It's the sinking sun, isn't it?
It is the sinking sun, the setting sun. Setting Sun, this was an album by The Jam, wasn't it? If I remember rightly.
It could have been, yeah.
Right, Ollie Stone bowling again from that Vauxhall end. In he comes to Kusal Mendes. Ooh, jumps on Kusal Mendes a bit. Gets on top of it, angles it down to backward point, takes a single. And it's the end of the over. Did he take a single in the end?
I don't think so.
Oh, I don't think he did, and he also got hit on the glove. So it's 81 for 1. 219 still the target. It's reducing in terms of the runs they actually need dramatically all the time. Messers, do you want to do some final messages for you? I think I take over your role.
Yeah, Lucky 6 says you would claim ducket for space efficiency.
Not a sorry player.
Why would we claim Sam Curran? We've already got plenty of cricketers that are too slow. Leah has very kindly controlled some spanning from Yohinder Malhotra. Just a reminder that we do need people to be considerate in their posts, and we don't want to lose people, but we need to keep some control of what goes on there. So thank you, Leah, for keeping that under control. Yano71 says, an inexperienced bowling attack found wanting here at the moment, although Sudahu points out that Wokes and Stone are old.
Well, they are a little bit, but the other thing is that they haven't been given much to bowl at by their batsmen, have they? I think that's the problem. As much as anything, I would hate to see the bowlers blamed for this after the batsmen have absolved themselves of all responsibility.
On the Sam Curran comment, he's already been cloned, of course, because there's Tom Curran.
And there's another Curran, isn't there, that was playing for Northants. I don't know whether he's been released by Northants. Was it Ben Curran? I think it was Ben. But I haven't.
I shall see you in half an hour.
Okay,
Matt. Did you read the
Oh,
Tony on a lap
just
for
to remind you
150
that-
Spearmint Gorillas?
Just to remind you that there were 208 runs scored before this innings started, so keep an eye on the GPL.
How many entries did we have?
I think about 10, something like that.
Okay, so what, the money is 146 quid now, I think. Would that be right?
It is, yes.
146 quid.
Correct.
Sri Lanka need 138 more to win. You spotted a YouTube that you wish to.
No, I don't think
no?
so. Well, there was one question from Richard Mountford. When's the next Ashes series, which is end of next year, isn't it?
November 2025. Yes, that would be when it starts.
November 25. Yeah, towards the end of next year.
Winter.
Yes. Next winter, basically.
Next November. So we're basically about 14 months away. I presume this is a replay that we're looking at. Yeah,
it is.
It's sunnier. The sun was across the pitch.
Oh, well, I can give you another couple of messages while we're doing that then. Katie Eleanor, Setting Sun lyric from Neil Young. Not Jeff Thomas. If England block balls as well as we blocked Jahinda Malhotra, the third test wouldn't be in the balance. Right, that's probably us up to date on YouTube, to be honest.
I think actually England should get a lot of criticism if they lose this. I think that it's been a wretched performance, really. Any time that they've got, they've been in a good position a couple of times in this match, and they have literally just thrown it away, in my opinion. And it makes no sense, especially when you consider that they've kind of, there's been a controlled Bazball about their play this summer.
I also think there hasn't been an awful lot of imagination with the bowling. I think the skipper's got a lot. I mean, they should have come off yesterday. He hasn't really tried anything this evening. He's just stuck with the same field. Hasn't tried anything different. Hasn't had a spinner on. I just think.
Well, I do think they've over-attacked. Hull is in, continuing onto the back foot goes Nasanka. He's just a boundary short of a 50. Funnily enough, he just knocked that straight back down the wicket towards Josh Hull. It only ran a few yards from him, and they seriously considered a single. And Josh Hull suddenly thought, what on earth is going on? And then ran to the ball to prevent that. Maybe they think he's so big and he's has such a turning circle once he gets into his follow through that they could pinch one. But
he is a bit of a combine harvester, isn't he?
He's a big lad. England could probably do with a bit of bad light now, but it's bright sunshine, although the shadows are lengthening. Josh Hull left arm over the wicket, 3 slips with their hands on their knees, and that's a better ball. Probing around the top of off. Kusal Mendis wants a run here, but Nasanka says no, and then he laughs again.
Yeah, Kusal Mendis ran a run. He went at least halfway down the wicket and back again.
But I take your point, Ditch. I think that really they've gone out with a plan. I've said it before already. I've probably said it about 10 minutes ago. They decided we've got to attack because we can't, if they we've either got to bowl them out or they win, because there's so much time left in the game, and they haven't deviated from that at all, and they've let them get away to a flyer. Hull in again, bowls. He goes with a pull shot, and Smith has done really well to grab that in the airspace above him. He's done really well. I think that was something circling, getting ready for Heathrow, but he managed to pluck it, and that saved us from 4 byes, which would have been kind of annoying.
Or it's a good job he didn't get an edge, because he would have been 6, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure that he didn't get something on that initially, but there was no interest.
You see Jimmy Anderson up there on the balcony, and you do think, what is going through his mind? He must be thinking, if only I could still get 3 or 4 wickets here.
Oh yes indeed. Hull in again, bowls short into the ribs, but he's set off for a very quick single. He's probably going to turn for a second. I think that's Shoaib Brown there, but he's too fine. And Nasanka will get back for that second. 48 he goes on to. Sri Lanka 83 for 1. We've got 54 minutes of play should we get to the end tonight. Although the light in Sydenham does seem to be going a little bit, and the sun maybe is fading somewhat, so
it's going a bit.
From an England point of view, they kind of want to get off now, don't they? And come back under cloudy skies tomorrow.
2 quick wickets, they might not feel quite so much in that sort of mood.
Yeah, true. Hull again. into Nasanka. Oh, that's a good ball. That really is a good ball.
What a delivery.
Good length. Came back into him. Would have hit middle stump. I think it's just hit his glove. I think it's hit his lower hand. Otherwise, he would have lost the top of his middle stump. I'm pretty sure. That's a lovely delivery. Yeah, he's just got a bit of the bottom hand onto that, and it's gone down onto his thigh. Might have been going over the top if he's seeing it from side on, actually.
No, it started swinging, then it went quite a long way off the pitch, actually.
He has got a good ball or two in his locker. It's a learning process. I don't think this will do him any harm at all. He was ready to bowl the next delivery, the final one of the over, but Nasanka seemingly wasn't. And here comes Hull again, running in. Bowls to Nasanka. That's not a great ball, and it's smashed, absolutely smeared. He was given width, he was given full length, and he went through with a shot, smashed it in the air.
Nasanka's 50.
But no problem at all. It's gone away. 4-4.
And he's 50.
It is. It's one of these.
50 runs, you're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50 runs. The job has only just begun.
Well, he's got a very good chance here, I think, of getting his second ever Test 100.
He's got a pretty good record, hasn't he? I mean, we talked about Mindu Mendes and how good a start he's had to Test cricket, but when you look at his figures, what was that, 107 50s, was it?
Yep.
In 11 tests? That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Certainly is. Turku Kaveri over on Blue Sky says we're doomed. Could well be right, Turku Kaveri. Obviously, Turku Kaveri also is the Woy Pom.
Oi, oi, oi,
oi. It's looking like
no.
the bad light is gonna come to England's rescue this evening. Anyway,
I tell you what, if he has to bowl his spinners, if Ollie says, "I will stay on," I
saw Bash walking over.
Well, he's having a chat to Root, but surely not.
Rain.
And there's a bit of rain
There's
in
a bit
the
of
air
rain.
now.
I think that's probably going to be curtains for the day.
I think so. Although there seems to be no one's going. No.
But there was definitely a bit of rain in the floodlights.
Well, they're going to bring on the spin. They're going to bring on spin.
Spin.
This is.
It's because they thought they're playing Australia, and we're on Australia's bogey number, but they forgot we're playing Sri Lanka.
Well, I don't know. This is all very, very.
Well, they are
strange
bringing.
indeed.
If the decision is you can bowl spin, but you can't bowl anything else, I'm frankly surprised that England think that's a better option.
It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. If they've had the weather cave was telling us that it's going to be cloudy tomorrow morning.
But I had been slagging them off for not bringing the spinner on earlier, so maybe they just brought the spinner on.
See,
we don't know really, do we?
Clear blue sky on one side of the ground, so
yeah,
it is extraordinarily changeable.
Anyway, this is the new bowler.
Likes to attack.
Not that right. It's looking apocalyptic above the gas holders, but then looking away to Archbishop Tennyson's, it's looking like the Maldives. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's looking behind the gas holders. It's looking a bit like Vovchansk.
Yeah, which of these weather systems is going to win? A slip and a forward short leg quite deep. He's in bowls and swept extremely well all the way along the ground by Kusel. He can play that shot. And the proof is in the pudding. It's 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That's a really, really good sweep.
Short leg was getting out of the way very rapidly.
He's hit that in front of square, and he's hit it with power and timing.
It's a damn good job he did hit it in front of square, because it would have gone straight into short leg.
Short leg, is that enough? And he bowls him another short ball, or not another short ball, but a short ball, which he pulls and probably should have put away, but actually picks out Ollie Stone at deep square leg, and they get 1. The short leg was so he was so worried by that first delivery. He's now gone to leg slip.
Yeah.
Partnership now worth 53 from 44 balls. Sri Lanka are romping to victory at the moment. 92 for 1.
This will be their second test at the Oval if they do win it. They won the last one by 10 wickets, remember?
And that was 98, yes?
It was 98. Murali's 9 for.
26 years ago.
Extraordinary.
Amazing. I wasn't in England for that, so I didn't see it. Bashir in. Oh, he's pulled again. It's too slow. Where's it gone? I can't see the ball. It's out there. It's gone out to deep.
Well, neither can the cameraman. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, that's probably why. Yeah,
it's getting
gone
very, very dark
to deep
out
square
there.
leg. They presumably they got a run there. Yeah, Bashir just seems to have lost a little bit of bite in this match.
Is this a switch because it's enforced to bring on spin, or is it a tactical switch because they wanted to have a look at spin as an option?
That's what we don't know.
We don't know the answer to that question, do we?
Bashir in. He's given him a long run, but it's turned a long way. Now, I suppose the thinking is that let's see if Bashir can take advantage of some footholds that maybe Josh Hull has made.
Well, and Vishvar Fernando, remember, so you got 2 left armers in the game.
That really did turn. He went back to cut it because it started wide. You can understand that, but it ended up coming back a long way and hit him on the glove. Could have popped up to the keeper as well, that.
Yeah, could have gone anywhere. That hit the foothold.
He's in again. He's swept this time. He's got to find that foothold more regularly, hasn't he? Going to get a single again. 94 for 1.
I think this...
There is only really one.
That hit right in the foothold.
Yeah, he's got to get it on. He's got to get it on a sixpence, really, or a very large sixpence.
Yeah, he's got
the
about
foothold is a bit bigger than
4
a sixpence.
inches of foothold at an exact length that he could hit.
Yeah. So Kusal has moved on to 13. Nasanka 53. The man's back at short leg. He comes in, he bowls. A little bit of turn there, but not significant. Played gently down into the ground to the man at short leg. There is no run. And Sri Lanka 94 for 1.
Right, Kate Eleanor. It's all right, Kate Eleanor. I think you guys called it best when you stated end of term feel. Yeah, well, it does. It still does feel like that.
So we're going to tell here now. Is it like? I think it is because is it routine?
Looks like they're going off, doesn't it?
Oh, they are.
They are going off.
They are going off. Shall I just finish the messages and then we'll wrap where we've got to?
Go ahead.
Lockie 6 says, even if England lose 5 out of 6, it's not a summer horribilis. You're probably right. Jay Grover says, Hendo, Leslie Hilton murdered his wife, Gilchrist assaulted his. I think he set her on fire.
Oh, well, that's okay then.
Right.
That was just an assault, setting her on fire.
Oh, God.
Joginda Malhotra says, why can't England take wickets? Please give me answers. Well, the answer is Sri Lanka are batting very well. There is a question of a certain lack of experience. Combination of those things. Sri Lanka are batting as England can and should probably have batted, but didn't.
Well,
so you got a number of factors at play, I think.
Yeah, England should still be playing the world's best bowler, and he's sitting up in the dressing room.
Well, he is. Jano 71 actually does say inexperienced bowling attack, and yes, I think there is some truth in that. And you can't hold that against the lads who are out there because they're out there doing their best.
Well, we'll finish these tweets, and I'll say why I disagree with
that. Everybody said 4 innings very difficult to chase, but Sri Lanka making it easy to chase. I don't understand really. Well, I
made the point. It's the third day. It's not
what we've said.
Day 4 or day 5, which is when a pitch deteriorates. This is what you have to remember.
I think I would agree.
You have to. Part of the art of Test cricket is occupying the crease because you then hopefully if you've batted first, you have a side batting fourth on a pitch whose quality has diminished from what it was from a batting perspective. So you will get cheaper wickets. So that is the ploy. But by playing the way that England do, while it can be effective on occasion, there are times when it is counterproductive, and I think this is one of those times.
I'm going to agree with you, Hendo. There is, especially I think in this test, with the fact that they threw away all those wickets in their first innings. Which meant that the Sri Lankans didn't have to bowl for a long time in the first innings. And then they were quite fresh when they came back to bowl for the second innings. If they'd been made to stay out there till England had got to 550, the bowlers would have been knackered. Their batsmen would have been much less confident when they batted. Do you know what I mean? It was, so when turn the screw in the first innings.
Well, actually, this is it. I mean, if you say T20 is a sprint, you have to say Test cricket is a marathon, and it's not just what I said about the pitch deteriorating. It is about mental and physical stamina. And, those people that step up into Test cricket from first-class cricket often talk about the big gap between the two. And I'm sure that part of that gap is the mental stamina it takes. I mean, even if you're playing first-class cricket in your own country, you never play more than 4 days.
They'd have wanted a Mark Wood, wouldn't they, for sure, to sort of bolster the attack here.
But I really
something.
I still think this England team has more than enough to beat this Sri Lankan team.
Yeah, it was the batting.
With the right application.
It's definitely the batting in this test.
It didn't even need to be the right application. It just needed to be slightly better. It just really was poor.
I can give you a little bit of clarity on the last few moments there. It was a question of light that Bashir came on.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was the question, would he bowl Root and or Lawrence from the other end? He didn't want to, so he was kind of with us, was Ollie. And going, no, I need my seamers. And as soon as he said that, off they trotted.
I think that makes sense. I mean, in a way, if he was only ever going to bowl Bashir and he was just going to see if he could make any use of those footholds, it makes sense that he bowled just the one over. I can't see any point in bowling Lawrence or Root. I mean, Root has got quite a few Test wickets for a batsman, and he can be useful. But I don't think at this stage, when they're 89 or 90 odd for one, and that you need wickets and you need to get out the best batsman.
Yeah, and we were saying that. I mean, I certainly have been saying that they shouldn't have stayed out there yesterday either. But the game would be a different game right now if they hadn't stayed out there yesterday.
Yeah, again with that, I feel that I understand why they did yesterday, and I think it was. I don't think they would have done had the day before not been so truncated. There was such a lot of criticism about not staying out there, and the fact that that maybe they could use a pink ball in these situations, and whatever. But I think they felt a little bit of a that they had to give back to the crowd.
Hendo, would the Aussies have stayed out there?
No, but
I think not.
No, I know, but the criticism was such about Test cricket shooting itself in the foot.
I know what you're saying. I mean,
you know what I mean. I mean, it's like,
I do.
And it's there is such a sort of, everyone has their opinion, and we want to see cricket, and ideally we want to see England bowling well with their spinners if they can't bowl their quick bowlers, but they did definitely stay out too long. I mean, I think half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour would have been fine.
But you could argue, Hendo, that if cricket wants to solve that problem, that should be in the regulations for the matches. Is you can't go off, but you have to bowl spinners. So, or you have to bowl below a certain speed.
Well, that's actually, I mean, that's an interesting one, because I mean, that is going to bring another sort of element of jeopardy into the game, isn't it? Because it depends if you're unlucky enough to be bowling in a way when that happens. If you then are forced to bowl your spinners, but then cricket is not a fair game, is it? I mean, it's not fair that a team wins the toss and bats in glorious conditions. The next day it's cloudy and it rains, or it rains a bit, and suddenly the pitch is all spicy and it's swinging around corners.
Yeah, and it's not like, I mean, like in the old days when I first started watching or listening to Test cricket, you'd get a sticky dog if it rained. There were no covers.
A sticky dog. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, this is true. In some ways, cricketers have got it easy these days.
Yeah,
batsmen have got it easy.
It's batsman-centric, isn't it?
Because, can you imagine trying to deal with Derek Underwood on a sticky dog with sort of 8 players around you? Any tiny error was going to be punished, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's kind of really difficult.
Stumps
have been called, which is curious. What time is it now? It's
because it's past time. It's past 6:30.
Oh, it's 18:51, isn't it?
I'm not sure why they weren't just called stumps straight away. Because once you're past the official half-past time and you go off, then that's it, as far as I remember.
Well, it looks like tomorrow is going to be the final day of the Test summer, one way or another. Sri Lanka will come back needing another 125 to record their first victory at the Oval since 1998. They're well on course. They've got 9 wickets in hand. England will be hoping, above hope, that the day dawns miserable and cloudy, and they'll get the lights on, and Sri Lanka will be prodding at balls.
It's quick wickets or curtains tomorrow morning, I
It
reckon.
pretty much is, although I wouldn't necessarily over-attack in the way that Ollie has tonight. I think I might just see what the ball's doing. If it is doing a lot, obviously you get people in, but it's good from England's point of view. It's good for England, this, because these two were really getting on top, weren't they? They were playing with a kind of freedom that you expect more from England, and you know, I think
Sri Lanka do win. They'll be unbeaten at the Oval in Test matches.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, they played one before.
Is that
they
only-
won
is
by
that-
10 wickets.
is that the
This
only
is
one they played at the
This
Oval?
is the second. That's correct.
Yeah, because I think the thing is, Sri Lanka in recent years have just tended to play in the early part of the summer, where you know, the Oval always tends to be
late summer. The late
summer or the last
feature,
game,
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, Kumar Sangakkara is out there talking as the covers come on. He was overtaken by Joe Root today in the list of all-time Test run scorers, and he looks massively angry.
Do you think Joe Root will now have to wear an even bigger pair of spectacles than Kumar Sangakkara?
They are
will?
quite alarming, aren't they? I would hope that while he's being interviewed, that Joe Root would run up behind him and do a little victory sign behind his head.
Well,
They're very Joe 90, aren't they?
They
Those
are
starters.
extraordinary.
Yeah.
That
They
would
are
look good
extraordinary.
if he'd made a ton. Not quite so good when he made 12 or whatever he made. Just
That's true. Yeah. Well, yeah, he just got past him, and then Vishwa took him out, didn't he?
He did. Vishwa bowled very, very, very well.
He did bowl well. I mean, Sri Lanka nearly let this game get away from them when they shouldn't have done, I think. We saw, didn't we, the bowling. They were bowling really well. They had England 7 down, and then for some bizarre reason, as the ball was moving around, they decided to target Ollie Stone with short deliveries and no close fielders, as Sitha Fernando came in for Ranathanayake, who was bowling really well. They swapped Ranathanayake to the Vauxhall end, and Jamie Smith went ballistic and hit a very, very good 50. Shame from an England perspective he got out just before tea, but that's the way it goes. He lived by the sword, but he played, a really great counter-punching role. Of course, England bowled actually very well this morning to get rid of those final Sri Lankan wickets. There were 5 to get, and they only allowed them another 40-odd runs. So a mixed performance from England. Very good with the ball this morning, terrible with the bat this afternoon, apart from Jamie Smith. And it leaves Sri Lanka on the brink of another victory. That's it for me from for the summer, I'm afraid to say, in terms of Test cricket.
Well, it is for me as well, actually. So rather sadly. There won't be a Tuesday unless
There
it
won't
rains
be a
all day
Tuesday
tomorrow.
So we won't be back, and you'll be away anyway on Tuesday.
I'm going away on Tuesday and then running around like a blue arse, getting ready, everything ready, fly tomorrow.
Okay.
Of the three of us, then I'm the only one here tomorrow. Then
right, excellent.
There you are.
I assume Bear's back.
He
Bear will
absolutely
be back.
is.
The bear will be in control.
Lord help you all.
We say that.
May God have mercy on you all.
Have mercy on your soul. The bear will be in control. That's it from us for Gorilla Cricket. Don't forget to become a Patreon. Patreon.com. Before I go, GPL. Did we have a winner? We need to find out. Can we check on the GPL? Anyone? Messi's gone to bed, so that's no good. Can you check on the GPL, Tony, or not? Well, I'll tell you what. We'll leave it to if there is a winner, make your claim. Send us a tweet or a DM and say this was the number of runs
I
scored.
missed out by one fucking run.
Oh no, Messi! Was it 2 runs yesterday?
Yes, it was.
2 runs yesterday. You know, you really need to stop going for numbers that end in 3.
Well, there's a 10% chance.
Well, there you go. So there's no one else got anywhere near.
No.
Okay, so you don't need to. No one needs to send us a direct message unless it's messages saying I'm really pissed off with life. Anyway, thanks, Messi. Thanks for coming back on and updating us on that. It will start the GPL at 146 quid tomorrow. Although I'm not sure whether the Bear will open it with only 125 runs required of Sri Lanka. That's it. Become a Patreon. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Until tomorrow, when you'll have a pretty much refreshed crew led by the Bear. It's good night from all of us.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricade. Brigades patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another